The Last City. Prologue. In the twilight years of the Age of Kingdoms, there stood a city of unparalleled grandeur, known as Tiger City. Within its walls, King Toby James Frank Jim, a warrior of legendary renown, ruled with wisdom and strength. His city, a sprawling metropolis teeming with life, boasted a formidable army, a force composed not only of seasoned warriors, but also of everyday citizens, united in their loyalty to their king. Beside him stood Queen Susie Louise Jim, his beloved wife and trusted advisor, their reign marked by prosperity and peace. But this golden age was destined to shatter. One fateful day, a cataclysmic explosion ripped through the heart of Tiger City, unleashing a wave of destruction that consumed everything in its path. In an instant, the vibrant metropolis was reduced to smoldering ruins, its inhabitants extinguished like candles in a storm. Only two souls survived the inferno, King Toby and Queen Susie. Amidst the devastation, King Toby turned to his queen, his voice heavy with grief and disbelief. "How could this happen, my love?" he lamented, his eyes scanning the desolate landscape. "Even before the blast, I felt a dark premonition, a sense of impending doom. It felt like black magic, ancient and malevolent." He paused, his brow furrowed in thought. Some of the overlords spoke of a long-forgotten wizard, a being of immense power, whom they had sought for aid. Others whispered of magical beings, remnants of an ancient world, and of witches who claimed to hail from a place called the Last City. But I dismissed such tales as mere folklore. Now I wonder. He gestured towards the horizon, where mountains loomed like jagged teeth against the sky. Beyond those peaks, beyond the treacherous deserts and the ancient mazes teeming with forgotten horrors, lies a temple, a relic of giants, wizards, and elves, built long before my birth. And I recall something else, a passage in an ancient tome, a fleeting mention of this last city. Queen Susie, her face etched with sorrow and determination, nodded in solemn agreement. "I too have been plagued by ominous dreams, Toby," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Dreams of shadows and fire, of a darkness that threatens to engulf all that we hold dear. We cannot linger here amidst the ashes of our past. We must seek a new home, a place where we can rebuild and honor the memory of our people." King Toby took her hand, his grip firm and reassuring. "Then we shall journey forth, my love," he declared, his voice regaining its strength. "We will face whatever dangers lie ahead, and we will find a new beginning, even if it leads us to this fabled Last City." As the king and queen prepared to depart, a wizened old man, his face weathered by time and hardship, emerged from the shadows. He watched them with knowing eyes, his gaze filled with a mixture of pity and foreboding. As they passed, he muttered in a voice barely audible above the mournful wind, "I can only hope they do not become lost, consumed by the shadows that guard the path to the long-forgotten, ancient city known as the Last City." His words hung in the air, a cryptic warning that echoed the dark premonitions that haunted the king and queen, casting a long shadow over their perilous journey into the unknown. With heavy hearts but unwavering resolve, King Toby and Queen Susie embarked on their arduous journey. They left behind the smoldering ruins of Tiger City, their footsteps the only sound breaking the desolate silence. The path ahead was fraught with peril, a gauntlet of treacherous landscapes and ancient evils. Their first challenge was the Whispering Desert, a vast expanse of scorching sand dunes where the sun beat down with relentless fury. Days turned into weeks as they navigated the shifting sands, their throats parched, their bodies weary. Mirage-like visions danced on the horizon, tempting them with false promises of water and shelter. One evening, as they huddled beneath a rocky outcrop, seeking respite from the desert's oppressive heat, Queen Susie voiced her growing concern. "Toby, I fear we are being watched," she whispered, her eyes scanning the darkening horizon. "I sense a presence, something malevolent lurking just beyond our sight." King Toby drew Sunstrike, its starlight blade illuminating his determined face. "Then let him come," he declared, his voice ringing with defiance. "We will not yield to fear. We will face whatever lurks in the shadows, and we will emerge victorious." As if in response to his challenge, the desert wind picked up, swirling around them like a ghostly shroud. From the depths of the darkness, shadowy figures emerged, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. They were the desert wraiths, ancient spirits bound to the sands, preying on the weak and the lost. "You trespass in our domain, mortals," one of the wraiths hissed, its voice a chilling whisper that seemed to penetrate their very souls. "Turn back now, or face eternal torment." King Toby stood firm, his grip tightening on Sunstrike. "We seek only passage," he replied, his voice unwavering. "We mean you no harm." "Harm is irrelevant," the wraith sneered. "Your present is an affront. Prepare to suffer the consequences." With a blood-curdling shriek, the desert wraiths descended upon them, their shadowy forms swirling like a vortex of darkness. Chapter 1. Tiger City. The aroma of spiced meats, exotic perfumes, and freshly baked bread hung heavy in the air, a fragrant tapestry woven from 1,000 different kitchens. The cacophony of sounds was equally overwhelming. The hawkers' cries, the rumble of carts, the laughter of children, the rhythmic clang of a blacksmith's hammer, and the lilting melodies of street musicians, all blended into a vibrant symphony of urban life. This was Tiger City, a melting pot of races, cultures, and dreams, all thriving under the benevolent rule of King Toby and Queen Susie. "Watch your purse, friend," a gruff voice warned, cutting through the noise. A wiry dwarf, his beard braided with copper wire, bumped shoulders with a towering elf, his ears adorned with delicate silver rings. The elf, startled, nearly dropped the armful of scrolls he was carrying. "Apologies, Master Dwarf," the elf said, his voice melodic and slightly apologetic. "I was lost in thought." "Lost in thought in this crowd? You'll be lost in the poorhouse if you're not careful," the dwarf chuckled, his eyes twinkling. "This city's got more pickpockets than rats in a grain silo." The elf smiled wryly. "A fair point. I am Elros, a scholar from the Silverwood Library. I've only just arrived in Tiger City." "Torvin Stonebeard at your service," the dwarf replied, extending a calloused hand. "And welcome to the most chaotic, vibrant, and dangerous city in the known world. You'll find everything you're looking for here, and a few things you wish you hadn't, but you'll also find the king and queen are always looking out for you." They stood for a moment, watching the throng of people flow around them. Humans, elves, dwarfs, gnomes, halflings, and even a few more exotic races like the cat-like leonin and the lizard. Chapter 2. The Long Road Ahead. With the ruins of Tiger City fading behind them, King Toby and Queen Susie turned their faces toward the horizon, their hearts set on the fabled Last City. Before departing, they had consulted an ancient tome salvaged from the city's library, hoping to glean any knowledge that might aid their quest. Within its weathered pages, they discovered a cryptic elven inscription, perhaps a password or a warning. King Toby, his elven blood stirring within him, deciphered the ancient script. He read aloud, his voice echoing in the desolate landscape. "Love is lost, for I am heavy-hearted and strong-willed. Those who enter without reason shall perish by the hand of Lord Kakasrorik." The name hung in the air, a chilling whisper from a forgotten age. Toby frowned, a shadow crossing his face. "I have not heard that name since I was a boy, listening to my grandfather's tales," he murmured. "It is said that Lord Kakasrorik was a sorcerer of immense power, a master of dark arts who guarded the secrets of the Last City with ruthless zeal." Queen Susie shivered, despite the warmth of the morning sun. "Then we must be prepared for any challenge he may present," she said, her voice resolute. "Let us gather what supplies we need: armor, weapons, food, and provisions for the long road ahead. The journey to the Last City will be fraught with peril, and we must be ready for anything." Together they scavenged what they could from the ruins, salvaging sturdy armor, sharp swords, and enough provisions to sustain them for several weeks. With heavy packs and determined hearts, they set off, their footsteps echoing in the desolate landscape. They traveled for days, their journey marked by hardship and uncertainty. They crossed desolate plains, scaled treacherous mountains, and forded swift-flowing rivers. As they ventured deeper into the wilderness, King Toby began to feel a strange energy coursing through him. Chapter 3: The Wizard's Trail. The Wizard's Tower, a slender spire of obsidian stone, clung precariously to the edge of a craggy peak that scraped the sky. The wind howled around it, a mournful cry that echoed throughout the desolate landscape. As Toby and Susie approached, they could see jagged rocks jutting out from the snow-covered ground, like the teeth of some ancient beast. The air within the tower hummed with arcane energy, and the scent of ancient parchment, smoldering herbs, and ozone hung heavy in the air. Lord Valerius, his face etched with the wisdom of centuries, his long white beard cascading down his chest like a frozen waterfall, and his eyes twinkling with ageless knowledge, gestured for them to sit on cushions embroidered with constellations. The walls of the tower were lined with shelves overflowing with ancient tomes, scrolls bound in dragonhide, and strange artifacts that pulsed with an inner light. A crystal ball resting on a pedestal in the center of the room swirled with nebulous colors, reflecting the turmoil of the world outside. "Welcome, King Toby, Queen Susie," Lord Valerius began, his voice a low rumble that seemed to resonate with the very stones of the tower. "I have been expecting you. You seek knowledge of the Last City, and the path to defeat Lady Alicia Wolfmoon. I will tell you of the great battle for the Last City." He paused, his gaze distant and haunted, as if reliving the horrors of the past. "The battle raged for nearly 3 weeks, a relentless storm of steel and sorcery. The losses were catastrophic. In the end, Alicia Wolfmoon unleashed a spell of unimaginable power, a wave of necromantic energy that extinguished nearly every life. I saw friends, comrades, and innocents alike crumble to dust before my very eyes. Only 4 wizards survived that cataclysm. Myself barely. Susie leaned forward, her brow furrowed with concern. What kind of spell was it? What made it? Chapter 4. The Undead Awaken. Toby and Susie cautiously entered the city of the undead, a place of eerie silence and spectral shadows. As they moved deeper into the ruined streets, they saw the ethereal forms of 3 kings, the ghosts of the old kingdom of Delinla. There was Trigor the Bold, king of the giants, Don Rusfreda the Brave, king of the elves, and Arakachas the Great, king of the wizards. Toby and Susie approached them, eager to learn more about the Dark Sorceress, the Lost Sword, and the Last City. Greetings, noble kings, Toby said, his voice echoing in the silent city. We seek your wisdom. The 3 kings turned their spectral gazes upon them. Trigor, the giant king, spoke first, his voice a booming echo of its former power. You seek to defeat Lady Alicia Wolfmoon to end her reign of terror? We do, Susie replied, her voice filled with determination. But we need guidance. We have heard of a lost sword, one capable of destroying her. Don Rusfreda, the Elven Queen, stepped forward, her ethereal form shimmering in the dim light. You speak of Lamuviel, the broken sword. It is the only weapon that can truly destroy the Dark Sorceress and break her hold over mankind and the Last City. It holds the power to dispel dark magic, but it has been shattered. Arakachas, the Wizard King, added, You, Toby and Susie, must find the pieces of Lamuviel and restore it to its former glory. With the words of the undead kings echoing in their ears, Toby and Susie departed the kingdom of Delinla. Toby clutched the spellbook that Wizard Argamanu had given him, a tome filled with powerful spells that might aid them in their quest. Their ultimate goal was to confront the Dark Sorceress, defeat her, and reclaim the Last City. Chapter 5. The Broken Sword. Toby and Susie knew that if Lamuviel, the broken sword, was to be reforged, there was only one place in the world capable of such a feat. Hoglight, the great elven city, renowned for its masterful smiths and potent magic. It was said that no blade, no matter how shattered, was beyond repair within its enchanted forges. As they approached the city, its gleaming towers piercing the sky like silver needles, Toby remarked, Hoglight. I've heard tales of its beauty and craftsmanship, but I never imagined it could be so magnificent. It is a testament to the skill and dedication of the elves, Susie replied, her eyes wide with awe, and to the wisdom of its rulers. Hoglight was ruled by the wise and benevolent king Raylong Thaylor Hoglight and Queen Rothelyn Hoglight. Their children, Prince Aewyn Hoglight, a skilled archer and strategist, and Princess Sindra Hoglight, a gifted healer and diplomat, were known throughout the land for their grace and intelligence. Upon entering the city, Toby and Susie were immediately escorted to the royal palace, a breathtaking structure of white marble and shimmering crystal. They were greeted by King Raylong himself, a tall and regal elf, with eyes that sparkled like the summer sky. Welcome, King Toby and Queen Susie, King Raylong said, his voice warm and welcoming. We have heard of your quest, and we are honored to offer our aid. Hoglight has long held the knowledge of Lamuviel and its significance in the battle against the Dark Sorceress. Queen Rothelyn, her presence radiating a gentle strength, added, Indeed, our ancestors faced Alicia Wolfmoon in the Great War for the Last City. It was our own King Rasolidor who decreed that Lamuviel be hidden, lest it fall into the wrong hands. Toby explained their purpose. We believe that Lamovial is the only hope for defeating the Dark Sorceress. Chapter 6. The Long-Forgotten Temple. As Toby and Susie reached the summit, they were confronted by a weathered stone sign standing before the entrance to the temple. Carved into the ancient rock were these ominous words: "Around death lies your downfall. Entering this temple invites a fate unnatural, a realm where dead warriors linger. Proceed at your own desire, forsaking the warmth of life." Toby paused, a shiver running down his spine. "A welcoming message indeed," he muttered. Susie squeezed his hand. "We've come too far to turn back now. We knew this wouldn't be easy." Taking a deep breath, they stepped across the threshold and into the temple's shadowy depths. Before them lay a daunting maze, its walls lined with crumbling stone and choked with creeping vines. Two paths diverged, each promising an unknown fate. "Which way do we go?" Susie asked, her voice barely a whisper. Toby studied the maze carefully, his eyes scanning for any clue. The sign spoke of death and unnatural fates. "I think we should avoid the path that seems the most obvious. Let's take the second door." With a shared nod, they chose the second path, which led them deeper into the temple's heart. It opened into a vast chamber, where 5 imposing tomes rested upon pedestals. This was the tomb of the greatest warrior to ever live, Lord Caditram Fruin Ediac, revered as the greatest of all kings. His tome stood at the far end of the room, bathed in an ethereal glow. But as Toby and Susie stepped further into the chamber, the entrance behind them slammed shut with a deafening boom, plunging the room into near darkness. Only the flickering torches lining the walls and pedestals provided a dim, eerie light. A chilling draft swept through the chamber, carrying with it the scent of dust and decay. A thick, misty fog began to swirl around their feet, obscuring the floor. Suddenly, 5 coffins at the end of the room burst open. Chapter 7. The Great Warrior's Tomb. The air in the tomb grew heavy, charged with an ancient power. As the spectral figure solidified, one stepped forward, his form radiating an intense, ethereal light. He was clad in ghostly armor, a spectral bow clutched in his hand. "I am Captain James Maddox Diamondbow," the spirit declared, his voice echoing through the chamber like the tolling of a distant bell. "Lord of the Dead Castle, and guardian of this tomb. You have disturbed my slumber. Speak, mortals, and tell me why you dare trespass in this sacred place." Toby stepped forward, his voice steady despite the tremor in his heart. "We seek your wisdom, Captain Diamondbow. We know of your valor in the battle for the last city, and of the enchanted armor you possessed." A flicker of interest sparked in the spirit's eyes. "The armor of invincibility, a powerful artifact indeed. It deflects magic, enhances strength, and protects the wearer from all harm, but it is not without its price." Susie spoke, her voice earnest. "We understand the risks, Captain, but we believe it is the only way to defeat the Dark Sorceress and reclaim the last city." James Maddox Diamondbow regarded them with a piercing gaze, as if searching their very souls. "The armor corrupts mortals. It whispers promises of power, but it twists the heart and consumes the soul. Many have sought it, but few have resisted its allure." He paused, then continued. "I have foreseen a chosen one, a warrior destined to wield the armor and vanquish the evil that plagues this land.
But to prove yourselves worthy, you must pass my test. Succeed, and the armor is yours, along with one wish granted. Fail, and you will join the ranks of the fallen, forever bound to this tomb.
Toby exchanged a determined glance with Susie. We accept your challenge, Captain Diamondbow. Tell us what we must do. The spectral warrior smiled, a chilling expression that sent a shiver up Toby's spine. Chapter 8 The Warrior's Armor. As Toby and Susie concluded their conversation with Sprite, the spirit of the great warrior, Sprite spoke of a magnificent and powerful suit of armor that he had kept locked away for centuries. The armor was stored within a chest, alongside his spellbook, his lost journal detailing his experiences during the great battle for the last city, and other treasured items. Within the coffin lay the key to unlock the chest. As Toby approached the chest, the sprite of Captain James Maddox Diamondbow addressed him.
Be warned,
Sprite cautioned, his voice echoing with ancient power.
Within this chest lies great power, waiting to be unleashed. When you don the armor, it will render you invisible to all, including magical spells. Within the journal lies the truth about the last city and the evil dark sorceress known as Alicia Wolfmoon, the destroyer of all things. She has been plotting an even greater scheme to prevent you from reaching the last city, employing her spies and the army that defend it. With this armor, this sword, and this spellbook, I also bestow upon you my journal, containing secrets that even the dark sorceress is unaware of. Finally, I give you my bow, known as the bow of the mighty greatness. It is enchanted, ensuring that you will never run out of arrows. Take these gifts, and may they serve you well.
Toby, his heart pounding with excitement, carefully donned the armor. It fit him perfectly, as if it had been crafted specifically for him. He placed the remaining items into a bag of holding and secured the bow on his back. With a newfound sense of purpose, he prepared to leave the temple and embark on his quest. Chapter 9 Escape from the Temple. Toby and Susie raced toward the armory door, adrenaline coursing through their veins. But their path was blocked by a towering iron giant, its metallic eyes glowing with an eerie light. With a deafening clang, the giant lurched to life and began to pursue them. "Run!" Toby shouted, grabbing Susie's hand. "We need to get out of here!" They sprinted back through the temple, the iron giant's heavy footsteps echoing behind them. Reaching the maze, they found their escape route drastically altered. The walls were closing in, shifting and grinding with unnatural speed. "The maze is changing!" Susie cried, her voice filled with panic. "We have to be quick!" Toby yelled, desperately searching for a way through the narrowing corridors. Just as the walls threatened to crush them, they squeezed through an opening and burst into a vast chamber. They found themselves in the great hall of Kashtan, a breathtaking space of marble walls and towering pillars. The floor was made of polished wood, and torches flickered atop each of the 50-foot pillars, casting long, dancing shadows across the hall. A single solitary light beckoned from the far end. Toby and Susie moved cautiously, their footsteps echoing in the immense space. "We need to be quiet," Toby whispered. "That iron giant could be anywhere." But little did they know, the giant was being controlled by a malevolent force, its movements guided by dark magic. As they crept forward, the iron giant lumbered past them, its metallic gaze fixed on some unseen target. "He didn't see us," Susie breathed, relief washing over her. "Let's go, quickly!" They hurried towards the exit, but as they neared the doorway, they realized it was booby-trapped. Bombs were scattered across the floor, connected by a web of tripwires. "This is insane!" Susie exclaimed, her eyes wide with fear. "We have to risk it," Toby said, his voice grim. Chapter 10. The End of the Bridge to the Last City. For 2 days, Toby and Susie had been traveling, guided by the map they discovered in the Forgotten Temple. The map, a gift from the great warrior, charted a course through treacherous lands, leading them towards a mine that held a vital key to their quest. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, they stumbled upon a long-forgotten bridge, its stone arches crumbling and broken, spanning a chasm that seemed to stretch into infinity. "This is it," Toby said, his voice filled with a mix of awe and apprehension. "The bridge to the last city." Susie gazed across the chasm, her eyes scanning the distant horizon. "It's magnificent, but impassable." They needed to find a way around the broken bridge, a path that would lead them to the mines of the underground dwarven fort. From there, they could ascend to the great forgotten last city and confront the evil sorceress, ending her reign of terror and rebuilding the once glorious city. After hours of searching, they discovered a winding trail that descended into the chasm, leading towards a hidden gateway. But as they approached, they saw that the gateway was guarded by dwarves, their faces grim and their axes gleaming. Chapter 11. The Mine to the Last City. As Toby and Susie approached the gates of the mine, they were met by 5 heavily armored dwarves, their faces stern and unyielding. The air was thick with the scent of coal and damp earth, and the flickering torchlight cast long, dancing shadows across the rough-hewn stone walls. Toby stepped forward, addressing the apparent leader, a dwarf with a grizzled beard, a stern gaze, and a name tag that read Frank Jones. "Greetings," Toby said, his voice clear and respectful, echoing slightly in the narrow space. "I am Toby James Jim Frank, King of Tiger City in the southern region near the Kurtzandatun Mountains. We seek passage through your mine. We must reach the last city to defeat the evil dark sorceress." The dwarves exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves in their guttural tongue. The sound was low and rumbling, like distant thunder. Finally, Captain Jones turned back to Toby, his eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him from head to toe.
"You claim you intend to end this evil curse upon the land?"
Captain Frank Jones asked, his voice gruff and laced with suspicion.
"And how do you propose to kill her and end her reign? There are things you don't simply walk into without knowing the stakes. She seeks to unleash a dark, ancient demon, one that ravaged this world in the old war. It was only defeated by a warrior, wielding the very armor you wear, and the sword at your side. Tell me, where did you acquire these artifacts? Your answer will determine whether you pass through this mine, and whether I guide you to the exit. Be warned," he added, his voice dropping to a near whisper. "There are worse things lurking here than just rock and ore."
Susie shifted nervously, her hand instinctively moving to the hilt of her sword. The weight of the captain's words hung heavy in the air, adding to the already oppressive atmosphere of the mine entrance. Toby met the captain's gaze, his voice unwavering, filled with conviction. Chapter 12. The Army of the Dwarf Lord. Toby and Susie, accompanied by half of Captain Frank Jones' dwarven army, ventured deep into the mine's labyrinthine tunnels. The rhythmic clang of pickaxes and the rumble of ore carts filled the air as they passed dwarves diligently working, their faces illuminated by the flickering glow of their helmet lamps. They paused to observe the passing army and the 2 unfamiliar figures leading the way before returning to their tasks. The captain led them toward the heart of the mine. The captain, led them toward the heart of the mine, to the throne of the king who had reigned beneath the mountain for generations, a ruler known for his wisdom and his unwavering dedication to his people. Captain Frank Jones stopped before a large cavern and addressed the crowd.
Hear ye, hear ye!
Captain Frank Jones boomed, his voice echoing through the cavern.
Those who do not know the ruler of these mines, the guardian of the path to the last city, rise and pay homage to King Torbeck Coldbelt Cornyar and his queen, Brulrin Gruden Cornyar.
A hush fell over the caverns, as all eyes turned toward the elevated throne where a regal dwarf with a long braided beard sat beside his queen. Captain Frank Jones gestured toward Toby.
Now, Toby, speak your request to our king.
Toby stepped forward, his voice resonating with authority.
King Torbeck Coldbelt Cornyar, you are a ruler of great renown, but I stand before you as one who has faced countless battles. This battle, however, requires more than my own strength. I need your help, and the strength of your entire army.
He paused, his gaze sweeping across the assembled dwarfs.
I need more than 10,000 soldiers. I must gather more allies to stand against the evil sorceress who threatens to engulf our world in darkness. She raises the dead to fight for her, seeking to control all and bring us to our knees. I will not allow that to happen. Will you join me? Will you help me end this war before it consumes us all?
Toby's words hung in the air. Chapter 13. The King Under the Mountain.
Following their audience with King Torbeck Coldbelt Cornyar and his queen, Brulrin Gruden Cornyar, Toby, Susie, and the 7,000 armored dwarven soldiers marched onward, their destination the next city on their path. They traveled for 2 long, arduous days, the landscape slowly shifting from the dark enclosed tunnels of the mine to the open expanse of the surface world. Finally, they reached their destination, but what greeted them was a scene of utter devastation. Half of the town lay in ruins, buildings reduced to rubble, and streets choked with debris. But what truly horrified Toby and Susie were the grotesque sights before them. Trees seemed to be growing out of the bodies of the fallen, their roots twisting and contorting through flesh and bone. Susie turned away, unable to bear the sight, a sob catching in her throat. Amidst the carnage, Toby spotted a note lying on the ground. It was written in a language that only he could decipher, a script he had learned from ancient texts. Knowing they needed privacy, Toby led the group to a more secluded area, away from any prying eyes. Once they were alone, nestled among the crumbling remains of a once grand building, he unfolded the note and began to read aloud.
Well. It has been too long, friend. Too long have you wandered the shadows of this earth. For years, I have tried to end your pitiful life. At the end of this fight, I will end you and your wife's lives. If you somehow survive this, I will reward you with your lives and your honor. Those who do not make it to the end will die a glorious death, and your own grave will be the end to your pathetic life. Sincerely, the evil sorceress.
A chill ran down Toby's spine as he finished reading. The sorceress was toying with them, reveling in their suffering. He shared the contents of the note with the others, the dwarfs murmuring amongst themselves, their faces grim, and their hands tightening around the hilts of their axes. Chapter 14. The Great Wall of Goldfort. 2 days had passed since Toby, Susie, and the 7,000 armored dwarven warriors began their march towards the Great Wall of Goldfort. This was once the proud dwarven city of Greyskull Keep, but now, under the sorceress' influence, the new dwarf king had renamed it Evil Town, a testament to her dominion. As they approached the city, Toby realized there were far more people within its walls than he had anticipated. He knew he had to confront the king to convince him to allow them passage to the last city. Only through Goldfort could they reach their final destination and end the sorceress' reign of terror. Although the sorceress sought to bolster her army with warriors, Toby knew that the dwarves, despite their strength, were not always the most discerning. With a determined stride, Toby, Susie, and the 7,000 soldiers followed him toward the king's main courtyard. The city was a grim reflection of its former glory, the once gleaming gold now tarnished and defaced. At the heart of the city stood a massive hall, and at the far end, upon a raised dais, sat the king. Toby was informed that he alone would be permitted to enter the hall. He took a deep breath, exchanged a reassuring glance with Susie, and stepped inside. The hall was dimly lit, the air heavy with a sense of oppression. As he approached the king, Toby bowed deeply, a gesture of respect despite his misgivings.
"Your Majesty,"
Toby began, his voice clear and strong.
"I am grateful for your hospitality, but there has been a misunderstanding. We are not here to threaten you. We are here to end the evil sorceress' curse upon this world. The future of this world hangs in the balance, and it is our intention to cleanse it of the dark magic and evil that she spreads across the countryside and beyond. Will you grant us passage through your city?"
After Toby finished speaking, the king remained silent for a long time. Chapter 15. Tower of Evil May. Toby, Susie, and their army marched beyond the city of Evil Town, leaving behind its oppressive atmosphere and tarnished streets. In the distance, they spotted a towering structure, a broken spire that pierced the sky. Half of its walls were shattered, as if struck by some immense force. As they drew closer, Toby noticed a sign lying on the ground. It read, "Evilmile Tower." Confused by the nonsensical name, he set the sign upright. The moment he did, the ground rumbled, and with a groan of metal, a massive gate materialized before them. It was ancient and rusted, seemingly beyond repair, yet it stood firm, barring their path. Beyond the gate, a long winding staircase stretched upwards, disappearing into the clouds. Toby scanned the area, his eyes searching for any clue as to what lay ahead. He spotted another sign, this one etched in the ancient language that only he could read. He stepped forward and began to decipher the inscription. "Here lie all those who fought in the great battle, their bodies interred in hallowed ground. Pay your respects to those who fought for your country and your city. Before you lie the stairs to the great wonders of the forgotten last city, which has been in ruins for over 100 years. Great warriors fought for the glory of the king who was slain that very day. We fought for your city, we died for your city, and we hope that you might stop the evil sorcerer. Yours sincerely, Captain James Maddox Diamondbow." As Toby finished reading, the ancient gate creaked open, revealing the stairs to the last city. The path was steep and treacherous, and as they began their ascent, the soldiers grew wary.
"Let's stop here for the night,"
Toby announced, his voice echoing across the mountainside.
"We need to rest before the final confrontation."
They made camp, the flickering flames of their fire casting long shadows against the ancient stonework. As they rested, they prepared themselves for the final end of this evil. Chapter 16. A Means to an End. As Toby, Susie, and their army slept, a tremor shook the ground, jolting them awake. A massive figure descended the staircase, each step causing the stone to tremble. It was a giant, a storm giant, wielding a club the size of a small tree. Before anyone could react, the giant swung its club, smashing the ground where they had been sleeping and driving them back down the staircase. But the storm giant was not alone. A cloud giant, armed with a greatsword, descended behind him. Toby, his sleep-addled mind now fully alert, roared with anger. How dare these creatures disturb their rest? He drew his sword and charged, slashing and hacking at the giants. Toby soon realized that these two giants were not alone. More giants were descending the staircase, each one larger and more fearsome than the last. A fierce battle erupted on the mountainside as the army fought to hold their ground and prevent the giants from overwhelming them. One by one, the giants fell, each one succumbing to the combined might of Toby, Susie, and the dwarven army. In total, they defeated 15 giants, each one seemingly representing a different element. With the giants vanquished, they returned to their camp, exhausted but victorious.
"That was unpleasant,"
Susie said, wiping sweat from her brow.
"Indeed," Toby replied, sheathing his sword, "but we cannot afford to let our guard down."
They knew that the sorceress would not make it easy for them to reach the last city. They needed to be vigilant, to be prepared for any challenge that lay ahead. As the others settled back to sleep, one of the dwarves volunteered to keep watch, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings and his axe at the ready. The stairs to the last city remained shrouded in darkness, but they knew that their journey was far from over. Chapter 17. The Stairs to the Ruined Last City. After a restless night, haunted by the memory of the giant attack, Toby, Susie, and the armored dwarves resumed their ascent up the seemingly endless staircase. It was the steepest climb they had ever faced, rivaling the height of the mountains surrounding the former kingdom of Ediac, the city closest to the last city. As they continued their arduous journey, they reached a massive wall, beyond which lay another set of stairs, but these were different from the ones they had been climbing. These stairs were lined with gravestones, each one marking the final resting place of a warrior who had fought in the great and legendary war for the last city. For over 80 years, the tales of this war had been sung throughout the land, but not all were songs of glory. Many were mournful ballads, lamenting the loss of sons, fathers, and brothers. Toby, Susie, and the dwarven army stood in respectful silence, honoring the fallen ones. Suddenly, the silence was shattered. A hawk warrior, a creature with the head and wings of a hawk and the body of a man, swooped down from the sky, brandishing a spear. 5 more hawk warriors followed, along with a centaur, armed with a spear and a sword. These 6 magical creatures attacked without warning, their spears flashing in the sunlight. The dwarfs, caught off guard, quickly formed a defensive line, their shields raised and axes at the ready. Toby and Susie joined the fray, their swords clashing against spears and hoofs pounding against the stone. The battle was fierce, but the dwarfs were seasoned warriors, and Toby and Susie were skilled fighters. One by one, the magical creatures fell, their bodies crashing to the ground. After the last creature had been slain, Toby surveyed the battlefield, his face grim.
"This must be the work of the evil sorceress,"
he said, his voice low.
"She is corrupting these creatures, turning them into weapons of war."
Chapter 18. The Gatekeeper. Toby, Susie, and the armored dwarven army finally reached the gates of the ruined last city. Standing guard before the massive doors was a colossal stone warrior, the Gatekeeper, its features weathered by time and stained with the grime of ages. This ancient guardian had long protected the city, but now it was clear that the Gatekeeper had fallen under the sway of dark magic.
"That's him,"
Susie said, her voice hushed with awe and apprehension.
"The gatekeeper. I've heard stories about him, but I never thought I'd see him."
Toby nodded grimly. He's been corrupted. We need to break the spell. According to legend, only one person knew how to undo the enchantment that held the gatekeeper in thrall, but the spell was said to be incredibly potent. Toby pulled out the ancient book he had acquired from the wizard in the tower and began to frantically search through its pages. Finally, he found the section he was looking for. Here it is, he said, his voice trembling slightly. A spell to break dark enchantments. He took a deep breath and began to read aloud, his voice echoing in the stillness. Awake from the evil within you. Show us the light of your true nature. You are the gatekeeper of the last city, sworn to protect it from all harm. Help us end this war. I command you to break free from this curse. As the last word left his lips, the stone warrior stirred. Its eyes, once dull and lifeless, began to glow with an eerie green light. The ground shook as the gatekeeper slowly stood to its full height, towering over Toby and the others. The gatekeeper's voice, deep and resonant, boomed across the courtyard. Are you the chosen one? The one with the wisdom to destroy the evil that has befallen this city? Toby stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. I believe I am. Then speak the password, the gatekeeper said. Chapter 19. The Way to the Lord. Minutes stretched into an eternity as Toby wrestled with the password, the weight of the world pressing down on him. Finally, he stood tall, his eyes fixed on the towering gatekeeper. I have it, he announced, his voice ringing with newfound confidence. Love is lost, for I am heavy-hearted, but I am strong-willed, and those who enter here have no reason to fear, for they will either triumph or die with honor. With this, I vow to end the evil that the sorceress has unleashed upon this land. As the final words left Toby's lips, the gatekeeper stirred. With a grinding of stone, the massive doors to the last city began to swing open, revealing the path that lay ahead. This was where the Great War would begin, where they would face not only magical creatures, but also demons and the undead warriors of the last city's past. Toby, Susie, and the 7,000 armored dwarven soldiers stepped through the gates, their weapons at the ready. As they entered the city, Toby was struck by a sight that defied all expectations. The buildings, towers, and outer walls were not in ruins, as he had been led to believe. They were in perfect condition, as if no war had ever touched this place.
"What is this?"
Susie whispered, her voice filled with disbelief.
"I thought the city was destroyed."
Toby frowned, his mind racing. Had he been deceived? Had the wizard lied to him? Or was something more sinister at play? He glanced up at the tower where they had fought the giants, but it too was whole, its shattered walls miraculously restored. The sorceress, Toby murmured, his voice barely audible. She must have cast a powerful illusion over the city, making it appear as if it were untouched by war. He realized then that the evil sorceress was even more powerful than he had imagined. The road ahead would be far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Chapter 20. The Great Fight Begins for the Last City. As Toby, Susie, and the armored dwarven army stood ready, Toby recalled a desperate measure he had taken before entering the city. He had penned a letter, affixing it with his royal seal, which read, To whomever knows me, I am Toby James Jim Frank, King of Tiger City. If my son, Valen Kyle Tiger Frank, receives this, tell him to come and fight. Help us on this day, the end of the curse that the evil sorceress has cast upon this great city, the last city. Please come and help end this evil. He had entrusted the letter to a loyal eagle, hoping it would reach its intended recipient. Now, 2 days later, as doubt began to creep in, Toby spotted a massive army approaching in the distance, marching up the very stairs that he and Susie had climbed. As they drew closer, Toby and Susie recognized a familiar figure at the head of the approaching force. It was Valen Kyle Tiger Frank, Toby's son, leading an army of elves. 5,000 strong, these armored elves wielded bows and swords, their faces grim with determination. Valen himself wore an ancient legendary suit of armor, and at his side hung a sword he had forged himself with the help of Radial Fran Neowen, the captain of the elven city of Hoglight. When they reached the entrance to the last city, Valen embraced his father. "Father," he said, his voice filled with relief, "I received your message. We are here to fight."
"Thank you, son," Toby replied, his heart swelling with pride. "Together we will end this evil."
With renewed hope, Toby, Susie, the 7,000 armored dwarves, and the 5,000 elven warriors marched through the doorway, ready to confront the evil sorceress and break her curse upon the world. They emerged into a vast courtyard, where the evil sorceress and her army awaited them. Before them stood a terrifying array. As Toby finished speaking, Alicia's eyes blazed with fury.
"Kill them all!"
she shrieked, her voice echoing across the courtyard. At her command, the sorceress' army surged forward, a tide of demons, undead warriors, and corrupted creatures crashing against the combined forces of elves and dwarves. The air filled with the clash of steel, the roar of battle, and the screams of the dying. Valen, with a fierce battle cry, led the elven charge, his legendary sword a blur as he cut down any enemy that dared to stand in his path. The elven archers unleashed a volley of arrows, raining death upon the sorceress' ranks. The dwarves, with their axes and hammers, formed an unbreakable wall, cleaving through the demonic horde with brutal efficiency. But the evil sorceress was not idle. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed a torrent of dark magic. Bolts of black energy arced through the air, incinerating soldiers and turning stone to dust. A wave of necromantic power washed over the battlefield, raising the fallen warriors of both sides as undead puppets, forced to fight against their former allies. Toby and Susie fought side by side, their swords glowing with holy light. Toby parried a blow from a hulking demon, then retaliated with a swift strike that severed the creature's arm. Susie unleashed a blast of pure energy, vaporizing a group of approaching undead. The evil sorceress, hovering above the battlefield, focused her gaze on Toby. With a guttural incantation, she summoned a swirling vortex of dark energy, aiming it directly at the king of Tiger City. Toby braced himself, knowing that this could be the end, but just as the vortex was about to engulf him, Susie leapt in front, deflecting the blast with a shimmering shield of light.
"Toby, be careful!"
she cried, her voice strained.
"She's stronger than we thought."
The battle raged on, a chaotic maelstrom of steel and magic. The fate of the last city, and perhaps the world, hung in the balance. Alicia, enraged by Susie's intervention, unleashed another barrage of spells. A wall of fire erupted, separating the elven and dwarven forces. A swarm of shadowy creatures descended from the sky, tearing at the warriors with razor-sharp claws. Valen, seeing his father and Susie in danger, fought his way through. Chapter 21. The End is Near. As Alicia screamed, "Kill them all hell broke loose within the last city. Her army, a grotesque assembly of demons, monsters summoned from the 9 hells, and other unholy abominations, charged towards Toby, Susie, Valen, and their combined force of 15,000 armored dwarves and elven warriors. Half of Toby's army engaged the 5 immense demons summoned by Alicia, while the rest clashed with chain devils, ice devils, and a drow mage. Overseeing the carnage was a young red shadow dragon, small compared to Alicia's most formidable weapon, the ancient blue dragon, Ermointh the Dark One, who had laid waste to countless lands and now sought to become the overlord of this world. Toby, Valen, Susie, and their army fought with unwavering determination, knowing that the fate of the world rested on their shoulders. The warriors fought valiantly, but many fell, their lives sacrificed in the desperate struggle against the evil sorceress. As Toby felled the last Drow Mage, Valen vanquished the last Chain Devil, and Susie obliterated the last Ice Devil. Only 2 captains remained standing amidst the carnage, but their greatest challenge still lay ahead. Ermointh, the ancient blue dragon, addressed them with a chillingly calm voice.
You have proven to be more formidable adversaries than I anticipated. Before we continue, I will grant you the courtesy of burying your dead. Even a dragon respects the traditions of war.
Toby, his face grim but resolute, nodded.
We accept your offer, but know this, dragon. After we have honored our fallen, I am coming for you, and for the one who killed my great-grandfather in that very battle all those years ago.
The armies began to gather their dead, carrying them to the graveyard near a gnarled tree, where countless tombstones marked the final resting places of fallen warriors. Toby approached the statue that had been neglected for ages, its surface covered in grime. He wiped away the dirt with his coat, revealing the inscription. As Toby was looking at his grandfather, Susie began to come over, and their son and the 2 captains looked at the statue.
Here lies the former great King Halto James Jim Frank Tiger Lord, a loving husband, a great leader, and a great warrior. Pay respect to this fallen king and warrior.
As Toby finished reading the inscription, Susie placed a comforting hand on his shoulder.
"He will be proud of you, Toby," she said softly. "You're carrying on his legacy."
Valen stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination.
"We all are, Father. We will avenge him, and we will defeat this evil."
Toby nodded, his gaze hardening.
Ermointh,
he called out, his voice echoing across the graveyard.
We have honored our dead. Now it's time to settle this.
A deafening roar shook the ground as Ermointh descended from the sky, his massive wings casting an ominous shadow over the graveyard. The ancient blue dragon landed with a thunderous impact, scattering tombstones and sending tremors through the earth.
So eager to meet your doom, little king,
Ermointh boomed, his voice laced with arrogance.
Very well. Prepare to face the wrath of Ermointh the Dark One.
The dragon unleashed a torrent of icy breath, freezing the ground and encasing the fallen warriors in shimmering tombs of ice. Toby, Susie, Valen, and the remaining captains stood defiant, their weapons raised, ready to face the ultimate test. The final battle for the last city, and for the fate of the world, was about to begin. Chapter 22. Victory comes, the spoils and glory. After paying their respects to the statue of King Halto James King Frank Tigerlord, Toby, Susie, Valen, and the 2 captains turned to face their formidable foe, the massive ancient blue dragon, Ermointh the Dark One. The dragon, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, addressed them with a chillingly calm voice.
Are you ready to die? I will bring destruction upon this world. I will burn your cities and lands, and I will summon my brethren from the 9 hells. Do you see that magical doorway? Through it, my master, Alicia Wolfmoon, will unleash them upon this world and end you all. But first, I shall do the deed myself. Now, die!
After Ermointh, the Dark One, uttered those words, Toby, Susie, Valen, and the 2 captains prepared for battle. The first was Nora Thorntass, the captain of the elves, a close friend and ally of Captain James Maddox Diamondbow, who had fought alongside him in the previous great battle for the last city. The second was Doma Duran, the dwarf captain who had been with Toby and Susie since their journey began in the mines of Mount Kersandanton. Toby's son, Balin, had grown into a strong and capable warrior under the care of the elves. Together, they stood ready to face the great dragon on his terms. The battle began with Ermonth attempting to strike down Susie, but Toby intervened, raising his shield to deflect the dragon's deadly bite. The force of the blow was so immense that it staggered the dragon, causing him to stumble to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Toby drew his sword, the blade gleaming in the fading light, and slashed through the dragon's leg. With a final desperate thrust, he plunged the sword into the dragon's heart. With a deafening roar, Ermointh the Dark One collapsed onto the ground near the edge of the last city, his reign of terror brought to an end. Chapter 23. A Sorceress's Evil is Her Downfall. Having vanquished the dragon and the last of Alicia Wolfmoon's minions, Toby, Susie, Valen, Nora Thornthast, and Doma Duran pressed on, determined to find the evil sorceress. Suddenly, a cry of pain pierced the air. Doma collapsed, an arrow protruding from his heart. Blood blossomed around the wound, staining his armor crimson. Toby's head snapped up, his eyes scanning the surroundings for the attacker. The arrow had come from a darkened room at the end of the hall, its entrance framed by a massive door. Above the door, an inscription was etched into the stone: the main hallway. With a shared glance of apprehension, they cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Before them, a swirling vortex of dark energy crackled and pulsed, a magical doorway to the Nine Hells. It was clear that Alicia intended to unleash demonic hordes upon the world. As they cautiously approached the doorway, a figure emerged from the shadows. Alicia Wolfmoon stepped into the light, her eyes burning with malevolent glee.
"Well, well,"
she sneered, her voice dripping with venomous satisfaction.
"You've actually made it this far. I must admit, I'm almost impressed. But your journey ends here. I will kill you all and claim this world as my own. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Prepare to die."
As the words "die now" escaped her lips, Toby raised his sword, its blade shimmering with holy light. With a mighty roar, he swung the weapon, striking the dark magic doorway with all his strength. The doorway shattered into 1,000,000 pieces, its power imploding in a blinding flash of light. The vortex of dark energy dissipated, its threat extinguished. Chapter 24. The magical spell ends. As the powerful dark magic doorway to the Nine Hells completely collapsed, a shockwave of energy erupted, knocking everyone unconscious. When the dust settled, Alicia Wolfmoon had vanished, leaving no trace of her presence. 2 hours had passed since the massive explosion that had destroyed the doorway. Slowly, the group began to stir, regaining consciousness. They looked around the room, surveying the damage. The chamber was empty, save for one peculiar detail that caught Toby's attention. On one of the walls, Toby noticed a series of strange markings. It appeared that Alicia Wolfmoon had cast some sort of spell on the room. As Toby reached out and touched the markings, they began to glow, and a surge of energy coursed through the chamber. Suddenly, Duvret Bonefall, who had been standing nearby, fell under the spell's influence. His eyes glazed over, and he turned and left the room, seemingly compelled to return to Tiger City and begin rebuilding it. Now, only Toby, Susie, and Valen remained in the chamber. They turned their attention to the remnants of the magical doorway that had served as a crypt to the Nine Hells, a place where unimaginable evil resided. Toby raised his sword high above his head and swung it with all his might. The blade struck the pillars of the doorway, and cracks began to spiderweb across their surfaces. Chapter 25. A Magical Curse. It's the Sorceress's End. As the pillars supporting the magical doorway to the Nine Hells groaned and splintered, a faint whisper slithered through the chamber, barely audible above the crackling energy.
Go back, before it's too late.
Toby, Susie, and Valen exchanged wary glances, their faces etched with confusion. The disembodied voice seemed to hang in the air, a chilling warning that sent shivers down their spines. Then, with a final earth-shattering groan, the magical doorway disintegrated into dust, leaving behind nothing but a seemingly ordinary wooden door. Toby, ever cautious, approached the door, his curiosity warring with his apprehension. He poked it tentatively with his sword, but nothing happened. Hesitantly, he reached out and grasped the handle, pulling the door open to reveal yet another hallway stretching into the darkness. A wave of unease washed over the group, a palpable sense of dread that settled heavy in their chests.
"This has to be Alicia Wolfmoon's dark magic,"
Susie murmured, her voice trembling with apprehension.
"She's messing with our heads, trying to break us."
Toby nodded grimly, his brow furrowed with concern.
I hope this subsides soon, before we all succumb to madness.
Unbeknownst to them, the curse that had plagued the city for so long was beginning to weaken, its grip on the last city loosening. For centuries, Alicia Wolfmoon had toiled tirelessly to plunge the city back into the darkness of its ancient past, a time even before the great legendary war for the last city had begun. But now, with the doorway to the Nine Hells destroyed, her power was waning. As the magical curse faltered, the city itself began to revert to its original state, crumbling and decaying as it was meant to be. Chapter 26. The Sorceress's End. As the last city began to crumble and sink into the earth, Toby turned to Susie and the others, his voice filled with urgency.
Get out of this place,
he commanded,
before it's too late, before the city crumbles into the deep abyss. Susie, Valen, you must leave. Only I can face the evil sorceress, Alicia Wolfmoon, who has taken control of my grandfather's city. I must take it back before it falls into the depths of the underground.
Susie hesitated, her eyes filled with concern.
"Toby, I can't leave you. We'll face her together."
No,
Toby insisted, his voice firm.
This is my battle. I need you to protect the others, to make sure they escape safely. Please, trust me.
With a heavy heart, Susie nodded.
"Be careful, Toby, and come back to us."
Valen placed a hand on his father's shoulder.
"We're counting on you, father. End this evil."
After Susie and Valen departed, Toby steeled himself, preparing to control Alicia and end her reign of terror. He walked into a dark hallway, the only light emanating from flickering torches that cast eerie shadows on the stone walls. In the distance, he saw a shadowy figure lurking at the end of the corridor. Toby drew his sword and raised his shield, his senses on high alert. He advanced cautiously, ready for any attack from Alicia. Suddenly, the figure darted away, leading Toby deeper into the labyrinthine city. Frustration gnawed at Toby as he pursued the elusive figure. Finally, he stopped to catch his breath, his muscles aching. He sat down on a stone stool, his sword resting at his side, his eyes scanning the darkness, waiting for Alicia to reveal herself. Chapter 27. The door to the entrance of the last city, a falling fortress. As Toby rose from his brief respite, a tremor ran through the city, a deep groan that reverberated through the very stones beneath his feet. It was a stark reminder that the last city was sinking further into the abyss, its fate sealed. He quickly steadied himself and began to walk towards a door in the distance, a familiar portal that resembled the one they had entered at the start of their perilous journey. As he approached, An inscription etched into the wall near the door caught his eye. The words, carved in a jagged, menacing script, sent a chill down his spine.
You have arrived at your doom, Toby. Now face the end of your life. Come forth and enter, if you dare. Alicia Wolfmoon, the new ruler of this world, awaits. Embrace your fate or die. Live with it or fall. Come to your end now, Toby. Fight me.
A wave of determination washed over Toby, steeling his resolve for the greatest challenge of his life. He drew the sword he had carried on his back from its sheath, the polished steel gleaming in the dim light. Then he retrieved a large bag containing a suit of armor, a gift from a long-forgotten benefactor. As he began to don the armor, a surge of power coursed through Toby's veins, a sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced. The metal plates seemed to melt to his skin, granting him newfound strength and unwavering determination. With a deep breath, he reached out and grasped the handle of the door, ready to face whatever lay beyond. Chapter 28. The End of It All. Toby pushed open the door, his heart pounding in his chest. There she stood, the architect of chaos and destruction, the one who had brought so much suffering to this world and to the city that held so many cherished memories. The evil sorceress, Alicia Wolfmoon. He faced her, his voice a mixture of anger and sorrow.
"Why did you do this, Alicia?"
he asked, his eyes searching hers for any flicker of remorse.
"Why bring all this evil to a world teeming with life? We are proud people who would like nothing more than to see you brought to justice. But none of those brave warriors had the strength to do what needed to be done. But I do. I have faced far worse than some pathetic evil beings who lay waste to this land and everything I hold dear. Is that all you have? Do you have nothing else up your sleeve?"
Alicia smirked, her eyes glinting with malice. She took a few steps closer, then stopped, her posture radiating arrogance.
I do what I want, when I want.
She retorted, her voice dripping with disdain.
And you think I did nothing? You'll soon find out just how much I am capable of. Now, let's end this charade.
With a swift, fluid motion, Alicia drew her sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light. Toby mirrored her action, his own blade singing as it left its scabbard. The two warriors clashed, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks that illuminated the chamber. The fate of the world hung in the balance with each strike and parry, each block and thrust. The battle raged on, a whirlwind of steel and magic, a dance of death that echoed through the collapsing city. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached a standstill, their swords locked together, the force of their struggle straining their muscles to their breaking point. Then, fueled by a surge of adrenaline and years of pent-up pain and loss, Toby ducked beneath Alicia's guard and thrust his broken sword into her heart. He continued to stab her again and again, fueled by years of pain and loss, until Alicia's body went limp. Chapter 29. The Last City is Falling. Toby raced down the crumbling stairs of the last city, his boots pounding against the stone. His heart hammered against his ribs, a frantic drumbeat urging him onward. He reached the bridge nearest to the city and skidded to a halt, his breath catching in his throat. Before him, the once great metropolis was crumbling and collapsing into nothingness, a spectacle of destruction that filled him with both awe and sorrow. The mountain itself seemed to groan in protest as it too succumbed to the forces of gravity, plummeting into the abyss. His mind raced, desperately searching for Susie and Valen.
"Susie! Valen!"
he shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation, cutting through the roar of the collapsing city. He knew he had to find them, to ensure their safety before it was too late. With a heavy heart, He began the long trek back towards his kingdom, Tiger City. He knew the journey would be fraught with peril, but he was driven by the hope of returning home and bringing peace to his people, who were anxiously awaiting news of the sorceress's demise. As he walked, he heard voices in the distance, faint but unmistakable. He quickened his pace, his hope rising with each step. He saw 2 figures standing near a cave and hurried towards them, his heart soaring with relief. As he drew closer, he recognized Susie and Valen. Relief washed over him in a warm wave, but it was quickly replaced by concern as he saw the worry etched on their faces.
Toby, dear, please tell me you're alright,
Susie said, her voice trembling with anxiety.
Did you kill her? Is it all over? Can we finally go home?
Valen stepped forward, his eyes filled with anticipation.
Father, has it been done? Have you ended her reign over this world? Have you lifted this curse from the land?
Toby placed a reassuring hand on each of their shoulders, offering them a tired but genuine smile. Chapter 30. Welcome back to Tiger City. As they arrived at the imposing fortress of Tiger City, they were greeted by a scene of bustling activity. The city was alive with the sounds of hammers and saws, as its citizens worked tirelessly to restore it to its former glory. Toby, Susie, and Valen made their way towards the Grand Hall, the main building of Tiger City, their footsteps echoing on the cobblestone streets. They found a lone worker outside, diligently repairing a section of the wall. He called out for more help, eager to finish his task so he could return home to his family for dinner. As they reached the main area of the city, a messenger, clad in the royal colors, approached Toby, bowing respectfully.
Your Majesty,
he said, his voice urgent,
you have been invited to the kingdom of Cartercaster for a royal banquet to discuss a matter of grave importance. Intelligence reports that an army is approaching your city, my king. You must attend and learn more about this threat.
Toby listened intently to the messenger's words, his brow furrowed with concern. He turned to his wife and son, his voice filled with resolve.
This is dire news. This enemy has challenged my kingdom, seeking to claim my crown. I fear I must step down from the throne, and a new king will be crowned for this mighty city. A leader who can rally our defenses and inspire our people. We must prepare to fight for our lives and for the survival of our city.
Valen stepped forward, his eyes shining with determination.
I will ride for the elven city of Hawklight,
he declared, his voice ringing with conviction.
I will bring an army with me to defend your kingdom, father. You will not face this threat alone.
And with that, Valen mounted a horse and rode off towards the elven city of Hawklight, his heart filled with a sense of duty and unwavering loyalty. Chapter 31. Reclaim a Homeland. As Valen rode towards the elven city of Hawklight, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Upon arriving, he discovered a heated argument erupting between the king and queen of Hawklight. Despite his close relationship with them, Valen decided to investigate the situation and attempt to mediate their dispute. As Valen approached the base of the towering tree that housed the royal throne, the king and queen noticed him and called down, their voices echoing through the city.
You there! Come up here and speak to us!
Valen ascended the winding stairs, his eyes scanning the scene before him. He noticed 2 unfamiliar guards standing beside the king and queen, their armor adorned with strange symbols he hadn't seen in a long time.
Who the hell are you 2?
Valen demanded, his voice laced with suspicion.
Explain yourselves. What are those symbols on your armor? I haven't seen them in ages. Tell me who you are and where the real king and queen are.
The 4 figures exchanged glances before one of them stepped forward, a sinister grin spreading across his face.
We are here to overthrow this pathetic city,
he sneered.
These elves are weak and powerless. Half their warriors are in chains and shackles, thanks to their so-called king and queen, who claim that death is coming.
Valen's confusion deepened.
If you are here to overthrow this city, You'll have to go through me first," he declared, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword. "So go on then. Bring it on, scum, if you have the balls to." The 4 guards exchanged knowing looks before leaping from the tree platform, landing with a thud on the ground below. To Valen's surprise, they were joined by a massive army, their ranks stretching as far as the eye could see.
"Come down here and face us all if you dare,"
they taunted. Valen retreated to his room, his mind racing. He opened an ancient armor stand. Chapter 33. A Lord's Welcome to Ifalun. As Valen and the Hoglite army, led by King Raylong Thaylor Hoglite, marched towards Tiger City, Raylong turned to Valen, a thoughtful expression etched on his face.
"Forgive my lapse in manners, Prince Valen,"
he said, his voice laced with sincerity.
"I realize I never properly introduced myself. I am Raylong Thaylor Hoglite, King of Hoglite, and a longtime friend of your father's. We fought side by side in many battles."
He paused, then continued.
"There is a place I believe we must visit before we reach Tiger City. I need to seek out the great Lord Omero Inberos of Ifalum. He commands the largest, most disciplined army in the land, a force of 19,000 highly trained, heavily armored warriors. Valen, would you agree to detour there before heading to Tiger City? His assistance could be invaluable in the coming conflict."
Valen considered the request, his mind weighing the urgency of the situation against the potential benefits.
"We cannot afford to delay too long, King Raylong,"
he replied, his voice firm, reflecting his unwavering commitment to his father and his kingdom.
"A massive army is marching towards my father's kingdom, and I must reach him as quickly as possible. However, if this Lord Omero can provide significant aid, a force that could turn the tide of battle, I will agree to the detour. But know this, King Raylong, if there is any deception, if I find that this is a waste of precious time, I will proceed to Tiger City without your army, and you will have to explain your actions to my father."
Raylong nodded in agreement, his expression sincere and reassuring.
"I understand your concerns, Valen. I assure you, my intentions are honorable. My wife, Queen Rothelin, and my children, Prince Iwen Lucan Hoglite and Princess Sindra Yaren Hoglite, are counting on us to help."
Chapter 34. A Wizard's Trap. As Valen and his 49,000 armored elven warriors marched away from the city of Cartharcarster, a lone figure materialized in the distance, seemingly out of thin air. The man, cloaked and weathered, his face obscured by shadows, raised his staff high above his head. With a guttural cry, he slammed the staff against the ground. The earth trembled violently beneath their feet, and before them an army of towering stone giants erupted from the ground, their eyes glowing with an eerie, malevolent light. The man spoke, his voice amplified by some unseen magic, echoing across the battlefield like the rumble of thunder.
"You cannot interfere in my master's grand design. You are but pawns in a game far beyond your comprehension. I am the harbinger of your father's demise, and his reign in this world is coming to a swift and brutal end. What will you do about it, you little whelp? Your foolish father should have left the last city in peace, allowed my queen to rule as she saw fit. But now he will pay the ultimate price for what he did to her. I am the husband of the evil sorceress, the one you call Alicia Wolfmoon. She was my everything, my reason for being. Now that she is gone, thanks to your meddling father, I will make his whole family suffer tenfold, starting with you, Valen Kyle Tiger Frank. You are Toby's heir, his successor to the throne of Tiger City. So tell me, boy, what are you going to do about this army standing before you? Can you even hope to defeat them?"
Valen surveyed the stone giants, their immense size and raw power, a daunting spectacle that could crush the spirit of lesser men. But Valen was not a lesser man. He turned to his army of 49,000 armored elven warriors, his voice ringing with unwavering determination, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Chapter 35. The War for Tiger City has begun. As Valen and his 49,000 armored elven warriors finally reached the gates of Tiger City, a wave of relief washed over him, quickly replaced by a surge of adrenaline. He barked out orders, his voice sharp and commanding, directing his troops to take up defensive positions along the city walls. Time was of the essence. He then rushed to find his father, Toby, his heart pounding with a sense of urgency that threatened to overwhelm him.
"Father, what is the situation here?"
Valen asked, his voice strained with anxiety.
"Have you managed to gather more warriors? We must defend this kingdom against what is coming. I've learned that the enemy is assembling the largest army ever seen, numbering close to 200,000 strong, and they are marching here with the intent to kill everyone. I also heard their master is someone you knew. Is this true? Tell me everything."
Toby placed a reassuring hand on Valen's shoulder, his eyes betraying a hint of weariness beneath his stoic facade.
"Yes, son. I have gathered forces far exceeding 200,000. It seems an army of that size should have brought more men. Come, look behind the wall, Valen. How many do you think we have at our disposal? I thought this would be fun and good to kill all of them. You say someone is leading them, their master. Yes, I know him. He was an old friend, a comrade of the great warrior Captain Maddox Diamondbow. He was affected when the magical doorway was destroyed, corrupted by an evil that latched onto him in the chaos. We must stop him, Valen, even if it means—" He trailed off, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. "It is not my intent to kill a friend, but if he is trying to overthrow me, to destroy everything we have built, then let him try." As Toby spoke, Valen followed his father outside, towards the city walls. He gazed beyond the fortifications, and was awestruck by the sight before. Chapter 36. The War for Tiger City. As the enemy army surged up the hill towards Tiger City, the lord of this army and their master rode to the front, his voice booming across the battlefield.
"Do you really think you can survive my great army, Toby?" he sneered. "It's time to end this stupid game. You are meddling with powers you cannot imagine. Now, my army, go and kill them all! End this so I can become king of this pathetic city! Kill them all!"
As Lord Nora Thornthus, the master of this army, and the corrupted one who had been tainted by the evil magic of the doorway to the 9 hells, uttered these words, the enemy army surged forward, charging towards the walls with ladders and battering rams. The defenders of Tiger City unleashed a storm of arrows upon the advancing enemy, felling countless soldiers before they could reach the walls. Toby, his face grim, turned to his commanders. "Half of you at the back, come with me. We must protect the gate and save my people before it's too late, before we are overrun. Are you with me?" He turned to Valen, his eyes filled with a mix of concern and determination. "Son, stay here and defend the wall. I have some personal business to deal with. I have to end this war before it even truly begins." As Toby turned to leave, Valen raised his sword high, his voice ringing out across the wall.
"Men, defend this wall with your lives, and with mine. Let us show these enemy warriors the true meaning of battle, shall we?"
Inspired by Valen's words, the defenders fought with unmatched ferocity, repelling wave after wave of enemy soldiers. Meanwhile, Nora Thornthus, driven by his insatiable lust for power, pressed the attack on the main gate. With a mighty roar, he raised his warhammer and smashed it against the gate, shattering it into splinters. As the gate collapsed, Toby and his elite elven guard charged into the breach. Chapter 37. The Loss of a Great Friend. As Toby, Valen, and the remaining soldiers of Tiger City stood amidst the carnage, surveying the battlefield littered with the broken bodies of their enemies, The last remnants of Nora Thornthus's army lay defeated, scattered like broken toys. Only Nora himself remained standing, a solitary figure amidst the devastation, his posture defiant, but his eyes betraying a deep well of pain and despair.
"Toby!"
Nora called out, his voice raw and strained, echoing across the blood-soaked field, carrying a desperate plea that tugged at Toby's heart.
"I challenge you to a final duel! Let us settle this once and for all! Decide who is the true king of Tiger City! Will you face me in a battle arena and let the best man win? Or will you hide behind your army like a coward?"
Toby hesitated for a moment, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of sorrow, regret, and grim resolve. He had hoped it wouldn't come to this, but he knew, deep down, that there was no other way.
"Yes, Nora, I will fight you,"
he replied, his voice resonating with a quiet authority that silenced the battlefield.
"But be warned, old friend, I am not so easily defeated. Remember, I am the grandson of the great warrior who ruled the last city when it was a beacon of hope, filled with brave warriors who would fight to their last breath to defend what they believed in. Follow me to the gladiatorial arena, which lies in the heart of this city. I will face you there, man to man. What do you say? Do you accept my terms?"
Nora nodded grimly, his hand tightening around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with tension. Without another word, he turned and followed Toby towards the massive structure that loomed in the distance, a silent testament to the city's history and its enduring spirit. As they entered the gates of the gladiatorial arena, a hush fell over the assembled crowd, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging heavy in the air. An announcer stepped forward. Chapter 38. A New King of Tiger City. A new day dawned for the people of Tiger City, chasing away the shadows of war and filling their hearts with a renewed sense of hope and anticipation. An announcement had been made by King Toby himself. He would be abdicating the throne, stepping down from his royal duties, and passing the crown to his son, Valen. The coronation ceremony was scheduled to begin at midday, and the entire city buzzed with excitement, a palpable energy that crackled in the air. Everyone was overjoyed for Valen, for he had proven himself to be a capable leader, a valiant warrior who had defended their city with unwavering courage and fiercely loyal to the kingdom he was about to inherit. He had already demonstrated his unwavering commitment to making Tiger City thrive once more, to ushering in a new era of prosperity and peace. As the coronation ceremony commenced, held in the grand plaza before the royal palace, Toby stepped forward, his voice resonating with emotion, echoing across the vast space.
"We are gathered here today, not to celebrate past glories, but to embrace a new beginning for our beloved kingdom, and to welcome a new king, a leader who will guide us into a brighter future. I have ruled this city for many years, and while my heart remains strong, my body has begun to tire. It is time for me to step down, to entrust this great city, this kingdom, and my royal responsibilities to my son, Valen Kyle Tiger Frank, who will be your new king. Please understand, this is not a decision I have taken lightly, but one born of love and a desire to be more of a father figure in his life, to offer him guidance and support as he embarks on this challenging journey. Will my son come forth?"
As Toby finished speaking, his voice filled with paternal pride, Valen approached the throne. His movements were very strong. As he sat in his new throne, everyone cheered. Chapter 39. A New Beginning for Tiger City. A new day began for Valen, the newly crowned king of Tiger City. A day filled with both promise and trepidation. However, the hard-won peace was short-lived. A palpable disturbance stirred just outside his throne room, a low hum of discontent that quickly escalated into a chorus of angry voices. A group of citizens, resistant to the sweeping changes Valen had proposed for the kingdom, had gathered to voice their grievances, their faces etched with frustration and resentment. This was it, the first significant challenge that the young king had to face, a trial by fire that would test his leadership and his resolve. Valen, accompanied by his father, Toby, whose presence offered a sense of reassurance and experience, made his way to the main courtyard, where the new laws were to be formally enacted. As they arrived at the court hall, the air thick with tension and simmering anger, Toby stepped forward, recognizing that his years of experience and his deep understanding of the people were needed to defuse the volatile situation. The people were accustomed to the old ways, steeped in tradition and resistant to change, and the transition to Valen's progressive new laws was proving to be far more difficult than anticipated. Toby raised his hands, silencing the murmurs of the restless crowd, his commanding presence immediately commanding attention.
"We are gathered here today to discuss my son's proposed new laws for this kingdom,"
he announced, his voice carrying an undeniable authority that resonated throughout the courtyard.
"These laws are not meant to oppress or punish, but to uplift and improve the lives of all citizens of Tiger City. However, if anyone has legitimate suggestions for changes, if you believe that a particular law is unjust or unfair, speak now and let your voice be heard. But I implore you, do so with respect and reason. All of you must understand that we cannot cling to the past. We must adapt to these changing times if we are to thrive. My son is striving to make this kingdom a better place for all of us, to create opportunities and ensure a more equitable society."
Chapter 40. An Old King Becomes a Lord. As the sun rose over the mountains, painting the sky with vibrant colors, a sense of peace settled over Tiger City. Valen awoke and stepped outside, where he found Toby strolling along a path near a pond that the builders had created in remembrance of his grandfather. Valen approached his father and addressed him with respect.
"Toby, my father, how fares this day? Everything is proceeding as planned, and they are rebuilding the statue in your honor. I have a question for you, father. Will you accept the position of my second in command, a lord to the king? I wish to learn more about what it takes to be a great king like you. Will you accept my request?"
Toby stopped and looked at his son, his eyes filled with pride.
"Of course. I will be a lord of Tiger City, and a great help to you in becoming the greatest king that ever lived. Even greater than me one day, my son. So yes, is the answer. I will help you become a greater king, and be there for you whenever you need my help."
As Toby, Valen, and Susie began to walk through the city, Valen noticed a beautiful woman walking towards the church.
"Who is that, father?"
he asked, his curiosity piqued.
Toby smiled knowingly. "That, my son, is Princess Sindra Yaren Hawklight, daughter of King Raylong Thaylor Hawklight and Queen Rothelyn Baden Hawklight of Hawklight. If you wish to introduce yourself, go ahead and welcome her to your kingdom, my son."
Encouraged by his father's words, Valen approached the woman and bowed before her, and the two figures accompanying her, the king and queen of Hawklight. Chapter 41. The End to a New Beginning. As another day dawned in Tiger City, a sense of peace settled over the land. However, beneath the surface, not all was as it seemed. Valen awoke to find Princess Sindra Yaren Hawklight in his bed. Startled, he sat up and questioned her presence.
"What are you doing in my bed, Sindra? How did you get in here? Is there something you need to tell me? What happened last night?"
Sindra sat up, her eyes filled with a mix of nervousness and affection.
"I am sorry for entering your chambers without permission, Valen. I couldn't sleep last night, so I asked my father, King Raylong Thaylor Hawklight, if I could come into your room and sleep with you. He said it was fine. I thought it would be alright. Can you forgive me?"
Valen, touched by her sincerity, reached out and gently embraced her.
"I am sorry for my abruptness, Sindra. You are the most beautiful person I have ever seen. I have a question for you. Would you stay with me forever? I have never felt this way before. Do you feel the same? Sindra smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy. Yes, Valen. I will stay with you. This is the first time I have ever felt this way about anyone. I love you very much. Valen's heart swelled with happiness. Will you marry me, Sindra, Yaren Hawklight? I love you deeply. As long as we are together, we will be a great couple. I want nothing more than to spend the rest of my life with you and have children someday to continue my kingdom's legacy, to honor my great-grandfather's name. Sindra's eyes filled with tears of joy. Chapter 42. A Peace to All Contents. As Valen and Lyre sat down at the table, her father, King Raylong Thaler Hawklight, and her mother, Queen Rofolin, exchanged knowing glances. Lyre turned to her parents, her eyes shining with happiness. I have some wonderful news, she announced, her voice filled with joy. Valen has asked me to marry him, and I have accepted. Do you both approve of this union? I have never felt this way before. Will you bless us with your permission? Toby, Susie, Raylong, and Rofolin beamed at the happy couple.
Yes, we all do, Raylong exclaimed, his voice filled with warmth. But before we proceed, there is an agreement that must be made between our two kingdoms. If anything should happen to either city, we will stand together as one great powerful kingdom. With all the resources we possess, we can create a truly wonderful nation, united as one. I have prepared documents that we must all sign, officially uniting our kingdoms. We will build a great wall around both cities and assemble the greatest army in the world to defend against any and all threats that may come our way. Will you all sign this agreement and make it so?
As he spoke, Raylong produced 4 sheets of parchment, each bearing the royal seal of Hawklight. One by one, Toby, Susie, Raylong, and Rofolin signed the documents, officially uniting the 2 great nations into one massive kingdom. The cities of Tiger City and Hawklight were now one, their destinies intertwined, ready to face whatever the future may hold. Prince Aywin Lucan Hawklight and Princess Sindra Yaren Hawklight smiled, knowing that this union would bring peace and prosperity to their people for generations to come. Chapter 42. A Peace to All Contents. As Valen and Lyre sat down at the table, her father, King Raylong Thaler Hawklight, and her mother, Queen Rofolin, exchanged knowing glances. Lyre turned to her parents, her eyes shining with happiness. I have some wonderful news, she announced, her voice filled with joy. Valen has asked me to marry him, and I have accepted. Do you both approve of this union? I have never felt this way before. Will you bless us with your permission? Toby, Susie, Raylong, and Rofolin beamed at the happy couple.
Yes, we all do,
Raylong exclaimed, his voice filled with warmth.
But before we proceed, there is an agreement that must be made between our two kingdoms. If anything should happen to either city, we will stand together as one great powerful kingdom. With all the resources we possess, we can create a truly wonderful nation, united as one. I have prepared documents that we must all sign, officially uniting our kingdoms. We will build a great wall around both cities and assemble the greatest army in the world to defend against any and all threats that may come our way. Will you all sign this agreement and make it so?
As he spoke, Raylong produced 4 sheets of parchment, each bearing the royal seal of Hawklight. One by one, Toby, Susie, Raylong, and Rofolin signed the documents, officially uniting the 2 great nations into one massive kingdom. The cities of Tiger City and Hawklight were now one, their destinies intertwined, ready to face whatever the future may hold. Prince Aywin Lucan Hawklight and Princess Sindra Yaren Hawklight smiled, knowing that this union would bring peace and prosperity to their people for generations to come. Chapter 43. A New Beginning. As the next day dawned, the united cities of Tiger City and Hawklight erupted in joyous celebration. Cheers echoed through the streets, and the sound of bells filled the air. Valen and Lyre now husband and wife, reveled in the happiness that surrounded them. It was the greatest feeling in the world. As the celebrations continued, a group consisting of Toby James Frank Jim, Susie Louise Jim, Valen Kyle Tiger Frank, Lyre Miarona Hawklight, King Raylong Thaylor Hawklight, and Queen Rofalin Bedan Hawklight journeyed towards the mountains of Kertsandatun. Their mission? To locate any remaining remnants of the once great, powerful, wonderful, and cursed Last City. After a thorough research, they gathered the final pieces and placed them in a secure location, ensuring that no one would ever stumble upon them again. As they looked out over the landscape, searching for any lingering traces of the Last City, Toby spoke, his voice filled with a mix of sadness and resolve.
"It is best to forget some cities, rather than dwell on the horrors that befell them. Let us remember the good times and the lessons we have learned."
Everyone agreed that it was best to leave the past behind and focus on the future. They would never forget the sacrifices made, but they would not let the darkness of the past overshadow the hope of the present. The entire country rejoiced at the end of the chaos and madness that had plagued their land for so long. All was well, and Valen and Lyre were blessed with a baby boy, whom they named Halto Toby Valen Tiger. Lyre became the beloved queen of Tiger City, and Toby and Susie embraced their roles as great-grandparents. The king and queen of Hawklight were overjoyed, and the entire family lived together in peace and harmony on their great continent. The Last City, though lost, would always be remembered as a testament to the strength and resilience of the human spirit. It served as a reminder that even in the face of darkness, hope can endure and new beginnings can flourish. Chapter 44. The Unveiling of a New Covenant. The year was 1789 ADC. The air in the Grand Assembly Hall of Veritas crackled with anticipation, thick with the scent of incense and the undercurrent of unease that had gripped the Luminary Order for months. Lady Aeliana Vesper, her face a mask of serene resolve that belied the turmoil within, stepped forward. Before her stood the Council of Elders, the leaders of the Luminary Order, their faces etched with a mixture of suspicion, cautious curiosity, and the grim wariness of war. The moment had arrived, the unveiling of the new covenant. For nearly a millennium since the divine convergence, the Luminary Order had clung to the celestial edicts, a set of ancient laws dictated by the long-vanished Celestials. These edicts had shaped their society, dictating every aspect of life from governance to magic. But now, with the encroaching shadow blight ravaging the eastern provinces, the war against the Carthar Doom hordes bleeding them dry, and whispers of forgotten technologies from the mythical Last City resurfacing in ancient texts, Aeliana believed the time had come to forge a new path, a covenant that embraced innovation while honoring the past. Aeliana unfurled the Lumina Codex, the artifact containing the tenets of the new covenant. The Codex was no mere book. It was a crystalline prism, each facet inscribed with shimmering glyphs that pulsed with celestial energy. As Aeliana began to speak, her voice resonated with unwavering conviction, amplified by the Codex itself, capturing the attention of all present.
"For too long," she declared, her voice echoing through the hall, "we have been bound by the rigid interpretations of the celestial edicts, clinging to traditions that stifle our growth and blind us to the dangers that surround us. While our brave soldiers bleed on the battlefields against the Carthar Doom, our scholars squabble over ancient texts, ignoring the whispers of forgotten knowledge that could turn the tide of this war." The murmurs in the hall grew louder as Aeliana paused, allowing her words to sink in. Then a voice, sharp and laced with disdain, cut through the air.
"Heresy!"
Elder Theron, the Order's most conservative voice and a staunch defender of the celestial edicts, rose from his seat, his face flushed with anger.
"This is nothing more than a thinly veiled attempt to abandon our sacred traditions. To embrace these forgotten technologies is to invite the very darkness we swore to fight."
Aeliana met his gaze, her own unwavering.
With all due respect, Elder Theron, clinging to the past while our people die is not piety, it is negligence. The celestial edicts were written for a different time, a time before the Shadow Blight, before the Carther Doom, before the whispers of the last city reached our ears. We must adapt, or we will be consumed.
Adaptation, you say? Theron scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Or is it ambition, Lady Aeliana? Are you seeking to usurp the power of the Celestials themselves, to rewrite the very fabric of our existence? Another voice, calmer but equally firm, spoke from the center of the council. It was Elder Lyra, known for her wisdom and measured judgment.
Theron, while I share your concerns, I believe we must at least consider Lady Aeliana's proposal. The war is not going well. The Carther Doom, fueled by dark magic and a thirst for conquest, are pushing us back on every front. We have lost entire cities, and the Shadow Blight continues to spread, poisoning our lands or twisting our people.
Lyra turned to Aeliana, her expression thoughtful.
But tell me, Lady Aeliana, what of the last city? The texts speak of it as a place of unimaginable power, but also of terrible dangers. Are we not risking unleashing something far worse than the Carther Doom?
Aeliana nodded, acknowledging the validity of Lyra's concerns.
The last city is a risk. I will not deny it. The texts speak of wonders beyond our comprehension, but also of guardians and traps designed to protect its secrets. But consider this. The Carther Doom are not merely a horde of barbarians. They wield dark magic, twisted and corrupted, but magic nonetheless. Where did they learn these arts? Perhaps from the very same source that the last city guards.
She paused, her voice softening, a hint of vulnerability creeping in.
My brother, Captain Valerius, led the vanguard against the Carther Doom at the Battle of Silverwood. He fought bravely, with honor, but he was overwhelmed by their dark sorcery. He was taken, corrupted by the Blight. Now he leads their armies, a shadow of the man he once was. I will not let his sacrifice be in vain. I will not stand by and watch as their Carther Doom consumes everything we hold dear.
Aeliana's voice rose with renewed conviction.
The last city may hold the key to defeating the Carther Doom, to curing the Blight, to saving my brother. We cannot afford to ignore it. The new covenant is not about abandoning our past, but about embracing our future, about forging a new path with the knowledge and power we can find, wherever it may lie.
Elder Theron remained unmoved, his face a mask of disapproval.
Sentimentality has no place in matters of state, Lady Aeliana. Your personal tragedy clouds your judgment. The last city is a myth, a siren's song leading us to our doom. I will not support this reckless endeavor.
And what is your solution, Elder Theron? Aeliana challenged, her voice sharp. To continue fighting a losing war with outdated tactics and dwindling resources? To watch as the Shadow Blight consumes our lands and our people? What do you propose we do, other than cling to the past and pray for a miracle that will never come?
The hall fell silent. Chapter 45. The Carther Doom's Shadow. The stench of burning flesh, festering wounds, and the cloying sweetness of corrupted magic clung to the air, a suffocating shroud that stretched for miles, emanating from the cursed city of Carther Doom. Oak Haven, once a thriving Luminary Order outpost, was now a charnel ground, a grotesque warning of what awaited those who dared to defy the Carther Doom's dominion. Amidst the carnage, Elara Meadowlight, a young Luminary scout whose name now felt like a cruel jest, moved through the devastation with grim determination. Every step crunched on bone or shattered stone, a macabre symphony that echoed the city's dark heartbeat. She wasn't just searching for survivors, she was hunting for answers, for some glimmer of understanding in the face of such overwhelming evil. Beside her, Kaelin Stonehand, a veteran whose face was a tapestry of scars etched by years of relentless war, gazed towards the horizon. Even from this distance, the silhouette of Carther Doom loomed, a jagged scar against the sky. Its gates, colossal structures of obsidian and bone, were said to be guarded by legions of blighted warriors and grotesque abominations. Beyond them lay a labyrinth of twisted streets and crumbling towers, a testament to the city's ancient corruption.
"Anything, Elara?"
Kylan's voice was a low growl, barely audible above the mournful wind that seemed to carry whispers of torment from Doom itself. Elara shook her head, her eyes wide with a horror that threatened to consume her. She clutched the fragment of blackened metal tighter, her knuckles white.
Only death, Kylan. So much death. I can feel it, pressing down on me, like the city itself is breathing malice.
Kylan grunted, his gaze fixed on the horizon.
Doom. I've fought near its borders, but I've never seen it this close. It's like a wound in the world, festering and growing.
He paused, his voice dropping to a near whisper.
I can feel it too, Elara. That wrongness. It makes my skin crawl.
Elara shivered, pulling her cloak tighter around her.
I don't like this, Kylan. We should leave, now. There's nothing here for us but...
As if to punctuate her fear, a figure emerged from the swirling shadows, his form swallowed by a tattered, hooded cloak. He moved with an unnatural gliding grace, his presence radiating an aura of bone-chilling cold that seemed to extinguish the very light around him.
You seek answers,
the figure rasped, his voice like the scraping of stone on stone.
Answers that the Luminary Order has long suppressed. The Doom are merely pawns in a larger game, puppets dancing to the tune of a power that slumbers beneath the ruins of Doom itself.
Kylan drew his sword, its starlight blade illuminating the stranger's face, or rather, the lack thereof. Where a face should have been, there was only a swirling vortex of shadow, a void that seems to suck the light from the air.
Who are you?
Kylan demanded, his voice strained but firm.
Show yourself! What do you know of Doom?
The figure tilted its head, a gesture that was both unsettling and unnervingly curious.
I am a seeker of truth, a guardian of forgotten lore. I know the secrets of Doom. Secrets that would shatter the foundations of your Order. Secrets that the Doom themselves fear.
Elara gasped, taking a step back.
He's not alive, is he? He's some kind of wraith?
Kaling ignored her, his eyes fixed on the shadowy figure.
What power lies beneath Doom? What game are you talking about?
The figure chuckled, a dry, rasping sound that sent shivers down Elara's spine.
Patience, Luminary. All will be revealed in time. But first, you must understand the truth about the Doom. They are not merely conquerors. They are excavators. They seek to unearth something buried deep beneath their city. Something that has been dormant for millennia.
Elara, despite her fear, found her curiosity piqued.
What is it? What are they trying to find?
The figure turned his shadowy gaze towards her, and Elara felt a cold dread wash over her.
A god,
he whispered, his voice barely audible.
A forgotten god of darkness and destruction. A god whose return would plunge the world into eternal night.
Kellen's grip tightened on his sword.
And you? What is your role in all this? Why are you telling us this?
The figure spread his hands, a gesture that seemed both innocent and menacing.
I am merely a guide, a shepherd leading lost sheep to the truth. I seek to prevent the resurrection of this dark god, but I cannot do it alone. I need your help, Luminary. You and your Order are the only ones with the power to stop the Doom, to prevent the awakening of this ancient evil.
He paused, his shadowy form flickering in the wind.
But be warned, the path ahead is fraught with peril. The Carthage will stop at nothing to achieve their goal, and the forces they serve are far more powerful than you can imagine. Are you willing to risk everything to save the world from eternal darkness?
Elara looked at Kylan, her face a mixture of fear and determination. The weight of the world seemed to rest on their shoulders.
What do we do, Kylan? Can we trust him? Can we trust anything in this cursed place?
Chapter 46. The Resurrection begins. The air in the forgotten catacombs hung thick and heavy, saturated with the cloying scent of decay and the metallic tang of old blood. Torches, haphazardly placed in sconces along the damp walls, flickered erratically, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed, twisting familiar shapes into monstrous parodies. Water trickled incessantly from the cavern's ceiling, each drop echoing through the vast space like a morbid heartbeat, a constant reminder of the damp, suffocating earth that pressed in from all sides. This was a place where the sun had never shone, a place where the veil between worlds seemed thin and frayed, a place where nightmares took root and blossomed in the darkness. In the heart of the catacombs, within a vast chamber carved from the living rock, the members of the Obsidian Circle gathered. They were a clandestine order, shrouded in secrecy and dedicated to the forbidden arts, their existence whispered only in hushed tones among those who delved too deep into the ancient lore. Tonight, their long-awaited goal was within reach, the resurrection of Sandar the Overlord and his consort Alicia Wolfmoon, the sorceress of unparalleled power. The chamber was dominated by a massive altar, crafted from obsidian as black as a starless night. Upon its surface lay two figures, preserved through dark magic and ancient rituals. Sandar, even in death, radiated an aura of brutal power, his features sharp and cruel, his hands clenched into fists of iron. Beside him lay Alicia, her beauty untouched by the ravages of time, her long dark hair cascading around her like a silken shroud. High Priest Vorlak, the leader of the Obsidian Circle, stood before the altar, his eyes burning with fanatical zeal. He was a gaunt figure, his skin stretched out over his bones, his voice raspy from years spent chanting forbidden incantations. He raised his hands, his fingers adorned with rings of black and silver, and began to chant in a language that predated civilization, a language of guttural sounds and sibilant whispers that seemed to claw at the very air.
Klaatu, Berada, Niktu!
Vorlak intoned, his voice growing in intensity with each syllable. The other members of the Obsidian Circle, clad in hooded robes that concealed their faces, echoed his chant, their voices blending together into a discordant chorus that reverberated through the chamber. A young acolyte, barely more than a boy, stood near the edge of the circle, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. He tugged at the sleeve of the older man beside him.
Master Ulrich, he whispered, his voice trembling. Are you sure this is safe? I've heard stories.
Elric, a wizened sorcerer with eyes that gleamed with dark knowledge, silenced him with a sharp glance.
Silence, boy, he hissed, his voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Doubt is a poison that can unravel the strongest spell. Tonight we are on the verge of achieving what others have only dreamed of. The Overlord and his queen will rise again, and we shall be rewarded beyond measure. As the chanting reached a fever pitch, the torches flickered violently, threatening to extinguish altogether. A low hum filled the chamber, growing louder and louder until it became a deafening roar. The air crackled with energy, and the very stones beneath their feet seemed to vibrate. Suddenly,
A bolt of crimson lightning shot down from the cavern ceiling, striking the obsidian altar with a deafening crack. The chamber was plunged into momentary darkness, followed by an explosion of light that seared itself into the acolyte's eyes. When their vision cleared, a plume of black smoke was rising from the altar, swirling and coalescing into grotesque shapes that resembled tormented faces.
"The barrier weakens!" Vorlag shrieked, his voice hoarse with exertion. "More power! We must give them more power!"
The members of the Obsidian Circle intensified their chanting, their voices rising to a frenzied crescendo. They reached into hidden pouches within their robes, producing daggers with obsidian blades. Without hesitation, they sliced open their palms, letting their blood drip onto the altar, a dark offering to the ancient powers they sought to unleash. The young acolyte, horrified by the gruesome display, recoiled in disgust.
I can't do this,
he stammered, his face pale.
This is madness.
Elric grabbed him by the arm, his grip like a vice.
"You will obey,"
he snarled, his eyes burning with a malevolent light.
"You swore an oath to the Obsidian Circle, and you will fulfill it even if it costs you your life."
He forced the dagger into the acolyte's trembling hand and dragged him towards the altar. The acolyte, tears streaming down his face, closed his eyes and plunged the dagger into his own palm. As the blood flowed into the altar, a wave of energy pulsed through the chamber. The black smoke intensified, solidifying into the forms of Sandar and Elysia. Their eyes snapped open, glowing with an unholy light.
"We live,"
Sandar rasped, his voice a chilling echo that seemed to come from the depths of the earth. Chapter 47. Sandar the Overlord returns. The catacombs trembled as Sandar the Overlord drew his first breath in centuries. It was a ragged, rasping sound, like the grinding of stone against stone, yet it resonated with a power that sent shivers down the spines of even the most hardened members of the Obsidian Circle. His eyes, once cold and lifeless, now burned with an unholy light, a malevolent intelligence that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. Alicia Wolfmoon, his consort and equal in darkness, stirred beside him. Her eyes, the color of a stormy sea, snapped open, and a cruel smile twisted her lips. The air around her crackled with arcane energy, a tangible manifestation of the immense power that coursed through her veins.
"So,"
Sandar rasped, his voice gaining strength with each word,
"we are returned. Tell me, Vorlag, what has become of my kingdom?"
High Priest Vorlag, trembling with a mixture of fear and elation, prostrated himself before the Overlord.
"Great Sandar," he stammered, "your kingdom has fallen into ruin. Your enemies have scattered, and your legacy has been all but forgotten. But we, the Obsidian Circle, have kept the flame alive. We have awaited your return, and now we shall help you reclaim what is rightfully yours."
Sandar rose from the altar, his movements stiff and deliberate, as if his body were still adjusting to the sensation of life. He surveyed the members of the Obsidian Circle with a disdainful gaze.
"You are weak," he sneered. "Pathetic. But you have served your purpose. Now you will witness the true power of the Overlord."
He raised his hands, and the very air around him began to shimmer and distort. The torches flickered and died, plunging the chamber into darkness. The members of the Obsidian Circle gasped in awe and terror as the ball of black fire illuminated Sandar's face, revealing a visage of pure, unadulterated evil. The heat emanating from the flame was intense, yet it seemed to drain the very life from the catacombs, leaving a chilling void in its wake. Alicia Wolfmoon stepped forward, her eyes fixed on Sandar with a possessive gaze.
My love,
she purred, her voice like the slithering of snakes.
It has been too long. Show these mortals what true power means.
Sandar nodded, his smile widening into a predatory grin. He hurled a ball of black fire towards the far wall of the chamber. The impact was cataclysmic. The wall exploded in a shower of stone and dust, revealing a gaping hole that led into the depths of the catacombs.
"We will begin our reign anew,"
Sandar declared, his voice echoing through the newly created passage. We will crush our enemies, and we will build a new empire. An empire of darkness that will stretch across the entire world. He turned to Alicia, his eyes filled with a dark hunger. My queen, he said, let us show them the meaning of true fear. Alicia laughed, a chilling sound that sent shivers down the spines of the obsidian circle. She raised her hands, and the shadows in the chamber began to writhe and coalesce, forming grotesque shapes that resembled demons and tormented spirits. Let the resurrection begin, she whispered, her voice laced with malice. Let the world tremble before the might of Sandar the Overlord and Alicia Wolfmoon, the Dark Sorceress! The obsidian circle, their faces pale with terror, could only watch in helpless awe as Sandar and Alicia unleashed their dark powers upon the catacombs, preparing to reclaim their lost empire and plunge the world into an age of darkness. Vorlak, despite his fear, managed to find his voice. He knelt before Sandar, his head bowed low. Great Overlord, he said, his voice trembling. What are your orders? How can we serve you? Sandar fixed him with a cold, calculating gaze. You will gather your forces, he commanded. You will spread the word of my return. You will seek out those who still remember my name, those who still harbor loyalty to the Overlord, and you will bring them to me. He paused, his eyes narrowing. And you will also find those who oppose me, he added, his voice laced with menace. Those who dare defy my rule, you will bring them to me as well. They will serve as an example to all who would challenge my authority. Alicia stepped forward, her hand resting on Sandar's arm. And what of the prophecy, my love? She asked, her voice a silken whisper. The prophecy that speaks of a hero who will rise to challenge you. Sandar laughed, a harsh, grating sound that echoed through the catacombs. Prophecies are for fools, he scoffed. There is no hero who can stand against me. I am Sandar the Overlord, and I am invincible. He turned to the obsidian circle, his eyes burning with dark ambition. The time has come, he declared. The time has come for the Overlord to reclaim his throne. Let the world tremble before our might. With a wave of his hand, Sandar unleashed a torrent of dark energy, blasting a path through the catacombs and leading his followers towards the surface. As they emerged into the night, the moon hid its face behind a veil of clouds, as if even the heavens themselves were ashamed to witness the Overlord's return. The air grew heavy, with an oppressive sense of dread, and the very land seemed to wither beneath Sandar's gaze. The obsidian circle, emboldened by their master's power, spread out like a plague, their whispers of Sandar's return carrying on the wind, sowing seeds of fear and despair in every heart they touched. Alicia, her eyes gleaming with dark triumph, surveyed the landscape with a predatory satisfaction. The world is ripe for the taking, my love, she purred, her voice a seductive whisper in Sandar's ear. Soon all will bow before us. Sandar nodded, his face a mask of cruel determination. Let the darkness consume all, he declared, his voice a chilling promise carried on the wind. Let hope be extinguished. Let despair reign supreme. And so, Sandar the Overlord returned, not as a liberator or a savior, but as a harbinger of destruction and despair. His reign would be one of terror and oppression, a dark age where the light of hope flickered and died, leaving only the cold, unyielding darkness of the Overlord's dominion. The world would soon learn to fear the name of Sandar, and the name of his dark queen, Alicia Wolfmoon, for their return marked not a new beginning, but the beginning of the end. The age of heroes was over. The age of darkness had begun. Chapter 48. It's time to conquer. The first tendrils of dawn painted the sky with streaks of bruised purple and sickly orange, a fitting backdrop for the dark designs brewing within Sandar's war tent. Constructed hastily from scavenged materials and draped with banners bearing the Overlord's twisted sigil, the tent reeked of ozone and the metallic tang of blood, a testament to the brutal efficiency of Sandar's methods. Inside, Sandar stood hunched over a crudely drawn map of the surrounding territories, his brow furrowed in concentration. The flickering candlelight cast harsh shadows across his face, accentuating the cruel lines etched by centuries of ambition and malice. Alicia, ever the strategist, paced behind him, her movements fluid and predatory.
"The reports are consistent, my love,"
she said, her voice a silken whisper that bellied the steel beneath.
"The surrounding villages are ripe for the taking, weak, disorganized, and ripe with resources."
Sandar grunted, his eyes never leaving the map. "And the larger settlements? The cities that once swore fealty to me."
"They are more problematic,"
Alicia admitted, her tone hardening.
"They have had centuries to rebuild, to fortify their defenses. Some have even formed alliances, foolishly believing they can stand against us."
Sandar straightened up, a predatory gleam in his eyes. "Then we will shatter their alliances," he declared, his voice a low growl. "We will break their defenses. We will remind them what it means to kneel before the Overlord." He turned to Vorlag, who stood nervously by the entrance to the tent, his face pale and gaunt. "Vorlag," Sandor commanded, his voice like the crack of a whip. "Summon the captains. It is time to unleash our forces." Vorlag bowed low, his voice trembling.
"At once, great Overlord."
He scurried out of the tent, eager to escape Sandar's oppressive presence. Chapter 49. Time to Rebuild. The air in what was once the bustling marketplace of Eldoria was thick with dust and the acrid smell of burnt timber. Where vibrant stalls had once stood, now only charred remains and shattered stone littered the ground, a grim reminder of Sandar's brutal conquest. Yet, amidst the devastation, a new kind of activity stirred. Under the watchful eyes of Sandar's legionnaires, the surviving villagers, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair, began the arduous task of rebuilding. Men and women, young and old, toiled side by side, their movements slow and deliberate, their spirits crushed by the weight of their new reality. A young woman named Elara struggled to lift a heavy stone, her muscles straining with the effort. Her hands were raw and bleeding, but she dared not stop, knowing that any sign of defiance would be met with swift and brutal punishment.
"Hurry up, girl,"
barked a gruff voice behind her. A hulking legionnaire, his face scarred and his eyes cold, stood over her, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword.
"The Overlord demands progress. Slack off and you'll face the consequences."
Elara lowered the stone to the ground, her eyes filled with resentment.
"We're doing our best," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "But it's hard. We've lost everything."
The legionnaire sneered.
"You lost because you were weak. Now you have a chance to prove your worth. Rebuild this city, and you might earn the Overlord's favor."
He turned and strode away, leaving Elara to her work. She looked around at the other villagers, their faces mirroring her own despair. An old man, his back bent with age, approached her, his eyes filled with a wary wisdom.
"Don't listen to him, child,"
he said, his voice raspy.
"Sandar's favor is a poisoned gift. We must rebuild, not for him, but for ourselves, for the memory of what we once were, and for the hope of what we might one day become."
He gestured towards a group of children playing amidst the rubble, their laughter a fragile melody in the desolate landscape.
"They are our future, Elara. We must give them something to believe in, something to strive for."
Elara looked at the children, her heart aching with a mixture of sadness and determination. She knew the old man was right. They couldn't give in to despair. They had to find the strength to rebuild, not just their city, but their spirits as well. She picked up the stone once more, her muscles screaming in protest, but this time her movements were more determined, her eyes filled with a newfound resolve. She would not let Sandar break her. She would not let him break her people. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the work continued, slowly but surely transforming the ruins of Eldoria into a semblance of its former glory. New foundations were laid, walls were erected, and the marketplace began to take shape once more. But beneath the surface, a simmering resentment festered. The villagers toiled under the yoke of Sandar's oppression, their hearts filled with a burning desire for freedom. They knew that rebuilding their city was only the first step. The true challenge lay in reclaiming their lives, in defying the Overlord, and forging their own destiny. As dusk settled over Eldoria, casting long shadows across the ravaged landscape, Elara stood atop one of the newly constructed walls, her eyes fixed on the horizon. She knew that the road ahead would be long and arduous, but she was ready. She was ready to fight for her people, for her city, and for her freedom. Chapter 50. The Unlikely Alliance. The wind howled through the jagged peaks of the Dragon's Tooth Mountains, carrying with it the scent of pine and the chilling whisper of ancient secrets. It was here, in this desolate and unforgiving landscape, that our heroes sought a desperate alliance, a gamble that could either save the world or doom it entirely. Toby, Valen, and their companions had journeyed for weeks, following cryptic clues and forgotten trails, guided by the faint hope that the rumors of the Sylvans were true. The Sylvans, a reclusive race of forest dwellers, were said to possess ancient knowledge and formidable magical abilities, but they had withdrawn from the world centuries ago, shunning contact with outsiders. Finally, after days of relentless climbing, they reached a hidden valley, shrouded in mist and guarded by towering trees that seemed to pulse with an inner light. This was the heart of the Sylvan realm, a place where the veil between worlds was thin and the air hummed with arcane energy. As they entered the valley, they were met by a group of Sylvans, their faces impassive, their eyes like chips of emerald. They were clad in garments woven from leaves and vines, their movements as silent and graceful as the wind through the trees.
"You are not welcome here, outsiders,"
said the leader of the Sylvans, a tall, slender woman with long, flowing hair the color of autumn leaves. Her voice was soft but firm, her gaze unwavering.
"We have long forsaken the affairs of the world. Why do you disturb our peace?"
Toby stepped forward, his voice filled with sincerity.
"We come seeking your help," he said. "A great darkness has fallen upon the land. Sandar the Overlord has returned, and he seeks to conquer all. We cannot defeat him alone. We need your strength, your wisdom, your magic."
The Sylvan leader regarded them with a skeptical gaze.
"Sandar,"
she murmured, her voice tinged with sadness.
"We remember him. He was a scourge upon this land, a bringer of darkness and despair. But that was centuries ago. Why should we involve ourselves in your war?"
Valen stepped forward, his eyes blazing with determination.
"Because this is not just our war," he said, his voice ringing with conviction. "This is a war for the survival of all. Sandar will not stop until he has conquered the entire world. He will destroy everything you hold dear, everything you have worked so hard to protect."
The Sylvan leader remained silent for a moment, her expression unreadable. Then she turned to her companions and spoke in a language that Toby and Valen did not understand, a melodic tongue that sounded like the rustling of leaves and the murmur of streams. After a brief exchange, she turned back to the heroes, her face still guarded but her eyes filled with a glimmer of hope.
"We have heard your plea," she said, "and we have considered your words. We have seen the darkness that is spreading across the land, and we know that we cannot remain isolated forever."
She paused, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the heroes.
"But we are not warriors," she continued. "We are healers, protectors of the forest. We do not seek conflict, but we will defend ourselves and those we hold dear."
"Then you will help us?" Toby asked, his voice filled with anticipation.
The Sylvan leader nodded slowly. "We will offer you our aid," she said, "but not as soldiers. We will share our knowledge, our wisdom, and our magic. We will guide you, heal you, and protect you. But the fighting, the killing, that must be left to you." "That is all we ask,"
Valen said, his heart filled with gratitude.
"Together we can defeat Sandar and restore peace to the land."
As the words left his lips, a sudden tremor shook the valley. The ground beneath her feet rumbled, and the trees swayed violently, their leaves rustling like 1,000 whispered voices. A beam of pure emerald light erupted from the heart of the Sylvan realm, piercing the sky and banishing the shadows that had long clung to the valley. The Sylvan leader raised her hands, her eyes glowing with an ethereal light.
The ancient magic awakens, she declared, her voice resonating with power. The bond is forged. We stand with you, children of the world. As the light intensified, the heroes felt a surge of energy coursing through their veins, a tangible connection to the ancient power of the Sylvans. They knew, in that moment, that they were no longer alone. They had found an ally, a force that could stand against the darkness of Sandar and Alicia. But as the light began to fade, a dark shadow fell upon the valley. A chilling wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the scent of decay and the whisper of malice. A figure materialized in the air above them, his form wreathed in shadow, his eyes burning with an unholy light.
"So," the figure hissed, his voice a chilling echo that seemed to come from the depths of the earth.
"You have found allies, but it will not save you. The Overlord's power is absolute. You are all doomed."
With a wave of his hand, the figure unleashed a torrent of dark energy, blasting towards the heroes and the Sylvans. The Sylvan leader raised her hands, creating a shield of emerald light that deflected the attack, but the force of the blast was immense, and the shield began to crack under the pressure. Chapter 51. A Desperate Gambit. The war tent, hastily erected within the Sylvan Valley, buzzed with a tense energy. The attack by Sander's forces had been a stark reminder of the Overlord's reach and the desperate situation they faced. Now, gathered around a makeshift table, littered with maps and tactical diagrams, the heroes and their Sylvan allies debated their next move. Toby, his face drawn with exhaustion, ran a hand through his disheveled hair.
"We can't just sit here and wait for Sandar to come to us,"
he said, his voice laced with frustration.
"We need to take the fight to him."
Valen, ever the strategist, nodded in agreement.
But how? We're outnumbered, outgunned, and Sandar's defenses are impenetrable.
Elara, the former villager who had become a symbol of resistance, spoke up, her voice filled with determination.
We need to find a weakness, a chink in his armor. There has to be something we can exploit.
The Sylvan leader, whose name was revealed to be Lyra, stepped forward, her eyes filled with a thoughtful light.
There is a legend,
she said, her voice soft but firm.
A legend of an ancient artifact, hidden deep within Sandar's fortress. It is said to be the source of his power, the key to his immortality.
An artifact? Toby asked, his eyes widening with interest. What kind of artifact?
It is called the Shadow Stone,
Lyra explained.
It is a gem of pure darkness, imbued with the essence of Sandar's soul. Legend says that as long as the Shadow Stone exists, Sandar cannot be truly defeated.
Valen leaned forward, his mind racing.
So, if we could destroy the Shadow Stone, then Sandar would be vulnerable,
Lyra finished.
But retrieving it would be a suicide mission. Sandar's fortress is heavily guarded, and the Shadow Stone is said to be protected by powerful magic.
A heavy silence fell over the war tent. The risks were immense, but the potential reward was too great to ignore. They had to try.
We do it,
Valen declared, his voice filled with grim determination.
We infiltrate Sandar's fortress, retrieve the Shadow Stone, and destroy it. It's our only chance.
The plan was quickly formed. A small team, led by Valen and including Toby, Elara, and a handful of Sylvan warriors, would infiltrate the fortress under the cover of darkness. They would navigate the treacherous corridors, bypass the magical defenses, and reach the heart of Sandar's power. The infiltration was fraught with peril. They faced hordes of undead soldiers, cunning traps, and powerful sorcerers loyal to Sandar. But they pressed on, driven by the determination and the hope of a brighter future. Finally, they reached the chamber where the Shadowstone was kept. It was a vast, cavernous space, filled with an oppressive darkness. In the center of the chamber, resting on a pedestal of obsidian, was the Shadowstone itself. It pulsed with a malevolent energy, casting eerie shadows that danced across the halls. As Valen reached for the Shadowstone, a figure materialized before them. It was Sandar, his eyes burning with rage.
"You fools,"
he snarled.
"Did you really think you could defeat me?"
A fierce battle ensued. Valen and his companions fought with all their might, but Sandar was too powerful. He unleashed torrents of dark magic, blasting them back with ease. Elara, seeing Valen faltering, made a desperate move. She lunged towards the Shadow Stone, intending to destroy it with her own hands. But Xandar was too quick. He unleashed a blast of energy that struck her full force, sending her crashing to the ground. Toby rushed to her side, his heart filled with horror. Elara lay motionless, her eyes closed, her body broken. Chapter 52. The Truth Unveiled. Deep within the heart of the Sylvan Sanctuary, Lyra stood before the ancient moonstone, its ethereal glow illuminating her face. She had been studying Xandar's sword for days, poring over ancient texts and consulting with the spirits of the forest, seeking to understand the dark power that emanated from the blade. Valen watched her, his face edged with concern. Toby's transformation had shaken him to his core, and he feared that the sword might hold secrets that could further jeopardize their mission.
"Have you learned anything, Lyra?"
Valen asked, his voice strained.
"What is it about that sword that turned Toby against us?"
Lyra turned to him, her eyes filled with a mixture of sorrow and dread.
"The sword is more than just a weapon,"
she said, her voice soft but firm.
"It is a vessel, a prison for something far more dangerous than Xandar himself." "What do you mean?"
Valen asked, his brow furrowing in confusion. Lyra took a deep breath, her gaze fixed on the moonstone.
"Xandar was not always a being of pure darkness," she explained. "Once he was a noble warrior, a protector of the realm, but he was corrupted by a dark force, a primordial entity of chaos and destruction." "And this entity is trapped within the sword?"
Valen asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. Lyra nodded slowly.
"When Xandar was defeated centuries ago, the entity was sealed away within his sword, waiting for an opportunity to escape. Touching the sword awakens it, allowing it to influence the wielder's mind, to twist their desires, and amplify their darkest impulses." "So, Toby's not truly evil,"
Valen said, his voice filled with a glimmer of hope.
"He's being controlled by this entity." "Partly," Lyra said. "The entity amplifies what is already there. It preys on Toby's fears, his insecurities, his hidden desires. It twists them, corrupts them, and turns him into a puppet of its will."
Valen clenched his fists, his heart filled with a renewed sense of purpose.
"Then we have to save him," he said. "We have to find a way to free him from the entity's control."
Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with determination.
"There is a way," she said, "but it will not be easy. We must destroy the sword, severing the entity's connection to this world. Only then can Toby be freed." "But if we destroy the sword,"
Valen said,
"won't the entity be released?" "It will,"
Lyra said.
"But it will be weakened, vulnerable. We must be prepared to face it, to banish it back to the realm from whence it came."
She paused, her gaze hardening.
"And there is another matter to consider," she added. "Even if we destroy the sword and banish the entity, Xandar will still be a threat. He may be weakened, but he will not be defeated until the Shadow Stone is destroyed." "So, we still have to go back,"
Valen said, his voice filled with resolve.
"We still have to face Xandar." "Yes,"
Lyra said.
"But now we know the truth. We know what we're up against, and we know that we're not just fighting Xandar, but a force far more ancient and dangerous."
She looked at Valen, her eyes filled with concern.
"But there is one more thing that worries me. Even if we destroy the sword, the entity will still linger in this world, seeking a new vessel. We must ensure that no one else picks up the sword."
Chapter 53. A Path Forged in Darkness. The air hung heavy with grief and suspicion in the wake of Elara's death. The remaining heroes, their spirits crushed and their resolve shaken, trudged through the haunted forest, their path illuminated only by the pale glow of the moon. The trees loomed over them like skeletal figures, their branches clawing at the sky, and the wind whispered through the leaves like the mournful cries of the dead. Toby, his face etched with sorrow and guilt, clutched Elara's pendant tightly in his hand. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had failed her, that he could have done more to save her. Valen, his eyes burning with a cold fury, stalked ahead, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He blamed Sandar for Elara's death, and he vowed to make the Overlord pay for his cruelty. The tension between them was palpable, a simmering resentment that threatened to boil over at any moment.
"We need to focus,"
Lyra said, her voice soft but firm. "We cannot let grief cloud our judgment. We still have a mission to complete."
A mission? Toby scoffed, his voice filled with bitterness. What mission? To get ourselves killed like Elara? To throw ourselves against Sandar's forces like lambs to the slaughter?
"We cannot give up, Father,"
Valen said, his voice strained.
"Elara died so that we could have a chance to defeat Sandar. We cannot let her sacrifice be in vain."
And what if it is in vain? Toby retorted, his voice rising. What if we're just delaying the inevitable? Sandar is too powerful. We can't beat him.
"Then we die trying!"
Valen snapped, his patience wearing thin.
"I will not stand idly by while Sandar destroys everything we hold dear."
The argument escalated, their voices echoing through the haunted forest. Suddenly Toby lunged at Valen, his eyes filled with a dark, uncharacteristic rage.
You don't understand, Toby roared, his voice distorted and unnatural. Sandar is right. Power is the only thing that matters.
He drew Sandar's sword, the cursed blade that they had recovered from the Overlord's fortress. The sword pulsed with a dark energy, its surface shimmering with an unholy light. Valen stared at Toby in disbelief.
"What are you doing?" he demanded. "That sword is cursed! It's corrupting you!"
I feel stronger than ever, Toby sneered, his face twisted into a cruel grin. With this power, I can defeat Sandar. I can rule the world.
Lyra gasped in horror.
"The sword is controlling him,"
she said, her voice filled with dread.
"We have to stop him before it's too late."
The forest floor became their battleground. Toby, wielding Sandar's cursed sword, attacked Valen with a ferocity he had never possessed before. The blade moved with unnatural speed and precision, its dark energy crackling through the air. Valen, his heart heavy with sorrow, drew his own sword and met Toby's attack. The clash of steel echoed through the forest, the sound reverberating through the trees like thunder. Sparks flew as their blades met, each strike carrying the weight of their shattered friendship. Lyra, unable to directly intervene, unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, attempting to disarm Toby and break the sword's hold on him. But the cursed blade deflected her spells with ease, its dark energy shielding Toby from her magic. The battle raged on, the forest trembling under the force of their blows. The ground cracked and split, the trees swayed violently, and the air crackled with energy. Chapter 54. The Last Rite. The city of Viridian, once a beacon of hope and prosperity, now lay shrouded in fear and uncertainty. The news of Elara's death and Toby's corruption had spread like wildfire, casting a pall of despair over the populace. But amidst the gloom, a new rumor had begun to circulate, a whisper of an ancient tradition known as the Last Rite. In the crowded marketplace, where merchants once hawked their wares with enthusiasm, now only hushed conversations could be heard. A group of townsfolk huddled together, their faces etched with worry.
"Have you heard about the Last Rite?"
a woman asked, her voice barely above a whisper.
Aye,
A man replied, his eyes darting nervously around.
they say it's the only way to cleanse the land of the darkness that Sandar has brought.
"But what does it entail?"
Another woman asked, her voice trembling.
"I've heard it requires a sacrifice. A great sacrifice."
"That's just superstition,"
The first woman scoffed, though her voice lacked conviction.
"The Last Rite is a ceremony of purification, a way to restore balance to the world."
But what if it's not enough?
The man asked, his voice filled with doubt.
What if the darkness is too strong? What if the last rite fails?
"Then we're all doomed,"
The second woman said, her voice breaking. In the city's grand temple, the high priestess, a woman of great wisdom and compassion, addressed her followers, her voice resonating with authority.
"My children,"
She said, her eyes sweeping over the congregation.
"I know that you are afraid. I know that you are filled with doubt. But I urge you to have faith. The Last Rite is our only hope."
"But High Priestess,"
A man called out from the crowd.
"is it true that the rite requires a sacrifice? And if so, what kind of sacrifice?"
The high priestess pauses. Chapter 55. A Song of Hope and Sorrow. The city of Viridian was draped in mourning. Black banners hung from every building, and the streets were filled with the somber procession of funerals. The air was thick with the scent of incense and the sound of weeping, a lament for the lives lost in the fight against Sandar. The first funeral was for Elara, the young woman who had become a symbol of resistance. Her body, recovered from Sandar's fortress, was laid to rest in the city's grand cemetery, surrounded by her grieving family and friends. Toby, his face pale and gaunt, stood silently by her grave, his heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. He had been freed from the entity's control, but the memory of his actions, the pain he had caused, would forever haunt him. Valen stood beside him, his hand resting on Toby's shoulder, offering silent comfort. He knew that Toby was struggling, that he was carrying the weight of the world on his shoulders. As the priest spoke the final words of the ceremony, Toby broke down, his body wrecked with sobs.
"I'm sorry, Elara,"
he cried, his voice filled with anguish.
"I'm so sorry. I failed you."
Valen held him close, whispering words of reassurance.
"It's not your fault, father," he said. "You were not yourself. You were under the influence of the sword."
"But I still killed her," Toby sobbed. "I still betrayed her."
The second funeral was for the Sylvan warriors who had fallen in the battle against Sandar's forces. Their bodies, returned to the Sylvan sanctuary, were laid to rest beneath the ancient trees, their spirits joining the forest's eternal song. Lyra, her face etched with grief, stood before their graves, her voice filled with sorrow.
"You were brave warriors,"
she said, her voice trembling. The third funeral was for the countless unnamed victims of Sandar's reign of terror. Their bodies, recovered from the ruins of their homes, were laid to rest in a mass grave, a testament to the Overlord's cruelty. The High Priestess, her face filled with sorrow, stood before the grave, her voice resonating with grief.
"We mourn for these lost souls,"
she said, her voice trembling.
"We mourn for the lives that were cut short, for the dreams that were never realized."
As she spoke, a lone voice began to sing, a haunting melody of sadness and despair. It was a song of mourning, a lament for the fallen, a cry for hope in a world consumed by darkness. The voice belonged to a young woman, her face streaked with tears, her eyes filled with sorrow. She sang of the pain of loss, of the fear of the unknown, of the longing for a better future. Her song resonated with the crowd, and one by one they joined in, their voices rising in a chorus of grief. The song filled the air, a powerful expression of sorrow and resilience. Valen and Toby stood together, listening to the song, their hearts filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. They knew that the road ahead would be long and difficult, but they also knew that they were not alone. They had each other, and they had the memory of those who had fallen, to guide them and inspire them. As the song reached its crescendo, a single ray of sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the faces of the mourners. It was a small glimmer of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest of times there is always light to be found. But the light was fleeting, and soon the clouds returned, casting the city back into shadow. The song continued, a haunting reminder of the sorrow that had befallen Viridian, a song that would linger in the hearts of its people. Chapter 56. The Scars We Carry. Weeks had passed since the funerals, but the city of Viridian remained cloaked in a somber atmosphere. The physical wounds of the battles were slowly healing, buildings were being rebuilt, and life was gradually returning to some semblance of normalcy. But the emotional scars, the invisible wounds etched into the hearts and minds of the survivors, were far more difficult to mend. In a quiet corner of the rebuilt marketplace, Valen sat with Lyra, sharing a simple meal. The bustling activity around them seemed distant, muted by the weight of their shared experiences.
"How are you holding up, Lyra?"
Valen asked, his voice filled with concern. Lyra sighed, her gaze drifting towards the horizon.
"The forest remembers," she said softly. "It feels the loss of the Sylvan warriors, the pain of the wounded trees. It will take time for the land to heal."
Valen nodded, understanding her connection to the natural world.
"And you?" he pressed gently. "How are you healing?"
Lyra turned back to him, a sad smile gracing her lips.
I am strong, she said, but I am also weary. I have seen too much death, too much destruction. The burden of leadership weighs heavily on my shoulders.
Valen reached across the table and took her hand, his touch offering comfort and support.
You don't have to carry it alone, he said. We're here for you, Lyra. We'll face this together.
In a small, sparsely furnished room in the temple, Toby sat alone, staring at his reflection in a cracked mirror. He ran his fingers over the jagged scar on his arm, a physical reminder of his possession by the entity within Sandar's sword.
How could I have done those things?
He whispered to himself, his voice filled with self-loathing.
How could I have betrayed my friends?
Later that evening, Valen and Lyra found Toby in the temple's healing chamber, where the city's healers were tending to the injured. He was sitting quietly, watching as the healers worked, his face filled with a mixture of awe and shame. One of the healers, a kind-faced woman with gentle hands, approached Toby, her eyes filled with compassion.
You are troubled, young man,
she said, her voice soft and soothing.
I'm cursed,
Toby said, his voice barely above a whisper.
I was possessed by a dark entity. I don't deserve to be here.
The healer smiled gently.
The body can be healed, and so can the spirit, she said. The darkness may have touched you, but it did not consume you. You are still here, and you have the power to choose your own path.
She placed her hands on Toby's head, closing her eyes and murmuring a prayer. A warm golden light emanated from her hands, enveloping Toby in its embrace.
I cannot erase the past,
the healer said, her voice filled with sincerity.
But I can help you to heal, to find peace within yourself. You must forgive yourself, Toby. You must learn to live with the scars you carry, and use them as a reminder of the strength you possess.
As the light faded, Toby felt a sense of calm wash over him, a feeling of lightness that he hadn't experienced since his possession. He looked at the healer, his eyes filled with gratitude.
Thank you,
he said, his voice filled with emotion.
Thank you for helping me.
The healer smiled.
You are not alone, Toby,
she said.
We are all here to support you. We will help you to heal, to find your way back to the light.
Valen and Lyra watched from the doorway, their hearts filled with hope. Chapter 57. A Seed of Darkness. While Viridian struggled to rebuild and heal, a new threat began to stir in the shadows, unnoticed by the wary populace. The defeat of Sandar and the banishment of the entity from his sword had left a void, a space for something new and sinister to take root. In the depths of the ruined fortress, amidst the rubble and decay, a lone figure scavenged through the debris. He was a former soldier of Sandar, a man named Kyle, who had managed to escape the final battle and had been hiding in the shadows ever since. Kyle had always been drawn to the dark arts, fascinated by the power that Sandar wielded. He had witnessed the Overlord's cruelty firsthand, but he had also seen the fear and respect that Sandar commanded, and Kyle craved that power, that control. As he sifted through the wreckage, his fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. He pulled it out, his eyes widening in surprise. It was a shard of the Shadow Stone, the gem that had been the source of Sandar's power. The shard pulsed with a faint, dark energy, its surface shimmering with an unholy light. Kyle felt a strange pull towards it, a magnetic force that drew him closer.
"What is this?"
he whispered, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and fascination. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and touched the shard. A jolt of energy surged through his body, sending shivers down his spine. He felt a surge of power, a sense of invincibility. "This is it," he murmured, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "This is my chance!" He clutched the shard tightly in his hand, feeling its dark energy coursing through his veins. He knew that he was playing with fire, that the Shadow Stone could corrupt him, consume him, but he didn't care. He was willing to risk everything for the chance to become powerful, to become a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 58. The Hunt Begins. The whispers started subtly, tales of livestock vanishing overnight, of strange guttural roars echoing through the blackwood forest, and of shadows moving with unnatural speed among the ancient trees. Fear gripped the nearby villages, and the elders, remembering old legends, called upon the heroes for aid. Valen, Lyra, and Toby, still bearing the scars of their past battles, answered the call. They assembled a hunting party of seasoned warriors and brave villagers, determined to quell the growing terror. As they stood at the edge of the Blackwood forest, the air grew cold, and an oppressive silence fell upon them.
"This forest has always been a place of darkness,"
Lyra said, her voice low and cautious.
"But there is something different now. Something malevolent."
Valen nodded, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword.
"Stay alert," he warned the others. "We don't know what we're facing."
The hunting party ventured into the forest, the trees looming over them like skeletal figures, their branches intertwined to block out the sunlight. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sound was the rustling of unseen creatures in the undergrowth.
"Keep your torches lit,"
Toby instructed, his voice echoing through the eerie silence.
"And stay close together. There's safety in numbers."
As they pressed deeper into the forest, the darkness intensified, and the temperature dropped further. The trees grew gnarled and twisted, their roots snaking across the path like grasping claws. Strange symbols were carved into the bark of some trees, symbols that seemed to pulse with a faint, dark energy. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream shattered the silence. The hunting party froze, their hearts pounding in their chests.
"What was that?"
a young villager asked, his voice trembling. Before anyone could answer, a massive shadow emerged from the shadows. Valen, with a final desperate surge of strength, plunged his sword deep into the creature's heart. The monster roared in agony, its massive body convulsing violently. Then, with a final earth-shattering thud, it collapsed to the ground, its lifeless eyes staring up at the darkened sky. A collective sigh of relief swept through the hunting party. They had faced death and emerged victorious, but the victory had come at a cost. As the sun began to rise, casting a faint light through the trees, the villagers emerged from the hiding places, their faces etched with a mixture of fear and awe. They cautiously approached the fallen beast, marveling at its size and power. "It's dead," one of the villagers whispered, his voice filled with disbelief.
"We actually killed it."
"We couldn't have done it without you," another villager said, turning to Valen, Lyra, and Toby.
"You saved us all."
The villagers set about the task of butchering the creature, their knives flashing in the dim light. They carefully carved off the meat, their mouths watering at the prospect of a feast.
"This will feed us for weeks!"
one of the villagers exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
"And the fur! It's worth a fortune!"
"The bones, too,"
another villager added.
"They're said to have magical properties. We can sell them to the alchemist for a king's ransom."
Valen watched the scene with a mixture of satisfaction and unease. He was glad that the creature was dead, that the villagers were safe. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, that they had merely scratched the surface of a deeper darkness.
"Let's get out of here,"
he said, turning to Lyra and Toby.
"This forest still feels tainted. I don't want to stay here any longer than we have to."
Chapter 59. The Enemy Within. The celebration in Viridian was short-lived. While the villagers rejoiced over the defeat of the Blackwood beast and the riches it brought, a subtle unease began to creep into the city. A sense of distrust, of suspicion, began to fester among the people. Valen, Lyra, and Toby, despite their exhaustion, couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The victory felt hollow, the relief fleeting. They sensed a darkness lurking beneath the surface, a threat that was more insidious than any monster.
"I don't like this,"
Lyra said, her voice low and cautious.
"The people are acting strangely. They're quick to anger, quick to accuse. It's as if something is poisoning their minds."
"I've noticed it too,"
Toby said, his brow furrowing in concern.
"They're having whispers of dissent, of rebellion. Some are even questioning our leadership."
Valen nodded, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword.
"We need to find out what's going on," he said, "before it's too late."
They began to investigate, quietly questioning the villagers, observing their behavior, searching for any clues that might explain the growing unrest. But the more they searched, the more confused they became. There was no clear source of the problem, no obvious instigator. It was as if the darkness was spreading from within, corrupting the people from the inside out. One evening, as Valen was walking through the marketplace, he overheard a conversation between two villagers.
"I don't trust them,"
one of the villagers said, his voice filled with venom.
"They're not like us. They're outsiders."
"But they saved us from the beast,"
the other villager replied, his voice hesitant.
That's what they want you to think, the first villager sneered. They're just using us. They want to control us, to take our wealth.
Valen stepped forward, his eyes blazing with fury.
Who are you talking about?
He demanded, his voice ringing through the marketplace. The two villagers turned to face him, their faces falling with fear.
We didn't mean anything by it,
one of them stammered.
Don't lie to me,
Valen said, his voice hardening.
Who are you accusing?
The villagers hesitated for a moment, then one of them pointed to a figure standing in the shadows.
It's him,
he said, his voice trembling.
Kyle, he's been spreading lies, stirring up trouble.
Valen turned to face Kyle, his eyes narrowing. Kyle had been a soldier in Sandor's army, but he had always seemed loyal, even after the Overlord's defeat.
Kyle,
Valen said, his voice filled with disbelief.
Is this true?
Kyle stepped out of the shadows, his face twisted into a cruel grin. It's all true, he said, his voice dripping with venom. I've been waiting for this moment, waiting for the chance to take what's rightfully mine.
What are you talking about?
Valen asked, his brow furrowing in confusion.
Power,
Kyle said, his eyes gleaming with madness. I deserve to rule this city, to control these people, and I will, with or without your permission. He reached into his cloak and pulled out a shard of the Shadow Stone, the gem that had been the source of Sandor's power. The shard pulsed with a dark energy, its surface shimmering with an unholy light.
I should have known,
Lyra said, stepping forward, her voice filled with anger.
You were always drawn to the dark arts. You were always power-hungry.
I'm not ashamed, Kyle sneered. Power is the only thing that matters, and I will do whatever I want. Chapter 60. Secrets of the Ancient. With Kyle imprisoned, the city of Viridian breathed a collective sigh of relief. But the threat of the Shadowstone shard remained, a constant reminder of the darkness that still lingered in the world. Valen, Lyra, and Toby knew that they couldn't rest until they found a way to destroy the shard and prevent it from falling into the wrong hands again.
We need to learn more about the Shadowstone,
Lyra said, her voice filled with determination.
We need to understand its origins, its powers, its weaknesses.
But where do we start?
Toby asked, his brow furrowing in concern.
We searched every library in Viridian, and we haven't found anything about it.
There is one place we haven't looked,
Valen said, his eyes gleaming with excitement.
The ancient archives. They're said to contain knowledge from a time before recorded history, secrets that have been lost to the world. The ancient archives?
Lyra asked, her voice filled with awe.
I thought they were just legends. They're real,
Valen said.
I've heard stories about them my whole life. They're hidden deep within the Whispering Mountains, guarded by ancient spirits and treacherous traps.
It's too dangerous,
Toby said, his voice filled with apprehension.
We could get killed.
We have no choice,
Valen said, his voice firm.
The fate of Viridian, perhaps the fate of the world, depends on it. We have to go to the ancient archives.
They gathered their supplies, bid farewell to their friends, and set off on their perilous journey to the Whispering Mountains. The journey was long and arduous, the terrain treacherous, the weather unforgiving, but they pressed on, driven by their determination to uncover the secrets of the Shadowstone. After weeks of travel, they finally reached the entrance to the ancient archives, a hidden cave nestled high in the mountains. They navigated the treacherous traps, outwitted the ancient spirits, and finally reached the heart of the archives, a vast chamber filled with towering shelves stacked high with ancient scrolls and tomes. The air was thick with the scent of old parchment and forgotten magic.
This is incredible,
Lyra whispered, her eyes wet with wonder.
I've never seen anything like it.
They spent days poring over the ancient texts, searching for any mention of the Shadowstone. They read of forgotten gods, of ancient wars, of powerful artifacts that could shape the destiny of the world. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Toby stumbled upon a scroll that caught his eye. It was written in a language he didn't recognize, but he could sense the power emanating from it.
I think I found something,
he said, his voice trembling with excitement.
I can't read it, but it feels important.
Lyra approached them, her eyes narrowing as she examined the scroll.
This is an ancient dialect of Elvish. I can't translate it.
She began to read aloud, her voice growing more and more excited as she deciphered the text.
It speaks of a weapon of unimaginable power, a weapon that can destroy the Shadow Stone and banish the darkness from this world forever. Where is it?
Valen asked, his heart pounding in his chest.
What kind of weapon?
Lyra paused, her eyes widening in disbelief.
It's called the Sunstone,
she said, her voice barely above a whisper.
It's said to be the opposite of the Shadow Stone, a source of pure light and goodness. It's hidden somewhere in the world, waiting to be found. The Sunstone,
Valen said, his voice filled with hope.
If we can find it, we can finally defeat the darkness. But the scroll also says that the Sunstone is guarded by a powerful force.
Chapter 61. The Unmasking. The revelation of the Sunstone ignited a spark of hope within Valen, Lyra, and Toby. But the warning about its guardian, a powerful being bound to protect the artifact, weighed heavily on their minds. They knew that their quest would not be easy, that they would face trials and tribulations that would test their courage and their resolve. Before embarking on their new journey, they decided to return to Viridian, to share the news of the Sunstone, and to prepare the city for the challenges that lay ahead. As they approached the city gates, they were greeted by a sight that filled their hearts with dread. The city was in chaos. Buildings were burning, people were screaming, and the streets were filled with fighting. It was as if Kyle's poisonous words had finally taken root, turning the citizens of Viridian against each other.
What happened here?
Valen asked, his voice filled with horror. A wounded villager stumbled towards them, his face streaked with blood and dirt.
It's Kyle,
he gasped.
He escaped from prison. He's using the Shadow Stone to control the people, to turn them into his puppets.
We have to stop him,
Lyra said, her voice filled with determination.
Before he destroys everything we've worked so hard to build.
They rushed into the city, their swords drawn, ready to face Kyle and his army of mind-controlled citizens. As they fought their way through the streets, they saw the true extent of Kyle's power. He had turned the people of Viridian into mindless drones, their eyes empty, their faces devoid of emotion.
This is madness,
Toby said, his voice filled with despair.
How can we fight people who are being controlled?
We have to find Kyle,
Valen said, his voice firm.
He's the source of this madness. If we can defeat him, we can free the people.
Kyle raised the Shadowstone shard high above his head, its dark energy pulsing outwards, enveloping the temple in a suffocating aura. You can't stop me, he shouted, his voice filled with triumph. I am the master of Viridian now, and soon I will be the master of the world. Valen, Lyra, and Toby charged towards him, their swords raised, their hearts filled with determination. But as they reached the altar, Kyle unleashed a blast of dark energy, sending them flying backwards. They crashed to the ground, their bodies racked with pain. They struggled to their feet, but Kyle was already preparing another attack. It's over, he said, his eyes gleaming with madness. You can't defeat me, I am too powerful. Just as he was about to unleash another blast of dark energy, a figure emerged from the shadows, a figure they thought they had lost forever.
Kyle,
the figure said, his voice filled with sorrow. What have you done? Kyle turned to face the figure, his eyes widening in shock. Elara? He stammered. But you're dead. Elara stepped forward, her face filled with sadness.
I was dead,
she said.
But I have been given a second chance. A chance to stop you.
She raised her hand, and a beam of pure light shot forth, striking the Shadowstone shard. The shard shattered into a million pieces, its dark energy dissipating into the air. Kyle screamed in agony, his body writhing in pain. He collapsed to the ground, his power gone, his mind broken. As the dark energy dissipated, the mind-controlled citizens of Viridian began to regain their senses. They looked around in confusion, their faces filled with remorse. Valen, Lyra, and Toby watched in amazement as Elara approached them, her eyes filled with love.
I'm back,
she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Chapter 62. The Price of Truth. Elara's return was met with both joy and skepticism. While Valen, Lyra, and Toby embraced her wholeheartedly, many in Viridian struggled to accept that she was truly back from the dead. Whispers of illusion, of dark magic, circulated among the wary populace. Elara understood their apprehension. She had been gone for so long, her death a painful wound etched into the city's collective memory. To suddenly reappear, seemingly unscathed, was bound to raise questions.
"I know it's hard to believe,"
she said to a group of concerned citizens gathered in the town square. Her voice was calm and reassuring, her eyes filled with sincerity.
"But I am Elara. I am the same person you knew before. I may have been changed by my experience, but my heart remains true to Viridian."
"But how is it possible?"
a grizzled old man asked, his voice filled with doubt.
"We saw you die! We mourn your loss!"
"I don't know the full answer myself, but I believe that the Sunstone, or rather, the power that protects it, intervened. It sensed the darkness growing in Kyle, and it knew that Viridian needed me. It brought me back, changed me, to help restore balance."
"Change you how?"
a young woman asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Elara hesitated for a moment, then sighed.
"I am stronger now," she said. "I can sense the presence of dark magic, and I am no longer entirely mortal."
A collective gasp swept through the crowd. The implications of Elara's words were profound. She was no longer just a hero. She was something more... something other.
"Does this mean you'll leave us?"
a young boy asked, his voice filled with fear.
"Will you abandon Viridian?"
Elara knelt down and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder.
"Never."
As Elara spoke, a beam of pure light descended from the heavens, bathing her in its radiant glow. The light was warm and comforting, and it seemed to emanate from within her, radiating outwards to encompass the entire town square. The citizens of Viridian gasped in amazement, their faces lit up with wonder. The light seemed to wash away their doubts, their fears, their skepticism. It filled them with a sense of peace, of hope, of unwavering belief.
"What is happening?"
the grizzled old man asked, his voice trembling with awe.
"The Sunstone is showing its approval,"
Lyra said, her voice filled with reverence.
"It is confirming that Elara is the chosen one, the one who will lead us to victory against the darkness."
As the light intensified, Elara began to levitate, rising slowly into the air. Her eyes glowed with an ethereal light, and her voice became amplified, resonating with power.
"People of Viridian,"
she said, her voice echoing through the square.
"the time has come to embark on a new quest. The Sunstone awaits us, and with it, the power to banish the darkness from this world forever. Will you stand with me? Will you fight for the light?"
A resounding cheer erupted from the crowd. The citizens of Viridian, their hearts filled with renewed hope and determination, pledged their allegiance to Elara. They were ready to follow her, to face any challenge, to make any sacrifice, in the name of the light. As the light faded, Elara gently descended back to the ground. She looked at the people of Viridian, her eyes filled with love and gratitude.
"Thank you,"
she said.
"Thank you for believing in me. Thank you for believing in the light. Together, we will prevail."
And as the sun set over Viridian, casting a warm golden glow over the city, the people knew that something amazing had happened. They had witnessed a miracle, a sign from the heavens. Chapter 63. The Price of Vengeance. With the citizens of Viridian rallied behind her, Elara knew that the time had come to seek out the Sunstone. But the journey would not be easy. The path to the artifact was fraught with danger, guarded by creatures of darkness and treacherous traps. Before embarking on their quest, Elara, Valen, Lyra, and Toby gathered their most trusted allies, seasoned warriors and skilled mages, to form a formidable fighting force. They knew that they would need every ounce of strength and cunning to overcome the challenges that lay ahead.
"We don't know what awaits us on this journey,"
Elara said to her assembled troops.
"But we must be prepared for anything. We must be ready to fight, to sacrifice, to do whatever it takes to secure the Sunstone."
"We're with you, Elara,"
a grizzled veteran shouted, his voice filled with conviction.
"We'll follow you to the ends of the earth."
"Then let us begin,"
Elara said.
"Let us show the darkness that Viridian will not be broken."
The group set off from Viridian, their footsteps echoing through the silent forests and across the windswept plains. They traveled for days, their senses on high alert, always watchful for any sign of danger. Their first encounter came in the form of a pack of shadow wolves, creatures of pure darkness that stalked the night, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The wolves attacked with savage ferocity, their claws tearing through armor, their teeth sinking into flesh. "Hold the line!" Valen shouted, his sword flashing in the moonlight. "Don't let them break through!" The warriors of Viridian fought bravely, their swords clashing against the wolves' claws, their spells searing the darkness. But the wolves were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless.
"We need to find a way to thin their ranks,"
Lyra shouted, dodging a lunging wolf. Chapter 64. The Reckoning. Having survived the initial onslaught, Elara and her companions knew that the path to the Sunstone would be paved with increasingly dangerous trials. They pressed onward, their determination fueled by the knowledge that the fate of Viridian, and perhaps the world, rested on their shoulders. Their journey led them to a desolate wasteland, a place scarred by ancient battles and haunted by the spirits of fallen warriors. The air was thick with the stench of decay, and the ground was littered with broken weapons and shattered bones.
"This place feels wrong,"
Toby said, his voice filled with unease.
"Like we're walking on hallowed ground, desecrated by some ancient evil."
"We must be cautious,"
Elara warned, her senses on high alert.
"This place is teeming with restless spirits, and they will not take kindly to our presence."
As they ventured deeper into the wasteland, they were confronted by a spectral figure, a towering warrior clad in ancient armor, his eyes burning with ethereal fire.
"You trespass on sacred ground," the warrior boomed, his voice echoing through the desolate landscape. "Turn back now, or face the wrath of the fallen."
"We mean no disrespect,"
Elara said, her voice filled with respect.
"We seek only the Sunstone, to protect our world from the encroaching darkness."
"The Sunstone is not for mortal hands," the warrior replied, his voice hardening. "It is a weapon of immense power, and it must not be wielded by those who are not worthy."
"We are worthy,"
Valen said, stepping forward, his sword drawn.
"We have faced darkness, loss, and despair, and we have emerged stronger. We will not allow the Sunstone to fall into the wrong hands."
"Then you must prove your worth," the warrior said, his eyes narrowing. "You must face me in combat, and if you can defeat me, I will grant you passage to the Sunstone."
"We accept your challenge,"
Elara said, her voice filled with resolve.
"But know this, we fight not for glory, but for the survival of our world."
The spectral warrior nodded, and with a swift motion drew his own ethereal blade. The battle was fierce and unrelenting. Valen, Lyra, and Toby fought with all their might, their swords clashing against the warrior's spectral blade, their spells illuminating the desolate landscape. But the warrior was a formidable opponent, his movements swift and precise, his power seemingly limitless. Despite their best efforts, the warriors slowly began to gain the upper hand. Valen was struck by the warrior's blade, his armor dented, his body bruised. Lyra was knocked to the ground, her staff broken, her magic weakened. Seeing his friends in peril, Toby made a desperate move. He charged towards the warrior, his own sword raised high, intending to distract him and give his friends a chance to recover. But the warrior was too quick. He sidestepped Toby's attack and with a swift motion plunged his blade deep into Toby's chest. Toby gasped, his eyes widening in shock. He looked down at the blade protruding from his chest, his hand reaching out to touch it. Then, with a final sigh, he collapsed to the ground, his body lifeless.
"Toby!"
Elara cried, her voice filled with anguish. She rushed to his side, cradling his head in her arms.
I'm sorry,"
Toby whispered, his voice barely audible.
"I couldn't let you fail."
"Don't talk,"
Elara said, her voice trembling.
"Save your strength."
"It's too late," Toby said, his eyes closing. "But I'm glad I could help."
And with those words, Toby took his last breath, his body going limp in Elara's arms. Chapter 65. The Unwritten Future. Toby's death cast a long shadow over the remaining members of the group. The joy and hope that had fueled their journey were replaced by a profound sense of grief and despair. The weight of their mission felt heavier than ever, the price of their quest far too steep. Elara, Valen, and Lyra stood beside Toby's hastily made grave, the desolate wasteland a stark reminder of their loss. The spectral warrior, his ethereal form now dimmed with sorrow, watched them with a mixture of regret and respect.
"I did not wish for this," the warrior said, his voice filled with remorse. "But the path to the Sunstone is not for the faint of heart. Only those who are willing to sacrifice everything can hope to claim its power."
Toby was willing to... Father was willing to sacrifice everything,
Valen said, his voice filled with grief.
He was the bravest, kindest soul I have ever known. And now he's gone. His sacrifice will not be in vain,
Elara said, her voice trembling.
We will honor his memory by completing our mission. We will find the Sunstone, and we will use it to banish the darkness from this world.
Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with tears.
We owe it to him, she said. We owe it to everyone who has suffered because of the darkness.
The spectral warrior bowed his head in respect.
"Then I shall grant you passage to the Sunstone," he said. "But be warned, the final trial is the most difficult of all. You will face your greatest fears, your deepest regrets, and your darkest desires. Only those who can overcome these inner demons can hope to wield the power of the Sunstone."
With heavy hearts, Elara, Valen, and Lyra continued their journey, their steps slow and deliberate, their minds filled with memories of Toby. They knew that the road ahead would be long and arduous, but they were determined to see it through, for Toby, for Viridian. Chapter 66. The Scars Remain. The journey to the Sunstone grew increasingly perilous, each step a reminder of the sacrifices they had made and the scars they carried. The landscape shifted, reflecting the turmoil within their hearts. They traversed treacherous mountains, their peaks shrouded in mist, their slopes riddled with hidden dangers. They navigated dark, foreboding forests, their trees gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. The emotional toll was immense. Elara struggled with the guilt of leading her friends into harm's way. Valen wrestled with the anger and frustration of losing his father, his closest companion. Lyra battled the fear that they would all meet a similar fate, their quest ending in tragedy. One evening, as they camped beneath a sky filled with cold, distant stars, the weight of their emotions finally surfaced.
I can't do this anymore, Lyra said, her voice breaking. I'm scared, I'm tired. I don't think I can handle another loss.
Valen reached out and took her hand, his touch gentle and reassuring.
I know it's hard, he said, but we can't give up. We have to keep going, for Toby, for everyone who's counting on us. But what if we fail?
Lyra asked, her eyes filled with tears.
What if we reach the Sunstone and we're not strong enough to wield it? What if we end up making things worse?
Elara knelt down beside Lyra, her gaze filled with compassion.
We can't let fear control us, she said. We have to believe in ourselves, in our strength, in our ability to overcome any obstacle. We've come too far to turn back now. But the scars,
Lyra whispered, her voice barely audible.
They're always there, reminding us of what we've lost, of what we've suffered.
Elara nodded, her own scars, both visible and invisible, aching with the memory of past pain. Chapter 67. The Broken Trust. As Elara, Valen, and Lyra pressed onward, a subtle unease began to permeate their group. A sense of suspicion, like a creeping vine, wrapped itself around their camaraderie, threatening to choke the bond that had sustained them through so much. It started with small things, a whispered conversation overheard, a furtive glance exchanged, a shared secret suddenly guarded. The once open communication between them became strained, replaced by carefully chosen words and guarded expressions. One morning, as they prepared to break camp, Valen noticed that his map, the one charting their course to the Sunstone, was missing. Panic flared in his chest, quickly followed by suspicion. Who would take it, and why?
Has anyone seen my map?
He asked, his voice tight with barely suppressed anxiety. Elara and Lyra exchanged a quick glance before shaking their heads.
No, Valen,
Elara said, her voice calm but lacking its usual warmth.
Have you checked your pack thoroughly?
Valen bristled at the question, a wave of mistrust washing over him.
Of course I have, he snapped. It's not just misplaced. Someone took it.
The air crackled with tension. Lyra shifted uncomfortably, avoiding Valen's gaze. Elara remained impassive, her expression unreadable.
Are you accusing one of us, Valen?
Lyra asked, her voice laced with a hint of defensiveness.
I don't know what to think,
Valen said, his frustration mounting.
But the map doesn't just disappear. Someone must have taken it, and the only people who could have are standing right here. That's a serious accusation, Valen,
Elara said, her voice hardening.
Are you suggesting that one of us would betray you, after everything we've been through?
I'm not suggesting anything, Valen said, his voice rising. I'm just stating the facts. The map is gone, and no one else could have taken it. The silence that followed was thick and heavy, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. The tension between them was palpable, a tangible force that threatened to shatter their fragile alliance. Suddenly, a high-pitched, ethereal wail pierced the air, cutting through the tension like a knife. The sound was unlike anything they had ever heard before, a haunting melody that seemed to vibrate deep within their bones. They all froze, their heads snapping towards the source of the sound. It seemed to be coming from the nearby forest, but its exact location was impossible to pinpoint.
What was that?
Lyra whispered, her voice trembling with fear.
I don't know,
Elara said, her eyes scanning the surrounding trees.
But it doesn't sound natural.
As they listened, the wail grew louder, more intense. It was accompanied by a strange shimmering in the air, a distortion of the light that made the trees seem to ripple and sway. Then, without warning, a figure emerged from the forest, bathed in an eerie, otherworldly glow. It was a woman. Her face pale and gaunt, her eyes wide and vacant. She was dressed in tattered rags, and her long tangled hair streamed behind. Chapter 68. The Price of Ambition. The spectral woman continued her silent, ethereal advance, her haunting wail filling the air, her translucent form sending shivers down their spines. Elara, Valen, and Lyra stood their ground, their weapons drawn, their hearts pounding in their chests.
What do you want?
Elara called out, her voice firm despite the tremor of fear that ran through her.
Why are you hunting us?
The woman didn't reply, her vacant eyes fixed on some unseen point beyond them. She reached out a spectral hand, her fingers brushing against Valen's cheek. He recoiled in horror, feeling a chill that seemed to penetrate his very soul. Suddenly, images flooded his mind, visions of power, of glory, of a world kneeling before him. He saw himself as a king, ruling with an iron fist, his enemies crushed beneath his feet. He felt the intoxicating allure of absolute control, the seductive promise of ultimate authority. He staggered back, his head spinning, his mind reeling from the overwhelming visions. He clutched at his temples, trying to shut out the seductive whispers that echoed in his mind.
What's happening to you, Valen?
Lyra asked, her voice filled with concern.
I don't know,
Valen stammered, his eyes wide with confusion.
I'm seeing things, feeling things I never thought possible.
The spectral woman turned her attention to Lyra, reaching out her spectral hand once more. Lyra flinched, but before she could react, the woman's fingers brushed against her forehead. A similar flood of images overwhelmed Lyra's mind, visions of knowledge, of enlightenment, of unlocking the secrets of the universe. She saw herself as a powerful sorceress, wielding arcane magic with effortless grace, her intellect surpassing all others. She felt the intoxicating allure of forbidden knowledge, the seductive promise of ultimate understanding. She cried out, her body trembling, her mind struggling to resist the overwhelming visions. She stumbled. Chapter 69. The Shattered Mirror. As the spectral woman touched Valen and Lyra, Elara watched in horror as her friends succumbed to the visions she seemed to reject. She knew that the woman was preying on their deepest desires, their hidden ambitions, their secret longings.
Stop it!
Elara shouted, her voice filled with rage. She lunged towards the woman, her sword raised high, intending to strike her down. But as her blade passed through the woman's spectral form, it met no resistance. The woman didn't flinch, didn't react in any way. She simply continued to project her visions, her haunting wail growing louder and more intense.
Elara realized that she couldn't fight the woman with physical force. She had to find a way to break the connection, to sever the link between the woman and her friends' minds. She closed her eyes, focusing her energy, reaching out with her own senses to try and understand the nature of the woman's power. She felt a cold, empty void, a vast emptiness that seemed to consume everything around it. She realized that the woman was not a creature of malice, but a being of pure despair, a reflection of the darkness that lurked within their own hearts. "You're not real," Elara said, her voice filled with conviction. "You're just a reflection of our own fears and desires. You have no power over us unless we allow it." She reached out and took Valen's hand, her touch warm and reassuring. "Valen, you are not a tyrant," she said, her voice filled with love. "You are a leader, a protector, a friend. You are better than the darkness that this creature is trying to show you." She turned to Lyra, taking her other hand. "Lyra, you are not a power-hungry sorceress," she said, her voice filled with admiration. "You are a scholar, a healer, a beacon of hope. You are better than the darkness that this creature is trying to show you." Chapter 70. The Forgotten Prophecy. As Elara spoke, her words resonated with a power that transcended the spectral woman's influence. Valen and Lyra, their minds still reeling from the visions, began to shake off the seductive allure of their darkest desires. The images faded, the whispers quieted, and the cold, empty void that had threatened to consume them receded. The spectral woman, sensing her power waning, emitted a piercing shriek of frustration. The ground trembled, the trees swayed, and the air crackled with energy, but Elara stood firm, her resolve unwavering, her love for her friends a shield against the woman's despair.
"You cannot defeat me,"
the woman wailed, her voice filled with anguish.
"The darkness is too strong. It will consume you all in the end."
"We will not succumb to the darkness," Elara said, her voice ringing with defiance. "We will fight for the light, for hope, for a better future." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the forest, a voice ancient and powerful, a voice that seemed to resonate from the very earth beneath their feet.
"The time has come,"
the voice boomed, its words shaking the foundations of their being.
"The prophecy must be fulfilled."
Elara, Valen, and Lyra exchanged a look of confusion. "What prophecy?" Elara asked, her voice trembling.
"The prophecy of the Sunstone," the voice replied. "The prophecy that has been forgotten for centuries, but whose time has now come."
"Tell us,"
Valen urged, his voice filled with urgency.
"what does the prophecy say?"
The voice hesitated for a moment, then continued, its words heavy with significance.
"When the darkness rises, and despair consumes the land, 3 heroes shall emerge, their hearts filled with courage, their spirits unyielding. They shall seek the Sunstone, the source of all light, and they shall face the ultimate test, the trial of the forgotten prophecy."
"What is the trial?"
Lyra asked, her voice barely a whisper, her eyes wide with apprehension.
"What must we do to fulfill the prophecy?"
The ancient voice resonated once more, its tone shifting, becoming both somber and laced with a glimmer of hope.
"The trial is twofold. First, you must confront the source of your deepest sorrow, the one loss that haunts your very waking moment. Only by accepting this pain can you move forward."
Elara's heart clenched. She knew what that meant. Toby. They had to find a way to reconcile with his death. The voice continued.
"Second, you must offer a sacrifice, a piece of yourselves, willingly given, to restore balance to the world. Only then will the Sunstone reveal its true power."
A chilling silence fell upon the group. What kind of sacrifice would be required? And what did any of this have to do with the spectral woman, who still hovered nearby, a silent observer of their conversation? Then the ancient voice spoke again, its tone shifting, becoming more urgent.
"But know this. The prophecy also speaks of a way to mend what has been broken, to return to life where it has been unjustly taken. The key lies in the heart of the Sunstone itself, and the echo of a pure soul."
Hope flickered in Elara's chest. Could it be possible? Could they actually bring Toby back?
"But beware," the voice warned, its tone turning ominous. "For the fulfillment of the prophecy will not be without consequence. A storm is coming, a tempest of darkness unlike anything you have ever faced. The choices you make now will determine not only your fate, but the fate of the entire world. As the voice faded into silence, the spectral woman let out one final mournful wail, then dissolved into the mist, disappearing as quickly as she had appeared. The forest fell silent, the only sound the rustling of leaves in the wind, a chilling reminder of the storm that was brewing. Chapter 71. The Shadow Grasp. The ancient voice's warning hung heavy in the air, a chilling premonition of the storm that was to come. Elara, Valen, and Lyra knew that they had to act quickly, to prepare themselves for the challenges that lay ahead. But the weight of Toby's death, the uncertainty of the prophecy, and the looming threat of the unknown cast a long shadow over their spirits. As they continued their journey, the landscape grew increasingly bleak and desolate. The trees became twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air grew heavy and stagnant, filled with the stench of decay. The sun, once a source of warmth and comfort, was now hidden behind a thick veil of clouds, casting the world in a perpetual twilight.
"This place, it feels wrong," Lyra said, her voice barely a whisper. "Like something is watching us, waiting for us to make a mistake." "We need to be careful," Valen said, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "Something is definitely not right here." As they ventured deeper into the darkness, they began to hear whispers, faint and indistinct, carried on by the wind. The whispers seemed to be calling their names, taunting them, preying on their fears and insecurities.
"Do you hear that?"
Elara asked, her voice trembling slightly.
"Hear what?"
Valen replied, his brow furrowed in confusion.
"The whispers. They're calling our names."
Lyra nodded, her eyes wide with fear.
"I hear them too," she said. "They're saying terrible things."
As they listened, the whispers grew louder, more distinct. They seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once, surrounding them, enveloping them in a cacophony of dread.
"You're not worthy,"
the whispers hissed.
"You're going to fail. You're going to die."
"Ignore them,"
Elara said, her voice firm despite the fear. Chapter 72. The Darkness Within. The whispers intensified, their insidious voices burrowing into Elara, Valen, and Lyra's minds, amplifying their fears and insecurities. The once clear path to the Sunstone became shrouded in doubt, their resolve crumbling under the weight of the unseen tormentors. As they pressed onward, the landscape began to warp and twist, reflecting the growing darkness within their hearts. The trees contorted into grotesque shapes, their branches adorned with thorny vines that seemed to reach out and grasp at them. The ground beneath their feet became soft and yielding, as if they were walking on the surface of a festering wound.
I can't do this,"
Lyra stammered, her voice trembling with fear.
"It's too much. I want to go back."
"We can't go back," Valen said, his voice strained. "We've come too far."
"But what's the point?"
Lyra cried, tears streaming down their face.
"We're just going to die here, alone and forgotten."
Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, and they plunged into a dark, cavernous abyss. They landed with a sickening thud, the air knocked from their lungs. As they struggled to their feet, they realized that they were surrounded by towering walls of jagged rock, their surfaces slick with moisture.
"Where are we?"
Elara asked, her voice echoing through the cavern. "I don't know," Valen replied, his voice filled with dread. "But I don't think we're supposed to be here." As they ventured deeper into the cavern, they began to see things, fleeting shadows that danced in the periphery of their vision, grotesque figures carved into the walls, and pools of stagnant water that reflected their faces back at them, distorted and twisted into monstrous visages.
"This place, it's feeding on our fears,"
Elara said, her voice barely a whisper.
"It's trying to break us."
"We can't let it," Valen said, his voice filled with grim determination. "We have to fight back." But as he spoke, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the cavern, followed by a sickening crunch. Elara and Valen turned to see Lyra lying on the ground, her body contorted at an unnatural angle, her eyes wide with terror. Standing over her was a grotesque figure, its body a twisted mockery of a human form, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent.
"Lyra!"
Elara cried, rushing to her side. But it was too late. Lyra's body was limp. her eyes lifeless. She was gone. A wave of despair washed over Elara and Valen, threatening to drown them in the darkness. They had failed. They had let the darkness win. The grotesque figure turned its attention to them, its eyes gleaming with anticipation. It lunged towards them, its claws outstretched, its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Elara and Valen raised their weapons, preparing to fight for their lives, but as they did, they realized that they were no longer alone. Shadows began to coalesce around them, taking on grotesque forms, their eyes burning with malevolent intent. They were surrounded, outnumbered, and outmatched. The grotesque figure lunged, its claws tearing through Valen's armor, ripping into his flesh. He cried out in pain, staggering backwards, his strength failing. Elara watched in horror as Valen fell to the ground, his body writhing in agony. The shadows closed in around him, their claws tearing at his flesh, their teeth sinking into his bones. She knew that she was next. She closed her eyes, bracing herself for the inevitable. But as she did, she heard a voice that she thought she would never hear again.
Elara,
The voice whispered.
don't give up. You can still save them.
Elara opened her eyes, her heart pounding in her chest. Chapter 73. A World Divided. Standing before Elara, bathed in an ethereal light, was Toby. But this was not the Toby she remembered. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly power. His body radiated an energy that seemed to crackle in the air, and his voice resonated with an authority that was both comforting and terrifying.
Toby?
Elara whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief.
Is that really you?
I am here, Elara,
Toby replied, his voice filled with compassion.
but I am not the Toby you once knew. I have been changed, transformed by the power of the Sunstone.
What's happening?
Valen groaned, struggling to his feet, his body battered and bruised.
What's going on? Toby's here,
Elara said, her voice filled with wonder.
He's going to help us.
Help us?
Valen scoffed, his face contorted with pain.
How can he help us? We're surrounded by monsters and we're about to die.
I can help you,
Toby said, his eyes glowing with power.
but you must trust me. You must believe in me.
Without waiting for a response, Toby raised his hands, and a surge of energy erupted from his body, blasting the shadows back, creating a temporary safe zone around them.
We don't have much time.
Toby said, his voice urgent.
The darkness is growing stronger. We need to escape this place before it consumes us all.
How do we get out?
Elara asked, her eyes scanning the cavern.
There is a path, Toby replied, but it is guarded by powerful forces. We will need to fight our way through.
Without hesitation, Elara and Valen drew their weapons, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Toby took the lead, his body radiating a protective aura, guiding them through the darkness. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, they were confronted by hordes of grotesque creatures, their eyes burning with malevolent lights. As they fought their way through the hordes of grotesque creatures, Toby's power seemed to grow with each passing moment. He moved with a speed and agility that defied explanation, his attacks precise and devastating. Elara and Valen fought bravely by his side, their courage renewed by his presence. But despite their combined efforts, the darkness seemed to be closing in around them. The creatures were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. They were slowly being overwhelmed.
We can't keep this up forever,
Valen said, his voice strained.
We're running out of energy.
I know,
Toby replied, his eyes filled with concern.
but we're almost there. I can sense the exit.
Suddenly, they reached a large, open chamber. In the center of the chamber was a swirling vortex of light, pulsating with energy.
That's it,
Toby said, his voice filled with hope.
That's the way out.
But as they approached the vortex, a towering figure emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. It was a demon, its body wreathed in flames, its eyes burning with hatred.
You shall not pass,
The demon roared, its voice shaking the very foundations of the cavern.
This is where your journey ends.
Toby stepped forward, his eyes locked on the demons.
I will not let you stop us,
He said.
I will protect my friends, no matter the cost.
Without hesitation, Toby charged towards the demon, his body radiating a blinding light. The two clashed in a furious battle, their powers colliding with earth-shattering force. Elara and Valen watched in awe and terror as Toby fought the demon, their hearts filled with a mixture of hope and despair. They knew that this was their chance to escape, but they couldn't bear the thought of leaving Toby behind. As the battle raged on, Toby turned to Elara and Valen, his eyes filled with a mixture of sadness and love. Chapter 74. The Aftermath. Elara and Valen hesitated, their hearts torn between the desire to stay and fight alongside Toby and the knowledge that their survival depended on escaping through the vortex.
"We can't leave you, Toby,"
Elara said, her voice choked with emotion.
"We won't."
You must,
Toby replied, his voice strained with urgency.
This is my fight. You have to go, and you have to fulfill the prophecy. You have to save the world.
"But—"
Valen began.
No buts.
Toby interrupted.
You have to trust me. I will be alright. I promise.
He reached out and took their hands, his touch warm and reassuring.
I will always be with you,
he said, his voice filled with love.
in your hearts, in your memories. Never forget me.
With a final, lingering look, Toby released their hands and turned back to face the demon.
Go now,
he said, his voice filled with authority.
before it's too late.
Tears streaming down their faces, Elara and Valen reluctantly turned and stepped into the vortex. As they did, they felt a surge of energy coursing through their bodies, carrying them away from the darkness and towards an unknown destination. As they were pulled through the vortex, Elara turned back to catch one last glimpse of Toby. She saw him standing tall and proud, his body radiating a brilliant light, facing the demon with unwavering courage. Then, the vortex closed, and he was gone. Elara and Valen emerged from the vortex, landing on soft grass beneath a clear, starlit sky. They were back in the world they knew, but everything had changed. They were alone, without Toby, without Lyra, without the hope that had once driven them forward. They stood there for a long time, their hearts heavy with grief, their minds filled with memories of their fallen friends. The world around them seemed to fade away, replaced by the crushing weight of their loss. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed through the night, soft and gentle, yet filled with an otherworldly power.
Elara, the voice whispered.
Elara turned, her eyes widening in disbelief. Standing before her, bathed in starlight, was Toby. But he was different now, more ethereal, more radiant. He seemed to be made of pure light, his form shimmering like a constellation.
"Toby?"
Elara whispered, her voice trembling.
"But how?"
I told you I would always be with you,
Toby said, his voice filled with love.
and I am, but I cannot stay here. My destiny lies among the stars.
He reached out his hand, his touch sending a jolt of energy through Elara's body.
Come with me, Elara.
He said, his eyes filled with longing.
Come and live with me among the stars. Leave this world of pain and sorrow behind.
Elara hesitated, her heart torn between her love for Toby and her loyalty to Valen, her commitment to the world they had sworn to protect.
I don't know, Toby,"
she stammered, tears streaming down her face.
"I can't just leave Valen. I can't abandon my responsibilities."
Toby nodded, his expression filled with understanding.
I know. I understand. But know this, Elara. My offer will always stand. Whenever you are ready, whenever you feel that you have fulfilled your purpose here, come find me. I will be waiting for you among the stars.
He turned to Valen, his eyes filled with compassion.
Valen,
he said with a gentle voice. Chapter 75. A Glimmer of Hope. Valen's heart ached as he looked at Toby, his father, now a being of pure starlight, about to leave him behind. He knew that Toby was offering Elara a chance at peace, a chance to escape the pain and suffering of their world. But he also knew that he couldn't let her go. He needed her. They needed each other.
"Father,"
Valen said,
"take care of yourself, okay? And thank you for everything."
Toby smiled, his eyes filled with warmth.
I will, Valen, he said. And you take care of Elara. Protect her. She's the strongest person I know. And don't give up hope.
Even in the darkest of times, there is always a glimmer of light to be found. He turned back to Elara, his eyes filled with love.
Goodbye, Elara, he said, until we meet again.
With a final, lingering look, Toby raised his hands. and a beam of starlight descended from the heavens, enveloping him in its embrace. He began to ascend, his body shimmering and fading as he rose higher and higher into the sky. Elara watched, tears streaming down her face, as Toby disappeared into the vast expanse of the cosmos, becoming one with the stars. She knew that she would never forget him, that his memory would forever be etched into her heart. As the starlight faded, Elara turned to Valen, her eyes filled with sorrow.
"What do we do now?"
she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Valen reached out and took her hand, his touch warm and reassuring.
We keep going,
he said, his voice filled with determination.
We honor their memory by fighting for a better future. We find that glimmer of hope, and we hold on to it with all our might.
They stood there for a long time, hand in hand, gazing up at the stars, their hearts filled with a mixture of grief and determination. The weight of their loss was heavy, but the memory of Toby's words, his belief in the power of hope, gave them the strength to carry on. Valen took a deep breath, steeling himself for what he had to do. He knew that before they could move forward, he needed to say goodbye to his parents, to find some closure after all that had happened.
Elara,
he said, his voice quiet but firm. I need a minute. I need to speak to my parents one last time. Elara nodded, understanding etched on her face.
"I'll go with you,"
she said, squeezing his hand. Valen's heart ached as he recounted their journey to the stars, the battles they had fought, the sacrifices they had made, and the tragic loss of their friends. His parents listened in silence, their faces unseen in the constellations.
"You've been through so much, my son,"
he could feel his mother say.
"You've shown such courage and strength. We are so proud of you."
Toby spoke after his queen.
We know you have a great destiny ahead of you, Valen, he said. But know that we will always be here for you, no matter what. Our love will always be with you.
Valen's heart swelled with emotion. He knew that he couldn't stay here, not yet. He had a duty to fulfill, a world to save. But he also knew that he would never forget his parents, that their love would always be a source of strength and inspiration. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the goodbye. I have to go, he said, his voice thick with emotion. I have to continue my journey, but I promise I will come back. I will see you again. His mother understood.
"We know, my son,"
she said.
"Go now and fulfill your destiny. But please, be careful. The world needs you."
Valen embraced his parents one last time, holding them tightly, not with his body, but with his heart, imprinting their faces into his memory. Then, with a heavy heart, he turned and walked away, Elara by his side. As they left the clearing behind, Valen looked back one last time, his heart aching with a mixture of love and sorrow. He knew that he was leaving a part of himself behind, but he also knew that he was carrying a part of them with him, a part that would guide him and protect him on his journey. Chapter 76. The Forgotten Lore. As Elara and Valen continued their journey, they knew that they needed to find a way to defeat the darkness that was threatening to consume the world. They had lost Toby and Lara, but their sacrifice would not be in vain. They had to find a way to honor their memory by fulfilling the prophecy and restoring balance to the world.
"What do we do now?"
Elara asked, her voice filled with determination.
"We know we need to find the Sunstone, but we don't even know where to start looking."
The ancient voice mentioned a forgotten prophecy,
Valen said, his brow furrowed in thought.
Maybe if we can find more information about that prophecy, it will lead us to the Sunstone.
"But where do we even begin to look?"
Elara asked, her voice filled with uncertainty.
"The prophecy has been forgotten for centuries. How can we possibly find any information about it?"
There is one place that might hold the answers we're looking for, Valen said, his eyes lighting up with a spark of hope. The Citadel of Knowledge. It's an ancient library, said to contain the greatest collection of knowledge in the world. If anyone knows about the forgotten prophecy, it will be the scholars who reside there.
"The Citadel of Knowledge,"
Elara repeated, her voice filled with wonder.
"I've heard stories about it, but I never thought it was real."
It's real, Valen said, his voice filled with conviction. And it's our best chance of finding the information we need. We have to go there. Without hesitation, Elara and Valen set off towards the Citadel of Knowledge. their hearts filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The journey was long and arduous, but they pressed on, driven by their determination to save the world. As they traveled, they encountered many challenges, but they faced them with courage and resolve. They battled ferocious beasts, navigated treacherous terrains, and outsmarted cunning enemies. Chapter 77. The Edge of the Abyss. The journey to the Citadel of Knowledge was fraught with peril, as Alara and Valen ventured deeper into the unknown. The landscape began to shift, transforming into a desolate wasteland. Twisted trees clouded the sky, their branches bare and skeletal, while the ground beneath their feet crumbled into dust. A chilling wind howled through the barren plains, carrying with it whispers of despair and madness.
"This place, it feels cursed," Elara said, her voice barely a whisper. "Like something terrible happened here."
"We need to be careful," Valen replied, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I sense a darkness here, a presence that is watching us." As they pressed onward, the air grew heavy and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. Shadows danced in the periphery of their vision, playing tricks on their minds, blurring the line between reality and illusion.
"Do you see that?"
Elara asked, pointing towards a dark shape in the distance.
"What is it?"
Valen squinted, his eyes struggling to pierce the gloom. "I don't know," he said, "but it's getting closer." As they approached the shape, it began to take form, revealing itself to be a massive chasm, a gaping wound in the earth that seemed to stretch on forever. The edge of the abyss was jagged and uneven, lined with crumbling rocks and treacherous ledges. A thick fog swirled from the chasm, obscuring the bottom and making it impossible to see what lay below. This is the edge of the abyss," Valen said. "I've heard stories about this place. It's said to be a gateway to the underworld, a place where the souls of the damned are tormented for eternity."
"We can't go any further," Elara said. "This place is too dangerous. We need to find another way."
"I don't know if there is another way," Valen said. "The Citadel of Knowledge lies on the other side of this chasm. If we want to find the Forgotten Lord, we have to cross it."
"But how?"
Elara asked, her eyes scanning the treacherous landscape.
"There's no bridge, no path, nothing but a sheer drop into the abyss."
As they stood there, contemplating their options, a sudden gust of wind swept through the chasm, carrying with it a mournful wail. The sound seemed to echo from the depths of the abyss, filling their hearts with a sense of profound sadness.
"Did you hear that? What was that sound?"
"It's the souls of the damned," Valen replied. "They're calling out to us, begging us to save them." Just then, a frail voice called out from behind them. Perhaps I can help." They turned to see a hunched figure approaching, leaning heavily on a gnarled staff. The figure was cloaked in tattered rags, their face hidden beneath a deep cowl. As they drew closer, they could see that the figure was an old woman, her face wrinkled and weathered, her eyes filled with a strange, unsettling light. "Who are you?" Elara asked, her voice filled with suspicion.
"I am called Lyra,"
the old woman croaked, her voice raspy and weak.
"I have lived in these lands for many years. I know the secrets of the abyss."
"Do you know a way across?" Valen asked, his voice filled with hope. The old woman nodded, her eyes gleaming in the dim light.
"I do," she said, "but it is a dangerous path. It requires a sacrifice."
Before Elara or Valen could respond, the ground beneath their feet began to tremble, and a section of the edge of the abyss crumbled away. Chapter 78. The Price of Knowledge. The old woman, Lyra, let out a piercing shriek as the ground gave way beneath her, sending her tumbling towards the chasm.
"Lyra!"
Elara cried, reaching out her hand in a futile attempt to save her. But it was too late. The old woman plummeted into the abyss, her screams echoing through the chasm, before being swallowed by the darkness. As the dust settled, Elara and Valen stood in stunned silence, their hearts heavy with grief and guilt. They had barely known Lyra, but she had offered to help them, and now she was gone, sacrificed to the abyss.
"Why did she do that?"
Elara asked, her voice filled with anguish.
"Why did she sacrifice herself for us?"
"I don't know," Valen replied, his face grim. "But I have a feeling she knew something we didn't. She knew that crossing this abyss would come at a price." Suddenly, a faint light began to emanate from the chasm, growing brighter and brighter until it illuminated the entire area. The fog that had obscured the bottom of the abyss began to dissipate, revealing a narrow, winding path that led across the chasm to the other side.
What is that?
Elara asked, her eyes wide with wonder. It's a bridge, Valen said, his voice filled with awe. Lyra's sacrifice. He created a bridge for us.
But at what cost?
Elara asked.
She gave her life for us. How can we ever repay that?
We can repay her by fulfilling our destiny, Valen said, his voice filled with determination. By using the knowledge we find at the Citadel to defeat the darkness and save the world. We have to make her sacrifice worth it. Taking a deep breath, Elara and Valen stepped onto the ethereal bridge that spanned the abyss. Chapter 79. The Guardians of the Future. The path was narrow and treacherous, and the wind howled around them, threatening to knock them off balance. But they pressed on, their determination fueled by the memory of Lyra's sacrifice. As they reached the other side of the chasm, they found themselves standing before a towering gate, crafted from obsidian and edged with ancient runes. The gate was guarded by two figures, clad in gleaming armor and wielding weapons that seemed to hum with power.
Halt!
One of the figures commanded, his voice echoing through the air.
Who are you? And what is your purpose here?
Elara stepped forward, her eyes meeting the gaze of the armored figure.
We are Elara and Valen,
she said.
We seek knowledge of the forgotten lore, knowledge that will help us defeat the darkness that threatens to consume the world.
The armored figure narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing them intently.
The Citadel of Knowledge is not open to just anyone, he said. Only those who are worthy may enter.
We are worthy, Valen said. We have faced many challenges, overcome many obstacles. We have sacrificed everything to reach this place.
The armored figure remained silent for a moment, as if weighing their words. Then he nodded slowly.
Very well, he said. I am Arion, and this is my sister, Lyria. We are the Guardians of the Future, descendants of the ancient heroes who protected this world from darkness long ago.
Lyria stepped forward, her eyes filled with curiosity.
We have been expecting you,
she said.
The prophecy foretold your arrival, but we must test you, to ensure that you are truly worthy of the knowledge you seek. What kind of test?
Elara asked. Arion drew his sword, its blade shimmering with an ethereal light.
We will test your strength, your courage, and your wisdom, he said. Only those who possessed all three can hope to succeed in the trials that lie ahead.
A fierce battle ensued. Elara and Valen fought with all their might, their skills honed by countless battles. Arion and Lyria were formidable opponents, their movements precise and their attacks relentless. But Elara and Valen held their own, their determination fueled by their desire to save the world. Finally, after a long and grueling fight, Elara and Valen managed to disarm Arion and Lyria, proving their strength and skill.
You have proven your strength, Arion said, sheathing his sword. But strength alone is not enough. You must also possess courage.
Lyria stepped forward, her eyes filled with intensity.
We will now test your courage, she said. You must face your deepest fears, confront your darkest demons. Only those who can overcome their own inner darkness can hope to defeat the darkness that threatens the world.
Elara and Valen braced themselves, knowing that the next test would be even more challenging than the first. They closed their eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to face their fears. As they stood there, a vision appeared before them, showing them a glimpse of the future, a future filled with darkness and despair. They saw cities crumbling, forests burning, and people suffering under the rule of a tyrannical overlord.
This is the future that awaits you if you fail, Arion said. The fate of the world rests in your hands.
Chapter 80. The Legacy of the Fallen. Elara and Valen opened their eyes, their faces filled with determination. They knew that they could not falter, that they had to find a way to prevent the dark future they had just witnessed.
We will not let that happen,
Elara said, her voice filled with conviction.
We will fight for a better future, a future where hope prevails over darkness.
But how? Valen asked. The vision showed us a villain more powerful than anything we've ever faced. How can we possibly defeat someone like that?
We are not alone,
Lyria said.
We have the knowledge of the Citadel at our disposal, and we have the legacy of the fallen heroes who came before us.
The legacy of the fallen? Elara asked.
What do you mean?
Long ago, Arian said, before the darkness consumed the world, there were heroes who stood against it. They fought bravely, but they were ultimately defeated. Their names have been forgotten by most, but their legacy lives on, in the form of ancient artifacts and powerful weapons.
These artifacts and weapons, Larry continued, are imbued with the power of the fallen heroes. They can amplify your own abilities, making you stronger, faster, and more resilient. But they are also dangerous. They can corrupt those who are not worthy, turning them into weapons of darkness.
How do we know if we're worthy? Valen asked, his voice filled with apprehension.
You will be tested, Arian said. You will have to prove that you are capable of wielding the power of the fallen without succumbing to its influence.
What kind of tests?
Elara asked, her voice filled with curiosity.
The tests will be different for each of you,
Lyria said.
They will be tailored to your individual strengths and weaknesses, but they will all require you to confront your inner demons, to overcome your fears, and to embrace your true potential.
Elara and Valen exchanged a nervous glance. They knew that the tests ahead would be challenging, but they were determined to succeed. They had come too far to turn back now.
When do we begin?
Elara asked, her voice filled with anticipation.
Now, Arian said. The first test awaits you in the Hall of Mirrors. Enter and face your reflections.
Elara and Valen turned and walked towards the Hall of Mirrors, their hearts pounding in their chests. As they approached the entrance, they noticed a strange symbol etched above the door, a symbol that seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Suddenly, the symbol began to glow, and a beam of light shot out, striking Valen in the chest. He gasped, his body convulsing, and then collapsed to the ground unconscious.
Valen!
Elara cried, rushing to his side.
What happened? Arian, Lyra, help!
Arian and Lyria rushed over, their faces filled with concern. They knelt down beside Valen, examining him closely.
He's been marked, Arian said. The symbol, it's a mark of corruption. Someone has tainted him with darkness.
But who?
Elara asked, her voice trembling with fear.
And why?
I don't know, Lyria said, her eyes scanning the surroundings.
But I have a feeling this is just the beginning. The darkness is closing in, and it's targeting us, one by one.
As she spoke, a dark figure emerged from the shadows, its eyes glowing with an evil light. It raised its hand, and a bolt of dark energy shot out, striking Arian in the chest.
Chapter 81. The Turning of the Tide.
It's time for you to join your fallen comrades,
Malkor said, his voice dripping with malice. He raised his hand, ready to deliver the final blow, when a voice cried out, "Not if I can help it!" A figure leaped in front of Elara and Lyria, deflecting Malkor's attack with a shimmering shield. It was Valen, his eyes glowing with a newfound power.
Valen!
Elara exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise.
But you were marked with darkness.
I was, Valen said, his voice deeper and more resonant than before. But I have learned to control it. I have embraced the darkness within me, and I have turned it against Malkor. Malkor glared at Valen, his eyes filled with fury.
You dare defy me? He snarled. You are nothing but a pawn, a puppet of the darkness. You cannot hope to stand against my power.
Maybe not, Valen said, his eyes blazing with determination. But I will not let you harm my friends. I will not let you destroy this world. He raised his hands, and a surge of energy erupted from his body, engulfing Malkor in a blinding light. Malkor screamed in agony as the light burned away his dark energy, weakening him significantly.
What is this power?
Malkor gasped, his voice barely audible.
How can you wield such light?
It's the power of hope, Valen said, his voice filled with conviction. It's the power of friendship, the power of love. It's a power that you can never understand. He unleashed another blast of energy, sending Malkor flying backwards. Malkor crashed into a wall, his body limp and lifeless. Elara and Lyria rushed to Valen's side, their faces filled with gratitude.
You saved us,
Elara said, her voice trembling with emotion. Chapter 82. The Rising Storm. We're not out of the woods yet, Valen said, his gaze fixed on Malkor's motionless form. He may be defeated, but the darkness he represents is still out there,
and it's growing stronger. Lyria nodded, her face grim.
Valen is right, she said. Malkor was just a harbinger, a sign of what's to come. The true threat is still looming, gathering its strength in the shadows. What do you mean? Elara asked, her voice filled with apprehension. What's coming?
A storm,
Arion said, his voice weak but firm. He had managed to sit up, leaning against the wall for support.
A storm of darkness, like anything this world has ever seen. An ancient evil, awakened from its slumber, ready to unleash its wrath upon us all.
What is this evil?
Valen asked, his eyes narrowed. What is its name? Arion hesitated, his face pale with fear.
Its name is best left unspoken, he said. To speak it is to invite its attention, to hasten its arrival.
We need to know,
Elara insisted, her voice filled with urgency.
We can't fight what we don't understand.
Arion sighed, his shoulders slumping.
Very well, he said, but do not say I didn't warn you. The name of this evil is Nyx.
A chill ran down Elara's spine. She had heard whispers of Nyx before, tales of a primordial being of darkness, a force of destruction that had once threatened to consume the entire universe. But she had always dismissed them as mere legends, bedtime stories meant to frighten children. Now, it seemed, the legends were real. Nyx, Valen repeated, his voice filled with dread. I've heard of her. They say she can control the very fabric of reality, warping time and space to her will. Chapter 83. The Echoes of the Past. That's not all, Lyria said, her face edged with worry. Nyx feeds on despair, on sorrow, on all the negative emotions that plague this world. The more suffering there is, the stronger she becomes. A heavy silence fell over the group, each of them grappling with the weight of this revelation. The task before them seemed impossible, a battle against a force that thrived on the very things they were trying to eradicate. So what do we do? Elara asked, her voice barely a whisper. How can we fight something that feeds on our pain? Valen stepped forward, his eyes filled with a quiet determination. We fight with hope, he said. We fight with love. We fight with the memory of those we've lost, and the promise of a better future. He paused, his gaze softening as he looked at Elara. We've all suffered, Elara, he said. We've all lost people we cared about, but we can't let that pain consume us. We have to use it to fuel our resolve, to make us stronger. Elara met his gaze, her eyes welling with tears. She thought of Toby, of Lyra, of all the innocent lives that had been lost in the fight against the darkness. The pain was still raw, the grief still fresh, but she knew that Valen was right. She couldn't let it break her. You're right, she said, her voice trembling. We have to keep fighting. For them. Lyria placed a hand on Elara's shoulder, her eyes filled with compassion. We all carry scars, she said. But those scars are a reminder of what we've overcome, of the strength we possess. We are not defined by our past, but by how we choose to face the future. Arion nodded in agreement.
The past can be a burden, or it can be a source of strength, he said. It all depends on how we choose to remember it.
As he spoke, a sharp pain shot through his chest. He gasped, his hand clutching at the wound Malkor had inflicted. Arion! Lyria cried, rushing to his side. What's wrong? Arion's face was pale, his breathing shallow.
The darkness. It's still inside me. Malkor's mark. It's spreading.
We have to do something,
Elara said, her voice filled with panic.
There must be a way to heal him.
Valen frantically searched through his pack, pulling out potions and bandages, but nothing seemed to work. Arion's condition continued to deteriorate, his life force fading with each passing moment.
It's no use,
Arion said, his eyes filled with a sad resignation.
It's too late. The darkness has taken root. I can feel it consuming me.
Lyria knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face.
Don't say that,
she sobbed.
You can't give up. We need you.
Arion reached out, his hand gently stroking Lyria's cheek.
I'm sorry, he said, his voice barely audible. I wish I could stay, but my time is coming to an end.
He turned to Elara and Valen, his eyes filled with warmth and gratitude.
Thank you, he said, for giving me hope, for reminding me that even in the darkest of times there is still light to be found.
He took a deep breath,
his eyes closing. "Lyria," he whispered, his voice fading. "I love you." And with that, Arian's body went limp, his spirit departing from this world. Chapter 84. The Alliance Forged. Lyria let out a heartbroken cry, clutching Arian's lifeless body to her chest. Elara and Valen stood beside her, their faces etched with sorrow. The loss of Arian was a heavy blow, a stark reminder of the sacrifices they would have to make in the fight against Nyx. After a moment of silence, Lyria pulled herself together, her eyes hardening with determination.
"We cannot mourn him now," she said, her voice trembling with grief but firm. "We have a world to save. Arian would want us to continue the fight."
Elara and Valen nodded in agreement. They knew that Lyra was right. They couldn't afford to wallow in their sorrow. They had to honor Arian's memory by carrying on his legacy, by fighting for the future he had believed in.
"What do we do now?" Elara asked, her voice filled with resolve. "We know that Nyx is coming, but we don't know where she is, or when she will strike."
"We need allies," Valen said, his brow furrowed in thought. "We can't face Nyx alone. We need to gather as many forces as we can, to stand united against the darkness."
"But who would join us?"
Elara asked, her voice filled with doubt.
"The world is fractured, divided by petty squabbles and ancient grudges. How can we convince them to put aside their differences and fight for a common cause?" "We have to try,"
Lyria said, her eyes filled with conviction.
"We have to show them that the threat of Nyx is greater than any of their petty grievances. We have to remind them of what's truly important, the survival of our world."
"Where do we start?" Valen asked, his gaze fixed on Lyria.
"We start with the elves,"
Lyria said.
"They are the oldest and wisest of all the races. They have seen the darkness rise and fall before. They know what's at stake."
"The elves are reclusive," Valen countered. "They haven't involved themselves in the affairs of humans or dwarves for centuries. Why would they help us now?"
"Because Nyx threatens them too," Lyria said. "Their ancient forests, their sacred groves, their very existence is at stake. They may be reluctant to join us, but they will listen. I know it." "Then we go to the elves,"
Elara said, her voice filled with determination.
"We plead our case, and we hope that they will see reason." "It won't be easy,"
Lyria warned.
"The Elven King, Thranduil, is a proud and stubborn ruler. He will not be easily swayed."
"We have to try," Valen said. "The fate of the world depends on it." As they prepared to leave, a messenger arrived, breathless and covered in dirt. He bowed before them, his eyes wide with fear.
"Forgive my intrusion,"
he said, his voice trembling.
"but I bring grave news. The dwarven kingdom of Khazad's Doom. It has fallen."
"Fallen?"
Elara asked.
"How? Khazad Doom was impenetrable."
"It was Nyx,"
the messenger said, his voice barely a whisper.
"She unleashed her power upon them, twisting their minds, turning them against each other. The dwarves fought amongst themselves, brother against brother, until the kingdom was consumed by chaos and destruction."
A wave of despair washed over Elara, Valen, and Lyria. The fall of Khazad Doom was a devastating blow, a sign that Nyx's power was growing stronger with each passing day.
"We're running out of time," Valen said, his voice filled with urgency. "We have to reach the elves before it's too late, before Nyx turns them against us as well."
"Then let's go,"
Elara said, her voice ringing with newfound resolve, though her heart was heavy with the news of Khazad Doom's fall. Chapter 85. The Choice. The urgency of their mission had just been amplified tenfold. They set off immediately, the image of the fallen dwarven kingdom burned into their minds. The journey to the elven kingdom of Eldoria was fraught with peril. The land seemed to writhe under a growing darkness, twisted creatures lurking in the shadows, preying on the despair of the world. After days of relentless travel, they finally reached the borders of Eldoria. The transition was stark. One moment, they were in a blighted landscape. The next, they stood at the edge of a forest that shimmered with an ethereal glow. The air was clean, the trees were ancient and wise, and a sense of peace permeated everything. But even here, the shadow of Nyx lingered. The elves, usually welcoming to outsiders, were wary, their faces etched with concern. They led Elara, Valen, and Lyria to the heart of Eldoria, to the towering palace of King Thranduil. The throne room was magnificent, crafted from living wood and adorned with shimmering crystals. But the atmosphere was heavy, the air thick with unspoken fear.
King Thranduil sat upon his throne, his face regal but troubled. He was flanked by his most trusted advisors, their expressions grim.
You come seeking aid, Thranduil said, his voice echoing through the hall. We know of the darkness that threatens the world. We have felt its tendrils reaching even into our sacred lands.
Then you understand the urgency of our plea,
Elara said, stepping forward.
Nyx is coming. She has already destroyed Khazad Dûm. If we do not unite, she will consume us all.
Thranduil regarded them with a piercing gaze.
We have watched the rise and fall of empires, he said. We have seen the darkness come and go. We have learned that interference often brings more harm than good. Why should we risk the safety of our people for a war that may already be lost?
Because it's not just your safety that's at stake,
Valen exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration.
It's the safety of the entire world. Nyx will not stop at Khazad Dûm. She will not stop at Eldoria. She will consume everything unless we stand together.
Thranduil remained unmoved.
Words are cheap, human, he said, his voice cold. Show me that you are worthy of our aid. Show me that you have the strength to stand against Nyx. Only then will I consider joining your cause.
How?
Lyria asked, her voice filled with desperation.
What must we do?
Thranduil rose from his throne, his eyes fixed on Lyria.
There is an ancient artifact hidden deep within the Forest of Shadows, he said. It is called the Heart of Eldoria, a source of immense power, capable of banishing the darkness from this land. Retrieve it, and you will prove your worth. But be warned, the Forest of Shadows is a dangerous place, filled with twisted creatures and ancient evils. Many have entered, but none have ever returned.
Elara, Valen, and Lyria exchanged a worried glance. The Forest of Shadows was a place of legend, a place whispered about in hushed tones. To venture there was to court death.
We will do it,
Elara said, her voice trembling but firm.
We will retrieve the Heart of Eldoria, and we will prove to you that we are worthy of your aid.
As they prepared to leave, a scream echoed through the hall. One of Thranduil's advisors collapsed to the ground, clutching his chest.
Poison!
He gasped, his face contorted in pain. Chapter 86. The Crossroads.
Poison!
The advisor gasped, his face contorted in pain.
They're among us!
Chaos erupted in the throne room. Elves drew their swords, scanning the crowd, searching for the assassin. Thranduil, his face a mask of fury, barked orders, demanding that the palace be locked down.
Who did this?
Valen demanded, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword.
Who would dare attack the Elven King?
Nyx agents,
Lyria said, her eyes narrowed.
She's trying to sow discord, to prevent us from forming an alliance. Then we can't waste any time,
Elara said, her voice filled with urgency.
We have to find the Heart of Eldoria before Nyx's influence spreads any further.
Thranduil, his face grim, approached them.
Go, he said, his voice low. Retrieve the heart. I will deal with the treachery within my walls.
They slipped out of the palace, the chaos and paranoia swirling around them. As they entered the Forest of Shadows, the atmosphere changed immediately. The air grew heavy, the light dimmed, and an oppressive silence descended upon them. The trees were gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The ground was covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves, muffling their footsteps.
This place feels wrong,
Valen said, his voice barely a whisper.
Like something is watching us. We need to be careful,
Lyria said, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword.
The Forest of Shadows is said to be guarded by ancient spirits and twisted creatures. We don't know what lies ahead.
As they ventured deeper into the forest, they came to a crossroads. 4 paths stretched before them, each leading into the darkness.
Which way do we go?
Elara asked, her voice filled with uncertainty.
I don't know,
Valen said. There's no sign of which path leads to the Heart of Eldoria. Lyria closed her eyes, focusing her senses.
I feel a pull,
she said, her voice barely audible.
A faint energy, coming from the path to the east. It feels ancient, powerful. Then that's the path we take,
Elara said, her voice filled with determination. They started down the eastern path, their senses on high alert. The forest grew darker and more oppressive with each step. Strange sounds echoed through the trees, whispers and rustlings that seemed to follow them. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble. The trees swayed violently, and a deafening roar echoed through the forest.
What was that?
Valen exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear. Before they could react, a massive creature burst from the undergrowth, blocking their path. It was a grotesque beast, a twisted mockery of nature. Its body was a mass of writhing vines and thorny branches, its eyes glowing with an unholy light.
A guardian of the forest,
Laria said, her voice filled with dread.
They are said to protect the heart of Aldoria, to prevent anyone unworthy from claiming its power.
The creature roared again, its massive claws tearing through the air. It lunged at them, its eyes fixed on Elara.
Elara, look out!
Valen cried, pushing her out of the way. The creature's claws struck Valen instead, tearing through his armor and ripping into his flesh. He cried out in pain, stumbling backwards.
Valen!
Elara screamed, rushing to his side. But it was too late. The creature raised its claws again, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, leaping in front of Valen. It was an elf, clad in green armor, his face hidden by a hood. He raised his bow, firing an arrow that struck the creature in the eye. Chapter 87. A Test of Will. The creature roared in agony, staggering back from the force of the arrow. The hooded elf fired another arrow, and another, each striking the creature with deadly accuracy.
Get out of here!
The elf shouted, his voice muffled by his hood.
I'll hold it off!
Elara, her heart pounding in her chest, helped Valen to his feet. His wound was deep, and he was losing blood quickly.
We can't leave you, Elara said. It's too dangerous.
I can handle it,
the elf said, his voice firm.
Just go! Find the heart of Aldoria. That's what matters now.
Reluctantly, Elara and Lyria agreed. They knew that they couldn't afford to waste any time. Valen needed immediate medical attention, and the fate of the world hung in the balance.
Thank you,
Elara said, her eyes filled with gratitude.
We won't forget this.
They turned and fled, leaving the hooded elf to face the creature alone. As they ran, they could hear the sounds of battle behind them, the clash of steel, the roars of the beast, and the elf's determined cries. They pressed on, deeper into the forest of shadows, their hearts heavy with worry for Valen and the unknown elf. The path ahead was treacherous, filled with obstacles and dangers. They had to climb over fallen trees, wade through murky swamps, and navigate through dense thickets. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, they reached their destination. In the center of a clearing stood an ancient altar, bathed in an ethereal light. Upon the altar rested a crystal heart, pulsating with energy.
The heart of Aldoria,
Laria said, her voice filled with awe.
We found it.
As they approached the altar, a voice echoed through the clearing.
So, you have made it this far, the voice said, its tone mocking. But your journey is far from over.
A figure materialized from the shadows, stepping into the light. It was an elf, but his features were twisted and distorted, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. He wore the robes of a high priest, and a wicked smile played upon his lips.
Who are you?
Elara demanded, her hand gripping the hilt of her sword.
I am Arian, the elf said, his voice dripping with malice, and I am the guardian of the heart of Aldoria. You must prove yourselves worthy to claim its power.
Elara and Lyria exchanged a confused glance.
But Arian is dead,
Elara said, her voice filled with disbelief.
We saw him die.
Did you?
The corrupted Arian said, his smile widening.
Or did you merely see what I wanted you to see? Death is a fleeting thing, a mere inconvenience, especially when one has the power to transcend it.
You're not Arian,
Lyria said, her voice filled with disgust.
You're an imposter, a puppet of Nyx.
Chapter 88. The Seats of Discord. Elara and Lyria found themselves standing in a familiar place, a place they had hoped to never see again. The ruins of their former village, now a desolate wasteland, scarred by the fires of war. The air was thick with the stench of death and decay, and the silence was broken only by the mournful cries of the wind.
No,
Elara whispered, her voice filled with horror.
This can't be real.
It's an illusion, Lyria said, her voice trembling. A trick of the mind.
Don't let it fool you.
But the illusion was incredibly vivid. Elara could see the charred remains of her home, the shattered remnants of her life. She could hear the screams of her loved ones, the cries of the dying. The pain was overwhelming, a crushing weight on her soul.
Remember,
Lyria said, her voice firm.
It's not real. It's just a test.
But the corrupted Arian's voice echoed through the ruins, taunting them.
Is it though?
He said, his voice dripping with malice.
Or is this the truth? The reality you have been trying to escape? The truth of your failure, your weakness, your inability to protect those you cared about?
Elara's resolve began to crumble. The memories were too strong, the pain too real. She could feel herself being drawn back into the past, consumed by guilt and regret.
You could have saved them, the corrupted Aryan whispered. You could have prevented this, but you didn't. You failed. And now, they are all dead because of you.
Tears streamed down Elara's face. She sank to her knees, her body racked with sobs.
Elara, no!
Laria cried, rushing to her side.
Don't listen to him. He's trying to break you.
Laria grabbed Elara's hand, her touch grounding her in the present. Chapter 89. The Unfinished Story.
Look at me.
Laria pleaded, her voice filled with urgency.
This isn't real, Elara. It's just a memory, a shadow of the past. You are stronger than this. You have come so far. Don't let him win.
Elara looked up at Laria, her eyes filled with pain and confusion.
But it feels so real,
she said, her voice barely a whisper.
I can't escape it.
You can, Laria said, her grip tightening on Elara's hand. You have to. Remember why you're here. Remember what you're fighting for. You're not just fighting for yourself. You're fighting for everyone who has suffered, for everyone who has lost hope. You're fighting for a better future. Laria's words resonated with Elara, stirring something deep within her. She thought of Toby, of Lyra, of all the innocent lives that had been taken by the darkness. She thought of Valen, wounded and fighting for his life. She thought of the world, teetering on the brink of destruction. A spark of defiance ignited within her, pushing back against the despair. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath, and focused on the present moment. She focused on Lyria's hand in hers, on the warmth of her touch, on the strength of their bond. Slowly, the illusion began to fade. The ruins of her village dissolved into mist. The screams of the dying faded into silence. The pain and regret began to recede, replaced by a growing sense of determination. Elara opened her eyes, her gaze clear and focused.
You're right,
she said, her voice filled with newfound resolve.
It's just a memory. It doesn't define me.
She stood up, her shoulders squared, her head held high.
I am not a victim of the past,
she said, her voice ringing with power. Chapter 90. The Unforeseen Hope.
I am not a victim of the past,
Elara said, her voice ringing with power.
I am a warrior of the present, and I will forge my own future.
The corrupted Aryan watched them, his expression shifting from amusement to annoyance.
Impressive, he said, his voice laced with sarcasm. But words are meaningless. Let's see if you can back them up.
He unleashed another wave of dark energy, sending tendrils of shadows snaking towards them. Lyria raised her sword, deflecting the attacks with practiced ease. Elara channeled her own energy, summoning a shield of light to protect them.
We don't want to fight you, Aryan,
Elara said, her voice filled with compassion.
We know you're still in there, trapped beneath Nyx's influence. Let us help you.
The corrupted Aryan laughed, a hollow, mirthless sound.
Help me? You cannot comprehend the power I wield. Nyx has shown me the truth, the true potential of this world, and I will not let you stand in my way.
He lunged at them, his movements swift and deadly. Elara and Lyria fought back, their skills honed by years of training and experience. But the corrupted Aryan was strong, his power augmented by Nyx's dark magic. The battle raged on, the clearing echoing with the clash of steel and the crackle of energy. Elara and Lyria fought with courage and determination, but they were slowly being overwhelmed. Suddenly, a voice cried out from the shadows.
Leave them alone!
A figure emerged from the trees, charging towards the corrupted Aryan. It was a hooded elf, his bow drawn, his eyes blazing with fury.
You!
The corrupted Aryan snarled, his attention shifting to the elf.
I thought I had taken care of you. You thought wrong,
the elf said, his voice filled with hatred. He unleashed a volley of arrows, each aimed with deadly precision. Chapter 91. The Price of Power. The corrupted Aryan snarled, his attention shifting to the elf.
You, he said. I thought I had taken care of you.
You thought wrong, the elf said, his voice filled with hatred. He unleashed a volley of arrows, each aimed with deadly precision. The corrupted Aryan deflected the arrows with a wave of his hand, sending them spiraling harmlessly into the trees.
You cannot defeat me,
he said, his voice filled with arrogance.
I am beyond your petty skills.
Maybe not, the elf said, his voice low,
but I can distract you.
He charged towards the corrupted Aryan, drawing his sword. The two engaged in a furious duel, their blades clashing with blinding speed. Elara and Lyria watched in awe, their hearts filled with gratitude. The elf was fighting with incredible skill and courage, holding his own against the corrupted Aryan's superior power.
We have to help him,
Elara said, her voice filled with determination.
He can't win this alone. But how? Lyria asked. We're already exhausted. We can't match Aryan's power.
Elara looked at the heart of Eldoria, pulsating with energy on the altar. An idea sparked in her mind, a desperate gamble that could either save them or destroy them all.
The heart,
she said, her voice trembling.
We have to use its power. It's the only way. But we don't know how to control it, Lyria protested. It could overwhelm us, consume us. We have to try, Elara said, her eyes filled with resolve. We have no other choice.
She turned to Lyria, her hand outstretched.
Are you with me?
Lyria hesitated for a moment, her face etched with worry, but she knew that Elara was right. They had to take the risk. Chapter 92. The Sacrifice.
I'm with you,
she said, taking Elara's hand, their fingers intertwined, a symbol of their unwavering bond. Together, they approached the altar, their eyes fixed on the heart of Eldoria. As they drew closer, the crystal began to grow brighter, its energy resonating with their own.
We have to focus,
Elara said, her voice trembling.
We have to channel our will, our hope, our love into the heart. We have to show that we are worthy.
They closed their eyes, taking a deep breath, and reached out to the heart with their minds. They poured their emotions into it, their memories, their dreams, their fears. They showed it their love for each other, their love for the world, their unwavering commitment to fighting against the darkness. The heart responded, its energy surging through them, filling them with a power they had never known before. They felt their bodies transforming, their minds expanding, their spirits soaring. But the power was immense, overwhelming. They could feel themselves losing control, their identities dissolving into the heart's energy.
It's too much,
Lyria gasped, her voice filled with pain.
I can't hold on. We have to,
Elara said, her voice strained.
We're almost there, just a little longer.
But Lyria's grip on Elara's hand began to weaken. She could feel herself slipping away, her consciousness fading.
Elara,
she whispered, her voice barely audible.
I can't. Lyria, no!
Elara cried, her heart breaking.
Don't give up! I need you!
But it was too late. Lyria's hand slipped from Elara's grasp, her body collapsing to the ground. Elara screamed, her voice filled with anguish. She felt a searing pain in her chest, as if a part of her soul had been ripped away. Chapter 93. The Echo's Betrayal. Elara screamed, her voice filled with anguish. She felt a searing pain in her chest, as if a part of her soul had been ripped away.
Lyria!
She cried again, her tears streaming down her face. She knelt beside Lyria's lifeless body, her heart shattered into a million pieces. The corrupted Aryan watched her, a cruel smile playing upon his lips.
Such a touching scene,
he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm.
But don't let it distract you. The heart of Eldoria is within your reach still. Claim it, and you can avenge her death. You can become the most powerful being in the world.
Elara glared at him, her eyes filled with hatred.
You will pay for this,
she said, her voice trembling with rage.
I will make you suffer for what you've done.
Brave words, the corrupted Aryan said, shrugging. But you're in no condition to fight. You're weak, vulnerable. You're nothing without your precious Lyria.
He raised his hand, preparing to strike the final blow, but before he could act, a figure stepped in front of Elara, shielding her from the attack. It was the hooded elf. Get away from her, he said, his voice low and menacing. The corrupted Aryan laughed.
Again? He said. I should have finished you off when I had the chance.
Maybe you should have, the elf said, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. The two engaged in a furious battle, their blades clashing with blinding speed. Elara watched them, her mind numb with grief and shock. She couldn't believe that Lyria was gone, that she had lost her best friend, her soulmate, again. As the battle raged on, Elara noticed something strange about the elf's fighting style. He seemed to know the corrupted Aryan's moves before he made them, anticipating his attacks, countering his defenses.
A chilling realization dawned on her. The elf wasn't just fighting the corrupted Aryan, he was fighting with him. "No," she whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. "It can't be." But the truth was undeniable. The elf was a traitor, a double agent working for Nyx. He had been manipulating them all along, leading them into a trap. Suddenly, the elf disengaged from the battle, leaping back from the corrupted Aryan. He turned to Alara, his hood falling back to reveal his face. It was Valen. "Valen!" Alara gasped, her voice filled with horror. "But how?" "I'm sorry, Alara," Valen said, his voice devoid of emotion. "But it had to be done." "But why?" Alara cried, her tears flowing freely. "Why would you do this?" "Because I was promised power," Valen said, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. "Power beyond your wildest dreams. Power that would allow me to reshape the world in my own image." "But what about our friendship?" Alara pleaded. Chapter 94. The Turning of the Wheel. As Valen lunged towards Alara, she closed her eyes, bracing for the killing blow, but it never came. Instead, she heard a sickening thud, followed by a gasp of pain. She opened her eyes and saw Valen staggering backwards, his hand clutching his chest. Standing behind him was Lyria. "Lyria!" Alara cried, her voice filled with disbelief and joy. "But how are you alive?" Lyria smiled weakly, her face pale and drawn. "It's a long story," she said, her voice barely audible. "But the important thing is, I'm here." She looked at Valen, her eyes filled with sadness and disappointment. "Why, Valen?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Why did you do this?" Valen stared at Lyria, his face contorted with rage and confusion. "You should be dead," he snarled. "I saw you die! How are you still alive?" "I don't know," Lyria said, shrugging. "Maybe some things are just meant to be." She turned to Alara, her eyes filled with determination. "We have to stop him, Alara," she said. "He's too dangerous to be left alive." Alara nodded, her heart filled with renewed hope. Lyria was alive, and they were together again. They could face anything, as long as they had each other. "Let's do it," Alara said, her voice filled with resolve. Together, they charged towards Valen, their swords drawn. Valen fought back with a ferocity born of desperation, but he was no match for their combined strength. They fought with a skill and determination that they had never possessed before. They moved as one, anticipating each other's moves, supporting each other's weaknesses. They were a force to be reckoned with. As the battle raged on, the ground began to tremble, the trees swayed violently, and a deafening roar echoed through the forest. Chapter 95. The cycle begins anew. As the battle raged on, the ground began to tremble, the trees swayed violently, and a deafening roar echoed through the forest. "What's happening?" Lyria cried, her voice filled with alarm. "I don't know," Alara said, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "But it can't be good." Suddenly, the sky above them began to crack, revealing a swirling vortex of energy. A beam of light shot down from the vortex, striking the ground in the center of the clearing. The light intensified, blinding them with its brilliance. When they could see again, they were no longer in the forest of shadows. They were standing in a vast, empty void, surrounded by swirling stars and galaxies. The air was thin and cold, and a sense of utter desolation permeated everything. "Where are we?" Lyria asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I don't know," Alara said, her eyes wide with awe and fear. "But I don't think we're on Earth anymore." Valen, who had been knocked to the ground by the force of the light, slowly rose to his feet. He looked around him, his face filled with confusion and terror. "What is this place?" he stammered. "What have you done?" "We didn't do this," Alara said, her voice filled with anger. "This is your fault, Valen. You brought us here." "I didn't mean for this to happen. I just wanted power." "And now look where it's gotten us," Lyria said, her voice filled with disgust. "We're trapped in some kind of cosmic wasteland, with no hope to escape." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the void, a voice that was both ancient and powerful. "Welcome, children," the voice said. "You have been chosen." Alara, Lyria, and Valen looked around them, searching for the source of the voice, but there was nothing to see, only the swirling stars and galaxies. "Who's there?" Alara called out, her voice trembling. "Show yourself." The voice chuckled, a deep resonant sound that seemed to vibrate through the very fabric of reality.
I am everywhere, it said. I am everything. I am the universe itself. The universe? Laria said, her voice filled with disbelief. You're telling us that we're talking to the universe? Indeed, the voice said, and I have brought you here for a reason.
What reason? Valen asked, his voice filled with suspicion. What do you want from us?
I want you to fulfill your destinies. I want you to play your parts in the grand cycle of creation and destruction. What are you talking about? Elara asked, her voice filled with confusion. What cycle? The cycle of life and death, the voice said. The cycle of order and chaos. The cycle of hope and despair. It is a cycle that has been repeating itself since the beginning of time, and it is about to begin anew. Suddenly, the void around them began to shift and change. The stars and galaxies rearranged themselves, forming a new pattern, a new configuration. The wheel is turning, the voice said. A new era is dawning, and you, my children, are the key to its success. A blinding light erupted from the center of the void, engulfing them in its embrace. As the light faded, Elara, Lyria, and Valen found themselves standing on a new world, a world that was both familiar and alien. It was Earth, but not the Earth they knew. It was a younger, more vibrant Earth, teeming with life and energy. Chapter 96. The Shattered Dreams. The air was clean and pure. The sky was a brilliant blue. The land a lush and verdant paradise. Elara, Lyria, and Valen stood in stunned silence, taking in the breathtaking beauty of their surroundings. They had been transported to a new world, a new beginning, but the weight of their past, the pain of their losses, still lingered with them. Where are we? Lyria asked, her voice filled with awe and uncertainty. What is this place? It's Earth, Elara said. But it's not our Earth, it's different. What do you mean? Valen asked, his voice filled with suspicion. What's going on? I don't know, Elara said, shaking her head. But I have a feeling that we're not here by accident. As if on cue, the voice of the universe echoed through the land, filling their minds with its power. Welcome, children, the voice said. Welcome to the dawn of a new age. This is the world you will shape, the world you will build. But be warned, the path ahead will not be easy. You will face trials and tribulations, challenges and temptations. You will be tested in ways you cannot imagine. What kind of tests? Lyria asked, her voice filled with apprehension. What do you want us to do? I want you to create a better world, the voice said. A world of peace, of harmony, of love. A world where all beings can thrive and prosper. But to do so, you must first confront your own demons, your own weaknesses. You must learn from your past mistakes, and you must never forget the lessons you have learned. The voice paused, its tone becoming more somber. And most importantly, you must forgive each other. You must let go of your hatred, your anger, your resentment, for only then can you truly begin anew. Elara and Lyria looked at each other, their faces edged with a mixture of hope and uncertainty. They knew that forgiving Valen would be the hardest thing they had ever done, but they also knew that the universe was right. They couldn't move forward, they couldn't create a better world, if they were still clinging to the pain of the past. I don't know if I can, Elara said, her voice trembling. He betrayed us. He killed Lyra. He almost destroyed everything. I know, Lyria said, her voice filled with compassion. But we have to try. For her, for ourselves, for the future. They turned to Valen, who was standing a few feet away, his head bowed in shame. He looked broken, defeated. Valen, Elara said, her voice soft. I forgive you. Valen looked up, his eyes filled with tears. You do? He said, his voice barely audible. But I don't deserve it. Maybe not, Lyria said. But we're giving it to you anyway. We're giving you a second chance. Valen took a step towards them, his hand outstretched. Thank you, he said, his voice choked with emotion. I promise, I won't let you down. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Valen's chest. He gasped, his eyes widening in shock. What's wrong? Elara cried, rushing to his side. Valen looked down at his chest, his face turning pale. A dark stain was spreading across his shirt. I
I don't feel so good.
Chapter 97. The Path of Redemption. Valen collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing. Elara and Lyria knelt beside him, their hearts filled with terror and grief. "Valen, what's happening?" Elara cried, her hands trembling as she tried to staunch the flow of blood. It's the curse, Valen gasped, his voice weak and restrained. Nix, she cursed me before she died. Said I would never truly be free. Lyria's eyes widened in horror. "The curse of betrayal," she whispered. "It's set to slowly consume the traitor's body and soul until there's nothing left." "Is there anything we can do?" Elara pleaded, her tears falling onto Valen's face. "Please, tell us there's something we can do to save him." Valen shook his head, his eyes filled with pain and regret. "It's too late," he said. "The curse. It's too strong, but there is one thing you can do for me." "Anything," Elara said, her voice choked with emotion. "Just tell us what to do." "Promise me you'll create that better world," Valen said, his voice fading. "Promise me you'll make sure my sacrifice wasn't in vain." Elara and Lyria exchanged a tearful glance. They knew that Valen's last wish was a heavy burden to bear, but they were determined to honor it. "We promise," Elara said, her voice filled with resolve. "We'll create that better world, Valen. We'll make you proud." Valen smiled weakly, a flicker of peace crossing his face. "Thank you," he whispered. I believe in you." With those words, Valen closed his eyes and took his last breath. His body went limp, his spirit finally released from the torment of the curse. Elara and Lyria wept, their hearts shattered by the loss of their friend, their comrade, their brother in arms. They had forgiven him. They had offered him a second chance, but it hadn't been enough. The curse of betrayal had claimed him in the end, leaving them with nothing but grief and regret. As they mourned Valen's death, a strange phenomenon began to occur. A soft, ethereal light emanated from his body, slowly enveloping him in its embrace. The light intensified, growing brighter and brighter, until it filled the entire clearing. Elara and Lyria shielded their eyes, their faces filled with awe and wonder. They had never seen anything like this before. As the light faded, they lowered their hands and gasped. Valen's body was gone. In its place stood a single shimmering flower, its petals glowing with a soft, ethereal light. What is that?" Lyria whispered, her voice filled with disbelief. "I don't know," Elara said, her eyes wide with amazement. "But I think it's Valen." She reached out and gently touched the flower's petals. A wave of warmth and peace washed over her, filling her with a sense of profound connection. "He's not really gone," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. "He's still with us, in spirit, and he'll always be a part of us." Lyria reached out and touched the flower as well, her face softening with a gentle smile. "You're right," she said. "He's found his peace, his redemption, and now it's up to us to fulfill his dream." Together, they knelt beside the flower, their hearts filled with a mixture of grief and hope. They knew that the path ahead would be long and difficult, but they were determined. Chapter 98. The Last Resort. Lyra and Elara knew that the path ahead would be long and difficult, but they were determined to honor Valen's memory and create the better world he had envisioned. "What do we do now?" Lyria asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. "Where do we even begin?" Elara looked around at the lush, vibrant landscape, her mind racing. They were on a new earth, a blank canvas, but they had no idea how to shape it, how to mold it into something beautiful and lasting. "I don't know," she said, shaking her head. "But we can't give up. We have to try. We have to find a way." Suddenly, the voice of the universe echoed through the land once more, its tone somber and grave. "My children," the voice said, "I have summoned you here to fulfill your destinies, but I fear that the task before you is even greater than I had imagined. The darkness, the chaos, it is spreading faster than I can contain it. This world, this new earth, is in grave danger." "What kind of danger?" Lyria asked, her voice filled with apprehension. "What's happening?" "The balance is shifting," the voice said. "The forces of destruction are gaining strength, and the forces of creation are weakening. If this continues, this world will be consumed by darkness, and all hope will be lost." "But what can we do?" Elara asked, her voice trembling. "We're just two people. How can we possibly stop something like that? You are not just two people, the voice said. You are the chosen ones, the guardians of this world. You possess the power to restore the balance, to reignite the flame of hope. But to do so, you must make a sacrifice, a choice that will test your courage, your loyalty, and your love. What kind of sacrifice? Laria asked, her voice filled with dread. What do we have to do? The voice of the universe was silent for a long moment, as if weighing the gravity of its words. Finally, it spoke, its tone heavy with sorrow. To restore the balance, to save this world, one of you must merge with the heart of Eldoria, the voice said. You must become one with its power, its essence. You must sacrifice your individual existence for the greater good. Elara and Lyria stared at each other, their faces pale with shock and horror. They knew what the universe was asking them to do. It was asking one of them to die, to cease to exist as an individual, to become nothing more than a vessel for the heart of Eldoria's power. No, Elara whispered, her voice trembling. There has to be another way. We can't do that. I'm afraid there is no other way, the voice said. This is the last resort, the only chance to save this world. The choice is yours. Which one of you will make the ultimate sacrifice? A long, agonizing silence filled the air. Elara and Lyria looked at each other, their eyes filled with love, fear, and despair. They knew that one of them had to make the decision, but neither of them could bear the thought of losing the other. Finally, Lyria spoke, her voice soft but firm. I'll do it, she said. I'll merge with the heart of Eldoria. No, Lyria! Elara cried, her voice filled with anguish. You can't! I won't let you! I have to, Elara, Lyria said, her eyes filled with tears. You're the only one who can truly create the better world we promised Valen, Lyria continued, her voice thick with emotion. Please, Elara, let me do this. Let me have this one last chance to make a difference. Elara stared at Lyria, her heart breaking into a million pieces. She knew that Lyria was right. She was the stronger one, the one who was better equipped to lead this new world. But the thought of losing Lyria, of living without her, was unbearable. I don't know if I can, Elara whispered, tears streaming down her face. I don't know if I can live without you. Lyria reached out and took Elara's hand, her touch warm and comforting. You can, she said, her voice filled with love and reassurance. You're stronger than you think, and I'll always be with you, in spirit. I'll be watching over you, guiding you, helping you every step of the way. She smiled, a sad but beautiful smile that Elara would never forget. Now promise me, Lyria said, her voice firm. Promise me that you'll do everything you can to make this world a better place. Promise me that you'll never give up hope. Promise me that you'll live your life to the fullest, for the both of us. Elara nodded, her voice choked with emotion. I promise, she said. I promise I'll do everything you asked of me. I promise I'll make you proud. Lyria squeezed Elara's hand one last time, then turned and walked towards the heart of Eldoria, her face radiant with peace and acceptance. As she reached the crystal, she turned back to Elara and smiled. I love you, she said, her voice barely audible. Then, with a deep breath, she reached out and touched the heart of Eldoria. A blinding light erupted from the crystal, engulfing Illyria in its embrace. Elara watched in horror as Lyria's body slowly dissolved into the light. Chapter 99. Beneath a Crimson Sky. As she reached the crystal, she turned back to Elara and smiled. I love you, she said, her voice barely audible. Then, with a deep breath, she reached out and touched the heart of Eldoria. A blinding light erupted from the crystal, engulfing Lyria in its embrace. Elara watched in horror as Lyria's body slowly dissolved into the light, her form fading away until there was nothing left but a shimmering ethereal glow. The light intensified, spreading outwards, engulfing the entire world in its radiant energy. Elara felt a surge of power coursing through her veins, a power that was both exhilarating and terrifying. She could feel Lyria's presence within her, her spirit merging with her own, her love and compassion flowing through her like a river. Lyria, Elara whispered, her voice filled with grief and awe. I can feel you. You're with me. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, the sky turned a menacing shade of crimson, and a dark, ominous presence filled the air. What's happening? Elara cried, her voice filled with alarm. The voice of the universe echoed through her mind, its tone urgent and grave. The darkness is here, it said. It has sensed the power of the heart of Eldoria, and it is coming to claim it. You must protect it, Elara. You must defend this world.
Before Elara could respond, a figure materialized before her, shrouded in shadows and radiating an aura of pure evil. It was a being of immense power, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent.
So,
The figure said, its voice a guttural growl that sent shivers down Elara's spine.
you are the one who has merged with the heart of Eldoria. You are the one who stands in my way.
Who are you?
Elara demanded, her voice trembling but firm.
What do you want?
I am the embodiment of chaos, the bringer of destruction.
The figure said, its voice a guttural growl that sent shivers down Elara's spine.
I have come to claim what is rightfully mine. The heart of Eldoria, and this world will be mine to rule.
You'll have to go through me first,
Elara said, her voice filled with newfound determination. She drew her sword, the blade glowing with the power of the heart of Eldoria.
so be it,
The figure said, its eyes narrowing. I will enjoy crushing you. With a swift motion, the figure summoned a massive sword of its own, a blade of pure darkness that seemed to absorb all light around it. The two warriors stood facing each other, their eyes locked in a deadly stare. Then, with a roar, they charged. Their swords clashed with a deafening clang, sending sparks flying through the air. Elara fought with a ferocity she had never known before, her movements guided by Lyria's spirit, her strength fueled by the power of the heart of Eldoria. She parried the figure's blows, her blade deflecting the dark energy with ease. She countered with strikes of her own, each one infused with the light of the heart, each one pushing back against the encroaching darkness.
you're stronger than I anticipated,
The figure said, its voice filled with grudging respect.
but you cannot hope to defeat me. I am immortal, invincible.
Then I'll just have to find a way.
Elara retorted, her voice filled with defiance. She lunged forward, her sword aimed at the figure's heart. The figure parried the blow, its dark blade meeting Elara's with a resounding clash. The force of the impact sent shockwaves through the air, shaking the very foundations of the world.
You're a fool,
The figure snarled. You cannot win.
Maybe not, Elara said, her voice filled with determination. But I'm not going down without a fight.
Chapter 100 The Empty Throne. Elara channeled the power of the heart of Eldoria, focusing all her energy into a single devastating blow. Her sword glowed with an intense blinding light, and she swung it with all her might, aiming for the figure's head. The figure raised its dark blade to block the attack, but the power of the heart of Eldoria was too much. Elara's sword shattered the dark blade, cleaving through the figure's defenses and striking it squarely in the chest. The figure staggered backwards, its eyes wide with shock and disbelief. A searing light erupted from the wound, consuming the darkness that had shrouded it.
No!
The figure screamed, its voice filled with agony.
This cannot be! I am immortal!
But its protests were in vain. The light of the heart of Eldoria continued to burn away the darkness, until there was nothing left but a wisp of smoke. The figure was gone, vanquished by the power of love and sacrifice. Elara stood panting, her body trembling with exhaustion. The battle had taken its toll, but she had won. She had defeated the embodiment of chaos, and she had saved the world. But the victory felt hollow, empty. She had won the battle, but she had lost Lyria. She had saved the world, but she had sacrificed her best friend, her soulmate. She looked up at the crimson sky, which was slowly returning to its natural blue. The world was safe, but her heart was broken.
Lyria,
She whispered, her voice filled with grief.
I did it. I saved the world. But I wish you were here to see it.
A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of flowers. Elara closed her eyes, feeling Lyria's presence within her, her love and support unwavering. Chapter 101 The Architect of Lies.
I am here, Elara.
She heard Lyria's voice whisper in her mind.
I am always with you.
Elara opened her eyes, her heart filled with a mixture of grief and gratitude. She was alone, but she was not truly alone. Lyria's spirit lived on within her, guiding her, supporting her, helping her to carry on. She took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. The battle was over, but the war was far from won. There was still much work to be done, much healing to be accomplished. She had to rebuild this world, to create the better future that Valen had envisioned. She turned and began to walk towards the nearest village, her steps slow but purposeful. As she walked, she noticed something strange. The villagers were huddled together, their faces filled with fear and suspicion.
What's wrong?
Elara asked, approaching the group.
What's happened?
The villagers looked at her with distrust, their eyes filled with resentment.
You tell us,
one of them said, his voice cold and accusatory.
You're the one who brought this upon us.
What are you talking about?
Elara asked, her brow furrowing in confusion.
The darkness,
another villager said, his voice trembling with fear.
It's not gone. It's still here, lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike.
But I defeated the embodiment of chaos, Elara protested. I destroyed the source of the darkness.
That's what you want us to believe, the first villager said, his eyes narrowing. But we know the truth. You're the one who brought the darkness here. You're the one who's been manipulating us all along.
That's not true,
Elara cried, her voice filled with anguish.
I would never do anything to harm you.
Then explain this,
the villager said, producing a small, intricately carved box. Chapter 102. The Gardener of Souls.
Then explain this,
the villager said, producing a small, intricately carved box.
We found this hidden in your chambers. It's filled with dark magic, the kind that corrupts and destroys. What do you have to say for yourself?
Elara stared at the box, her mind reeling. She had never seen it before, and she had no idea how it had gotten into her chambers. But the villagers were convinced of her guilt, their faces filled with hatred and scorn.
I don't know where that came from,
Elara said, her voice trembling with desperation.
I swear I've never seen it before.
Liar!
The villagers shouted in unison, their voices filled with rage.
You're the architect of lies, the one who's been manipulating us all along. You're no savior, you're a monster!
They surged towards her, their hands outstretched, their faces contorted with fury. Elara stumbled backwards, her heart filled with despair. She had saved them from the darkness, but they had turned against her, accusing her of the very thing she had fought to destroy.
Please,
she begged, her voice choking with tears.
You have to believe me, I would never do anything to hurt you.
But her pleas fell on deaf ears. The villagers were consumed by their anger and fear, their minds poisoned by doubt and suspicion. They were ready to condemn her, to punish her for crimes she had not committed. Suddenly, a voice rang out, cutting through the chaos like a beacon of light.
Stop!
The voice commanded, its tone filled with authority.
Release her at once!
The villagers froze, their eyes turning towards the source of the voice. Standing before them was a figure cloaked in shadows, its face hidden from view.
Who are you?
The first villager demanded, his voice filled with defiance.
What do you want?
I am the Gardener of Souls,
the figure said, its voice a soft melodic whisper.
And I have come to tend to my garden.
The villagers exchanged nervous glances, their anger momentarily forgotten in the face of this mysterious figure.
What do you mean?
The first villager asked, his voice filled with apprehension.
What garden?
The Gardener of Souls slowly raised its hand, revealing a small, intricately crafted trowel.
This world,
it said, its voice filled with a strange mix of sorrow and wonder.
This world is my garden, and you, my dear villagers, are my flowers.
A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The villagers looked at each other in horror, realizing the implications of the gardener's words.
What are you going to do to us?
One of them cried, his voice trembling with fear. The Gardener of Souls tilted its head, its hidden face seemingly filled with a mixture of pity and amusement.
Do? Why, I'm simply going to tend to you, to nurture you, to help you grow into the most beautiful flowers you can be.
It took a step forward, its eyes gleaming with an unnatural light.
But to do that,
it continued, its voice growing darker,
I need to enrich the soil. And what better way to enrich the soil than with souls?
The villagers screamed, their terror reaching a fever pitch. They tried to flee, but the Gardener of Souls raised its hand, and a wave of energy washed over them, paralyzing them in place.
Don't worry,
the Gardener said, its voice dripping with false sweetness.
It won't hurt much. After all, every beautiful garden needs a little fertilizer.
It turned its gaze towards Elara, its eyes lingering on her for a moment before turning back to the frozen villagers. Chapter 103. The Dying Embers.
You see,
the gardener continued, its voice almost conversational,
a healthy garden requires a certain balance. Too much life, and the flowers become overgrown and unruly. Too little, and they wither and die. I simply ensure that the balance is maintained.
It raised its trowel, its eyes gleaming with anticipation.
And right now,
it said, its voice filled with a chilling glee. "The garden is a little overcrowded." Before Elara could react, the gardener plunged the trowel into the chest of the nearest villager. The villager screamed, a piercing, agonizing sound that echoed through the air. A dark energy flowed from the villager's body, swirling around the trowel and being absorbed by the Gardener of Souls. The villager's body went limp, its eyes glazed over with death. The gardener withdrew the trowel, its face now glowing with a macabre satisfaction.
"One down,"
it said, its voice almost a purr.
"Many more to go."
Elara watched in horror as the gardener began to systematically harvest the souls of the villagers, each death more gruesome and agonizing than the last. She tried to move, to intervene, but she was paralyzed by fear and shock.
"Stop it!"
She finally managed to cry, her voice trembling with rage and despair.
"You can't do this! These are innocent people!"
The Gardener of Souls paused, its eyes turning towards Elara.
"Innocent?"
it said, its voice filled with amusement.
"My dear, there is no such thing as innocence. Everyone carries darkness within them, seeds of corruption that must be pruned and purged."
It took a step towards Elara, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger.
"And you,"
it said, its voice growing softer, more intimate.
"You are carrying a particularly rich harvest of souls. The souls of the fallen, the souls of the lost, the souls of the sacrificed. You are a veritable treasure trove of potential fertilizer."
Elara stumbled backwards, her heart pounding in her chest. She knew that she was no match for the Gardener of Souls. Its power was immense, its cruelty boundless. She was trapped, helpless, doomed to watch as it slaughtered the innocent. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward, shielding Elara from the gardener's gaze. It was one of the villagers, an old woman named Anya, her face edged with wrinkles and her eyes filled with a quiet determination.
"Leave her alone!"
Anya said, her voice surprisingly strong.
"Take me instead!"
The Gardener of Souls chuckled, its eyes narrowing.
"Why would I do that?"
it asked.
"You are just a withered old flower, your soul already spent and barren."
"Because she is the only one who can stop you!"
Anya said, her voice filled with conviction.
"She is the only one who can save this world! If you kill her, all hope is lost!"
The Gardener of Souls paused, its eyes flickering with a hint of curiosity.
"And what makes you think she can do that?"
it asked.
"She is just one person, powerless against my might."
"She carries the heart of Aldoria within her!"
Anya said, her voice filled with reverence. Chapter 104 Where the Light Falls. With a swift motion, the gardener plunged its trowel into Anya's chest. The old woman gasped, her eyes widening in pain. A dark energy flowed from her body, swirling around the trowel and being absorbed by the Gardener of Souls. Anya's body went limp, her eyes closing for the last time. The gardener withdrew the towel, its face now glowing with an even more intense, macabre satisfaction.
"A noble sacrifice,"
it said, its voice dripping with sarcasm.
"but ultimately pointless."
It turned its gaze towards Elara, its eyes gleaming with a predatory hunger.
"Now then,"
it said, its voice growing softer, more intimate.
"where were we?"
Elara stood frozen, her heart shattered by Anya's sacrifice. The old woman had given her life to protect her, to give her a chance to fight back, but Elara felt powerless, overwhelmed by grief and despair.
"Why?"
she whispered, her voice choked with tears.
"Why did you do it?"
A faint voice echoed in her mind, a voice filled with love and compassion.
"Because you are worth saving, Elara,"
Anya's spirit whispered.
"You are the light in this darkness. You must not let it be extinguished."
Elara closed her eyes, drawing strength from Anya's words. She knew that she couldn't give up. She had to fight, not just for herself, but for Anya, for Lyria, for all the innocent souls who had been lost to the darkness. She opened her eyes, her gaze hardening with determination.
"I won't let you win,"
she said, her voice trembling but firm.
"I won't let you destroy this world."
The Gardener of Souls chuckled, its eyes narrowing.
"Brave words," it said. "But words are meaningless without action. Show me what you can do."
It raised its trowel, preparing to strike, but before it could move, Elara unleashed the power of the heart of Aldoria, channeling all her grief. Chapter 105 The Guiding Star. It raised its trowel, preparing to strike, but before it could move, Elara unleashed the power of the heart of Aldoria, channeling all her grief and rage into a blinding surge of energy. The Gardener of Souls recoiled, its face contorted with pain. The light of the heart burned against its skin, searing away the darkness that clung to it.
What is this power?
It cried, its voice filled with anguish.
It burns! It consumes!
Elara didn't answer. She focused all her energy on the heart of Aldoria. Drawing upon its boundless power, she could feel Laria's presence within her, guiding her, strengthening her.
Together,
she whispered, her voice filled with determination.
We can defeat this darkness.
She unleashed a wave of energy, engulfing the Gardener of Souls in a torrent of light. The Gardener screamed, its body dissolving into ash and dust. The darkness was gone. The villagers were freed from their paralysis, their faces filled with awe and gratitude. Elara stood panting, her body trembling with exhaustion. She had won, but the victory felt bittersweet. Anya was gone, her sacrifice forever etched in Elara's memory.
Thank you,
one of the villagers said, approaching Elara with tears in his eyes.
You saved us.
It was Anya who saved you,
Elara said, her voice filled with sorrow.
She gave her life to protect you.
The villagers bowed their heads in respect, their hearts filled with grief and gratitude.
What do we do now?
Another villager asked, his voice filled with uncertainty.
Where do we go from here?
Elara looked around at the devastated village, her heart heavy with responsibility. She knew that she couldn't leave them. She had to help them rebuild, to create a better future for themselves.
We rebuild,
she said, her voice filled with newfound resolve.
We honor the memory of those we have lost by creating a world worthy of their sacrifice.
She began to organize the villagers, delegating tasks, assigning responsibilities. She helped them clear the rubble, tend to the wounded, and bury the dead. She worked tirelessly, her energy fueled by the power of the heart of Aldoria and the memory of Lyria and Anya. As the days turned into weeks, the village slowly began to heal. New homes were built, new crops were planted, and new hope began to blossom in the hearts of the villagers. One evening, as Elara sat watching the sunset, a young boy approached her, his eyes filled with curiosity.
Elara,
he said, his voice soft and hesitant.
What is that light?
Elara looked up, following the boy's gaze. In the distance, a bright star shone in the sky, its light piercing through the darkness.
That,
Elara said, her voice filled with awe,
is the guiding star.
What does it guide?
The boy asked, his eyes wide with wonder.
It guides us towards hope, Elara said. It reminds us that even in the darkest of times, there is always a light to guide us home.
Suddenly, the star began to pulsate, its light growing brighter and brighter. A beam of energy shot down from the star, striking the ground in front of Elara and the boy. As the light faded, a figure materialized before them, its form shimmering and ethereal. It was a woman, her face radiant with beauty, and her eyes filled with love.
Lyria?
Elara whispered, her voice trembling with disbelief. The figure smiled, her voice echoing in Elara's mind like a sweet melody.
Hello, Elara, she said. It's been a while.
Chapter 106 The Unfading Flame. Tears streamed down Elara's face as she rushed forward, embracing Lyria with all her might.
I can't believe it. You're really here.
I'm always here, Elara, Lyria said, her voice filled with love and compassion.
I'm in your heart, in your mind, in every breath you take. But how?
Elara asked, pulling back to look at Lyria's face.
I saw you die. I saw you merge with the heart of Aldoria. And so I did,
Lyria said, her eyes filled with a serene light.
But death is not the end, Elara. It is merely a transition. My physical form may have perished, but my spirit lives on, bound to the heart of Aldoria, forever intertwined with your own. But why are you here now?
Elara asked.
Why have you appeared to me?
I have come to guide you, Elara, to help you fulfill your destiny.
The darkness may have been vanquished for now, but it will return. It always does. You must be prepared to face it when it comes. But how can I prepare?
Elara asked, her voice filled with uncertainty.
I'm just one person. I can't fight the darkness alone. You are not alone, Elara,
Lyria said, her voice filled with reassurance.
You have the heart of Aldoria within you. You have the love and support of the villagers. And you have me. We will face the darkness together.
She reached out and took Elara's hand, her touch warm and comforting. Chapter 107 The Cipher. Lyra reached out and took Elara's hand, her touch warm and comforting.
But to truly prepare,
Lyria continued, her voice filled with gentle determination,
you must understand the nature of the darkness. You must learn its secrets, its weaknesses, its vulnerabilities. How do I do that?
Elara asked.
Where do I begin? The answer lies within the cipher. It is an ancient artifact hidden away long ago, containing the knowledge of the ancients, the secrets of the universe, and the key to defeating the darkness once and for all. The cipher? Elara asked. I've never heard of it. It is a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few, but I can guide you to it. I can show you the way. But where is it hidden? Asked Elara. How do we find it? It is hidden in a place of great sorrow, a place of immense pain, a place where hope has been lost and forgotten, Lyra said, her voice growing somber. It is hidden in the ruins of Eldoria. Elara's heart sank. The ruins of Eldoria were a desolate wasteland, haunted by the ghost of the past, a place where no one dared to venture. But that place is cursed, Elara said. No one has ever returned from there. The journey will be perilous, Elara, but it is a journey you must undertake. The fate of the world depends on it. She squeezed Elara's hand. Her eyes filled with unwavering belief. I will be with you every step of the way. I will guide you, protect you, and give you the strength to overcome any obstacle. Chapter 108. The Weight of Regret. Elara took a deep breath, steeling her resolve. The thought of returning to the ruins of Eldoria filled her with dread, but she knew that she had no choice. The fate of the world depended on her. I'll do it, she said, her voice trembling but firm. I'll go to the ruins of Eldoria and find the cipher. Laria smiled, her eyes filled with pride. I knew you would. You are stronger than you think, Elara. You have the heart of a warrior and the spirit of a leader. But I'm scared. I'm scared of what I might find there. I'm scared of what I might have to face. It's okay to be scared, Elara. Fear is a natural emotion. It's what you do with that fear that matters. Lyra cupped Elara's face in her hands, her touch gentle and reassuring. Remember why you're doing this, she said. Remember the people you're fighting for. Remember the world you're trying to save. Let that be your strength, your motivation, your guiding light. Elara nodded, her tears flowing freely. She knew that Lyra was right. She couldn't let her fear paralyze her. She had to push through it, to overcome it, to become the hero that the world needed her to be. I won't let you down. I promise. I know you won't, Lyria said. Now come, we must prepare for our journey. Together, Elara and Lyria gathered the supplies they would need for their journey. Food, water, weapons, and a map of the ruins of Eldoria. They also bid farewell to the villagers, who showered Elara with blessings and well wishes. Chapter 109. The Rise of Legends. Together, Elara and Lyria gathered the supplies they would need for their journey. Food, water, weapons, and a map of the ruins of Eldoria. They also bid farewell to the villagers, who showered Elara with blessings and well wishes.
Be safe, Elara,
one of the villagers said, his voice filled with concern.
The ruins are a dangerous place. Don't take any unnecessary risks.
We'll be careful, Elara said, her voice filled with reassurance. We'll return with the cipher, and we'll defeat the darkness once and for all.
As Elara and Lyria set off on their journey, the villagers watched them go, their hearts filled with hope and admiration. They knew that Elara was their only chance, their only hope for a better future. As Elara and Lyria traveled through the desolate landscape, they faced many challenges and obstacles. They battled fierce monsters, navigated treacherous terrains, and endured harsh weather conditions, but through it all, they never lost hope, never gave up on their quest. With each challenge they overcame, Elara grew stronger, more confident, more skilled. She learned to harness the power of the heart of Eldoria, to wield her sword with deadly precision, and to trust her instincts in the face of danger. Lyria, too, played a vital role in their journey. She guided Elara through the treacherous paths, warned her of impending dangers, and provided her with words of encouragement and support. She was Elara's mentor, her confidant, her guiding star. As they journeyed deeper into the ruins of Eldoria, they began to encounter signs of the ancient civilization that had once thrived there. They discovered crumbling buildings, forgotten temples, and ancient artifacts, each one a testament to the power and ingenuity of the Eldorians. As they explored these ancient ruins, Elara and Lyria began to learn more about the history of Eldoria, the secrets of the cipher, and the true nature of the darkness. They discovered that the darkness was not just a force of destruction, but a reflection of the fears and regrets of the Eldorian people. They also learned that the cipher was not just an artifact, but a key to unlocking the potential within themselves, to overcoming their fears and regrets, and to embracing their true destiny. As they neared their destination, the ruins of Eldoria began to transform. The desolate landscape began to bloom with life. The crumbling buildings began to repair themselves, and the forgotten temples began to glow with a radiant light. The Eldorian people, who had long been scattered and lost, began to gather, drawn together by the hope of a new beginning. They came from all corners of the world, united by their shared history and their common desire for a better future. As Alara and Lyria arrived at the heart of the ruins, they were greeted by a sight that filled them with awe and wonder. The Eldorian people had begun to build legendary statues of the heroes of the past, figures who had fought against the darkness and inspired hope in the hearts of the people.
"Welcome, Alara," one of the Eldorians said, his voice filled with reverence. "We have been waiting for you. We know that you are the chosen one, the one who will lead us to a new era of peace and prosperity." "We have prepared a place for you among the legends," another Eldorian said, pointing to a newly constructed statue. "Your name will be forever etched in the history of Eldoria." Alara looked at the statue, her heart filled with humility and gratitude. She knew that she was not a legend yet, but she was determined to earn that title. She would fight for her people, she would protect her world, and she would become a symbol of hope for generations to come.
Thank you,
Alara said, her voice filled with emotion.
I will not let you down. I will honor the memory of the legends who came before me, and I will strive to become a legend myself.
As the sun set over the ruins of Eldoria, casting a golden glow upon the statues of the heroes, Alara stood tall, her heart filled with hope and determination. She knew that the journey ahead would be long and arduous, but she was ready to face any challenge, to overcome any obstacle, to rise to the occasion and become the legend that the world needed her to be. The Eldorian people cheered, their voices echoing through the ruins, their hearts filled with pride and admiration. They had found their leader, their savior, their guiding light, and together they would rise from the ashes of the past and build a new era of peace, prosperity, and legendary heroism. Chapter 110: The Crossroads of Fate. The celebration of the villagers was short-lived. A dark cloud descended upon the ruins, casting a shadow over the land. A chilling wind swept through the air, carrying with it the stench of death and decay.
"What's happening?"
one of the Eldorians cried, his voice filled with fear. "The darkness," Alara said, her voice grim. "It's returning." From the depths of the cloud, a figure emerged, its form shrouded in shadows, its eyes glowing with an evil light. It was a creature of pure darkness, a manifestation of the fears and regrets of the Eldorian people.
"You cannot escape your fate,"
the creature said, its voice a chilling whisper.
"The darkness will always return. It is an inevitable part of the cycle."
"We will not succumb to your darkness,"
Alara said, her voice filled with defiance.
"We will fight you, and we will defeat you."
"You cannot defeat me,"
the creature said, its voice filled with arrogance.
"I am part of the embodiment of your fears, your regrets, your deepest desires. I am a part of you."
With a wave of its hand, the creature unleashed a torrent of dark energy, striking the ground in front of Alara and the Eldorian people. The ground trembled, the statues of the heroes began to crumble, and the air filled with a suffocating darkness. Panic erupted among the Eldorian people. They screamed, they cried, they ran in terror, their hopes and dreams shattered by the sudden return of the darkness.
"No!"
Alara cried, her heart filled with despair.
"We can't let the darkness consume us! We have to fight back!"
But her words were drowned out by the chaos and the fear. The Eldorian people were paralyzed by their own emotions, unable to resist the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the ruins, a voice filled with power and authority.
"Enough!"
A figure emerged from the crowd, its form radiating with a brilliant light. It was Lyria, her eyes blazing with determination, her hand raised in defiance.
"You will not harm these people,"
Lyria said, her voice filled with unwavering resolve.
"I will not allow it."
With a surge of energy, Lyria unleashed the power of the heart of Eldoria, creating a barrier of light that shielded the Eldorian people from the darkness. The dark energy crashed against the barrier, creating a blinding explosion that shook the very foundations of the ruins. The creature recoiled, its form flickering and unstable.
"You cannot stop me, Lyria,"
it said, its voice filled with rage.
"I am stronger than you can possibly imagine."
"Perhaps,"
Lyria said, her voice filled with confidence.
"But I am not alone."
Suddenly, the statues of the heroes began to glow with a radiant light. The spirits of the legends, who had long been dormant, awakened, their power surging through the ruins. The statues came to life, their stone bodies transforming into beings of pure energy, their eyes burning with righteous fire. They stood shoulder to shoulder with Lyria, ready to face the darkness once and for all. Chapter 111: The Meeting. The creature recoiled, its form flickering and unstable.
What is this?
It hissed, its voice filled with disbelief.
How is this possible?
The legends have awakened, Laria said, her voice filled with triumph. They have come to defend their people, to protect their world, to vanquish the darkness forever.
With a united roar, the legends charged towards the creature, their energy weapons blazing, their voices echoing through the ruins. The creature fought back with all its might, unleashing torrents of dark energy, summoning shadowy minions, and twisting the very fabric of reality. But the legends were too powerful, too skilled, too determined. They fought with the courage of lions, the wisdom of scholars, and the compassion of healers. They were a force to be reckoned with, a symbol of hope in the face of despair. As the battle raged, Elara watched in awe, her heart filled with inspiration. She knew that she had to join the fight, to stand alongside the legends, to prove herself worthy of their legacy. With a deep breath, Elara drew her sword, channeling the power of the heart of Eldoria into its blade. The sword glowed with a radiant light, its edge crackling with energy.
I'm ready, Elara said. I'm ready to fight.
Laria turned to Elara, her eyes filled with pride.
I know you are, she said. But be careful, Elara. The creature is powerful, and it will stop at nothing to destroy you. I won't let it,
Elara said, her voice filled with resolve.
I will fight with all my heart, with all my soul, with all my strength.
With a battle cry, Elara charged into the fray, her sword blazing, her spirit soaring. She fought alongside the legends, her skill and courage growing with each passing moment. She struck down shadowy minions, deflected dark energy blasts, and stood her ground against the creature's relentless attacks. But the creature was too powerful, too cunning. It sensed Elara's importance, her connection to the heart of Eldoria, and it focused its attacks on her. With a swift movement, the creature unleashed a blast of dark energy, striking Elara in the chest. Elara cried out in pain, her body flying backwards, her sword clattering to the ground. Laria watched in horror as Elara fell, her heart filled with despair.
Elara!
She cried, her voice filled with anguish. The creature seized the opportunity, its eyes glowing with triumph. It lunged towards Elara, its claws outstretched, ready to deliver the final blow. But before he could reach her, Laria intervened. With a surge of energy, she teleported in front of Elara, shielding her from the creature's attack. The creature's claws struck Laria in the back, piercing her heart. Laria gasped, her eyes widening in pain.
Laria!
Elara cried, her voice filled with terror. Laria smiled weakly, her eyes filled with love and compassion.
Don't worry, Elara, she whispered. I'll always be with you.
With a final surge of energy, Laria unleashed the full power of the heart of Eldoria, engulfing the creature in a blinding light. The creature screamed, its form dissolving into ash and dust. Chapter 112 Where the River Flows. Laria collapsed into Elara's arms, her body limp and lifeless. Elara held her close, her tears flowing freely.
No,
Elara sobbed.
No, no, no! You can't be gone! You can't leave me!
The legends gathered around Elara, their faces filled with sorrow and respect. They knew that Laria had sacrificed herself to save Elara, to save the world.
She was a true hero,
one of the legends said, his voice filled with grief.
Her sacrifice will never be forgotten.
Elara cradled Laria's body, her heart shattered into a million pieces. She had lost her mentor, her confidant, her friend, her guiding star. She felt lost, alone, and overwhelmed by grief.
What do I do now?
Elara whispered, her voice filled with despair.
How can I go on without her?
A gentle voice echoed in her mind, a voice filled with love and compassion.
You are not alone, Elara,
Laria's spirit whispered.
I am always with you, in your heart, in your mind, in every breath you take.
Elara closed her eyes, drawing strength from Laria's words. She knew that she couldn't give up. She had to honor Laria's sacrifice by continuing the fight against the darkness, by fulfilling her destiny, by becoming the legend that the world needed her to be. She opened her eyes, her gaze hardening with determination.
I won't let you down, Laria,
she said, her voice filled with resolve.
I will carry on your legacy. I will defeat the darkness, and I will create a better future for the world.
The legends nodded in approval, their eyes filled with pride. They knew that Elara was ready to take on the mantle of leadership, to guide the Eldorian people towards a new era of peace and prosperity.
We will follow you, Elara,
one of the legends said, his voice filled with respect. We will stand by your side, and we will help you fulfill your destiny. Elara nodded, her heart filled with gratitude. She knew that she couldn't do it alone. She needed the support of the legends, the Eldorian people, and the spirit of Lyria to guide her on her journey.
Thank you, Elara said. Together we will overcome any challenge, we will defeat any obstacle, and we will create a better future for the world.
The legends gathered around Laria's body, their faces filled with sorrow. They knew that they had to honor the sacrifice by giving her a proper burial, by sending her spirit on its way to the afterlife. They carried Laria's body to the banks of a nearby river, a river that flowed through the heart of Eldoria, a river that had witnessed countless battles, countless tragedies, and countless triumphs. They placed Laria's body on a pyre of wood, adorned with flowers and herbs, symbols of love, respect, and remembrance. Elara stepped forward, her heart heavy with grief, and lit the pyre with a torch. The flames rose high into the sky, consuming Laria's body, releasing her spirit to the heavens. Elara watched as the flames danced and flickered, her tears flowing freely. As the flames died down, the legends gathered around the ashes, their faces filled with sorrow. Laria was gone, but her spirit would live on forever, in their hearts, in their minds, in the very fabric of Eldoria. Suddenly, a single tear fell from Elara's eye, landing on the ashes of Laria. As the tear touched the ashes, a single flower bloomed, a flower of pure white, a symbol of love, hope, and remembrance. Elara stared at the flower, her heart aching with grief. Chapter 113. Years later. The single white flower, born from Elara's tear and Laria's ashes, became a symbol of remembrance, of hope, and of the enduring spirit of Eldoria. It was planted near the river bank, and from it grew a garden, tended by the Eldorian people, a place of quiet reflection and remembrance of Laria's sacrifice. 15 years had passed since that fateful day. The ruins of Eldoria were no longer ruins. They had been rebuilt, revitalized, and transformed into a thriving city, a beacon of hope in a world still scarred by darkness. Elara, once a grieving young woman, was now a seasoned leader, her face etched with wisdom and strength. The heart of Eldoria pulsed within her, a source of power and a constant reminder of the burdens she carried. The city thrived, but Elara never forgot the lessons of the past. She fostered a culture of unity, resilience, and compassion, ensuring that the darkness would never again take root in the hearts of her people. The legends, no more guardians than warriors, advised and guided, their wisdom shaping the city's laws and customs. One crisp autumn morning, Elara stood on the balcony of her palace, overlooking the bustling city. The air was filled with the sounds of life, children laughing, merchants haggling, and the rhythmic clang of the blacksmith's hammer. She smiled, a rare and precious sight, but her eyes held a hint of melancholy. A figure approached her, his steps measured and deliberate. It was Kylan, a young man who had been a boy when Laria fell. He was now Elara's most trusted advisor, his sharp mind and unwavering loyalty a constant comfort. "Elara," Kylan said, his voice respectful, "the envoys from the northern kingdoms have arrived. They await your audience." Elara sighed. Diplomacy was a necessary evil, but she often found it tedious. The northern kingdoms, once allies, had grown distant and suspicious in recent years. "Very well, Kylan," Elara said, turning to face him. "Prepare the throne room. I will see them shortly." As Kylan bowed and departed, Elara gazed out at the city once more. Eldoria had become a symbol of hope, not just for its own people, but for the entire world. But she knew that the world was still a dangerous place, and that new threats were always lurking on the horizon. She thought of Hawklight, the city of winged folk nestled high in the mountains, and Tiger City, the bustling trade hub in the southern deserts. Both were vital allies, but both were also vulnerable to the forces of darkness that still roamed the land. Elara knew that she had a responsibility to protect not just Eldoria, but all of these free peoples of the world. She had to be strong, she had to be wise, and she had to be ready to face any challenge that came her way. "Laria," Elara whispered, her voice filled with longing, "I hope I'm making you proud." A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves of the garden below, carrying with it the scent of white flowers. Elara smiled, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. She knew that Lyra was always with her, guiding her, protecting her, and giving her the strength to carry on. With a renewed sense of purpose, Elara turned and walked towards the throne room, ready to face the envoys from the northern kingdoms, ready to defend her city, and ready to protect the world from the encroaching darkness. The weight of leadership was heavy, but she carried it with grace and determination, a true legend in the making. Chapter 114. The Promise of Renewal. The weight of leadership was heavy, but Elara carried it with grace and determination, a true legend in the making. The throne room was a grand and imposing space, adorned with tapestries depicting the history of Eldoria and statues of its legendary heroes. The envoys from the northern kingdom stood stiffly before the throne, their faces grim and unyielding. Elara took her seat on the throne, her gaze sweeping over the envoys. She recognized their leader, a stern-faced woman named Anya, who had been a childhood friend. But years of war and hardship had hardened Anya, turning her into a cold and calculating leader.
"Welcome to Eldoria,"
Elara said, her voice regal but warm.
"I trust your journey was uneventful."
"It was as expected," Anya replied, her voice curt. "We have come with a message from King Theron."
"I am listening," Elara said. Anya stepped forward, her eyes looking with Elara's.
"King Theron is concerned about the growing darkness in the world. He believes that Eldoria is not doing enough to combat this threat."
Elara raised an eyebrow, her curiosity piqued.
"And what does King Theron suggest we do?"
"He proposes a military alliance. The Northern Kingdoms and Eldoria will combine their forces and launch a preemptive strike against the forces of darkness."
Elara considered Anya's proposal, her mind racing. A military alliance could be beneficial, but it could also be dangerous. It could drag Eldoria into a costly and unnecessary war.
"I appreciate King Theron's concern," Elaria said, her voice cautious. "But I am not convinced that a military alliance is the best course of action. I believe that there are other ways to combat the darkness, ways that do not involve bloodshed and war."
"Such as?"
Anya asked, her voice skeptical.
"Such as diplomacy, trade, and cultural exchange," Elara said. "We can build bridges with other nations, foster understanding and cooperation, and create a world where the darkness has no place to thrive."
Anya scoffed, her expression dismissive.
"Those are idealistic dreams, Elara. The darkness only understands strength and force. If you are not willing to fight, you will be consumed."
"I am willing to fight,"
Elara said, her voice firm.
"But I will not resort to violence unless it is absolutely necessary. I believe that there is always another way, a better way."
Anya stared at Elara, her eyes filled with frustration.
"I see that you have not changed," she said. "You are still the same naive idealist that I knew as a child."
"And you are still the same cynical warmonger,"
Elara retorted, her voice sharp. The tension in the throne room was palpable. The envoys from the Northern Kingdoms exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to expect. Suddenly, the doors to the throne room burst open, and a breathless guard rushed in, his face filled with fear.
"Elara!"
he cried, his voice trembling.
"We have received a message from Hawklight! They are under attack!"
Elara's heart sank. Hawklight, the city of winged folk, was under attack, and she knew, with a sinking certainty, that the darkness was behind it. The promise of renewal had been shattered. The time for diplomacy was over, and the time for war had come. Chapter 115. The Echoes of 1,000 Dreams. Elara rose from her throne, her face grim.
"Assemble the council," she commanded. "We ride for Hawklight at dawn."
The throne room erupted in a flurry of activity. Guards scrambled to prepare for war, messengers raced to summon the council, and the envoys from the Northern Kingdoms looked on in stunned silence. Anya approached Elara, her expression a mixture of shock and concern.
"What will you do?" she asked. "Hawklight is far away, and the journey is treacherous. You cannot possibly reach them in time."
"I have to try,"
Elara said, her voice firm.
"Hawklight is our ally, and they need our help. I will not abandon them."
"But you cannot go alone,"
Anya said.
"You are the leader of Eldoria. You cannot risk your life on a dangerous mission." "I am not going alone," Elara said. "I will take the legends with me, and a company of our finest warriors. We will reach Hawklight, and we will drive back the darkness."
Anya hesitated, her eyes searching Elara's face. She saw the determination in her gaze, the unwavering resolve that had always defined her.
"Then I will go with you. The Northern Kingdoms may not be your ally, but we will not stand idly by while Hawklight falls."
Elara looked at Anya, her heart filled with gratitude.
"Thank you," she said. "Your help is appreciated." "Do not thank me yet. This is not a gesture of friendship. It is a matter of survival. If Hawklight falls, the darkness will spread, and the Northern Kingdoms will be next." "Then we agree. We will ride for Hawklight together, and we will fight side by side until the darkness is defeated."
As the preparations for war continued late into the night, Elara found herself unable to sleep. She paced the floor of her chambers, her mind racing with worry and doubt. She knew that the journey to Hawklight would be perilous, and that the battle against the darkness would be fierce. She stopped at the window, gazing out at the city below. The streets were bustling with activity, as soldiers prepared for the march, and citizens offered their support. Elara felt a surge of pride in her people, their courage and resilience in the face of adversity. But she also felt a deep sense of fear. She knew that many of them would not return from this war, and that their sacrifice would be a heavy burden to bear. Suddenly, a scream echoed through the palace, piercing the night air. Elara's heart leaped into her throat. She recognized the voice. It was Kylan. She raced out of her chambers, her sword drawn, and followed the sound of the scream to Callan's room. She burst through the door, her eyes scanning the room for danger. Callan was sitting up in bed, his face pale and his eyes wide with terror. He was gasping for breath, his body trembling. "Callan!" Elara cried, rushing to his side. "What's wrong? What happened?" Callan looked at Elara, his eyes filled with horror. I had a nightmare. A terrible nightmare." "Tell me about it," Elara said, her voice soothing. Callan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. "I dreamed that we were riding to Hoglight. Then it was my turn. The darkness reached out and grabbed me, and it started to consume me. I screamed, but no one could hear me. I was alone, trapped in the darkness forever." Elara held Callan close, her heart filled with compassion. She knew that nightmares could be powerful and disturbing, especially in times of stress and uncertainty. "It was just a dream, Callan. It wasn't real. You're safe now." But Callan shook his head, his eyes filled with dread. "It felt so real! And I have a feeling that it was more than just a dream. A warning." Elara frowned, her mind troubled. She knew that Callan was a wise and perceptive young man, and that his instincts were often accurate. "What do you mean?" she asked. Callan looked at Elara, his eyes filled with fear. I think someone is going to die on this journey. And I think it's going to be me." Before Elara could respond, Callan's body went limp, and he slumped back against the pillows. His eyes were closed, and his face was peaceful. Elara stared at Callan, her heart pounding in her chest. She reached out and touched his face, her fingers trembling. His skin was cold. He wasn't breathing. Callan was dead, and Elara knew, with a chilling certainty, that his nightmare had come true. The darkness had claimed its first victim, and the journey to Hoglight had only just begun. Chapter 116. A Sky of Silver Tears. Callan was dead. The news of Callan's death spread quickly through the palace, casting a pall of gloom over the preparations for war. The soldiers, already burdened by the weight of their impending journey, were now further disheartened by the loss of their comrade. Elara, despite her own grief and shock, knew that she had to remain strong for her people. She summoned the council and informed them of Callan's death, her voice steady but filled with sorrow. "Callan was a loyal friend, a trusted advisor, and a true son of Eldoria. His loss is a heavy blow, but we cannot allow it to break our spirit. We must honor his memory by continuing the fight against the darkness, by protecting Hoglight, and by ensuring that his sacrifice was not in vain." The council members nodded in agreement, their faces edged with determination. Elara was right. They could not afford to succumb to despair. They had to press on, for the sake of their city, their allies, and their future. Anya approached Elara, her expression somber. "I am sorry for your loss," she said. "Callan was a good man." "Thank you." "Do you still intend to ride for Hoglight at dawn?" "I do," Elara said, her voice firm. "Callan's death has only strengthened my resolve. I will not allow the darkness to claim any more lives. I will not rest until Hoglight is safe." "Then I will ride with you. The Northern Kingdoms stand with Eloria in this hour of need." "Thank you. Your support means more than you know." As dawn approached, the army of Eldoria gathered in the city square, ready to march. The soldiers stood in formation, their faces grim but determined. The legends, their eyes filled with ancient wisdom, stood at the head of the column, ready to lead the way. Elara, dressed in her armor and carrying her sword, stood before the army, her heart filled with a mixture of grief, determination, and hope. She knew that the journey ahead would be long and arduous, and that many of them would not return. But she also knew that they were fighting for a noble cause, for the freedom and safety of their world. She raised her sword high in the air, her voice ringing out across the square. "People of Eldoria!" she cried. "We ride for Hoglight, to defend our allies and to drive back the darkness. Let us show the world what it means to be Eldorian. Let us fight with courage, with honor, and with compassion. Let us make Callan proud."
The army roared its approval, their voices echoing through the city. They were ready to fight, ready to die, for their queen, their city, and their cause. As the army began to march, Elara turned to Anya, her eyes filled with sorrow.
"I wish Callan could have been here to see this,"
she said.
"He would have been so proud."
Anya nodded, her expression sympathetic.
"He is here, Elara. In our hearts, in our memories, and in every step we take on this journey."
As they reached the edge of the city, Elara paused and looked back at the faces of her people.
their eyes filled with hope and fear. She knew that she was carrying the weight of their dreams and their futures on her shoulders. Suddenly, a young boy broke through the crowd and ran towards Alara, his eyes filled with tears. It was Kylan's younger brother, Finn.
Alara!
Finn cried, his voice choked with sobs.
Please bring him back.
Alara knelt down and embraced Finn, her heart breaking for his loss.
I can't bring him back, Finn,
she said, her voice gentle.
But I promise you, I will avenge him. I will make sure that the darkness pays for what it has done.
Finn clung to Alara, his body trembling.
Promise me,
he sobbed.
Promise me you'll come back safe.
Alara looked into Finn's eyes, her heart filled with love and compassion.
I promise you, Finn, I will come back. I will come back for you, for Eldoria, and for Kylan.
With a final embrace, Alara released Finn and stood up, her face set with determination. She turned and marched towards the horizon, her army following close behind. As they left the city behind, Alara looked up at the sky, her eyes filled with tears. The sky was a canvas of silver and grey, reflecting the sorrow and uncertainty of the journey ahead.
Goodbye, Kylan. I will never forget you.
And as she rode towards the unknown, Alara knew that she was carrying not only the weight of her people's dreams, but also the weight of 1,000 silver tears, each one a testament to the love, the loss, and the unwavering hope that define the spirit of Eldoria. Chapter 117. The Painter's Final Brush Stroke. The air in the king's chamber was thick with the scent of incense and the hushed whispers of grief. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors on the stone floor, a stark contrast to the somber mood that permeated the room. King Raylong of Hawklight lay in his ornate bed, his face pale and gaunt, his breathing shallow and labored. He was surrounded by his family, his beloved wife, Queen Rofalin, her eyes red and swollen with tears, his son, Prince Aewyn, his face edged with worry, and his daughter, Princess Syndra, her hand clasped tightly in her mother's. In the corner of the room, a lone figure stood before an easel, his hands trembling as he held a brush. It was Master Freyd Elmsworth, the king's most trusted painter, a man who had captured the essence of Hawklight's beauty and history on countless canvases. King Raylong had summoned him to perform one final task, to paint his portrait, a lasting memory for his family and his kingdom.
Elmsworth,
the king rasped, his voice weak but clear.
Are you ready?
Elmsworth nodded, his throat too choked with emotion to speak. He dipped his brush into a pot of crimson paint and began to work, his movements slow and deliberate. He painted the king's face, capturing the lines of wisdom and kindness that had defined his reign. He painted his eyes, reflecting the love and compassion that he had always shown to his people. He painted his hands, worn and weathered from years of service. As Elmsworth worked, King Raylong spoke, his voice barely a whisper.
Rofalin, my love,
he said, turning his gaze towards his wife.
You have been the light of my life, my strength, my everything. I leave you with a heavy heart, but I know that you will continue to guide our children and our kingdom with wisdom and grace. Everything I own, everything I have accumulated over the years, I leave to you, my beloved.
Rofalin sobbed, clutching Raylong's hand tightly.
I will miss you so much, my love, she whispered, but I promise you, I will not let you down.
Raylong smiled weakly, his gaze shifting to his children.
Aewyn, Syndra,
he said, his voice filled with love.
You are the future of Hawklight. I have watched you grow into strong, compassionate, and intelligent young adults. It fills my heart with pride. To you both, I leave the throne. Rule together, with wisdom, justice, and compassion. Always remember that the strength of Hawklight lies in the unity of its people.
Aewyn and Syndra knelt by their father's bedside, their tears flowing freely. We will, father, Aewyn said, his voice choked with emotion. We will honor your legacy.
We promise,
Syndra added, her voice trembling. Raylong smiled, his gaze shifting to a group of figures standing near the doorway. They were his longtime friends and advisors, men who had served him faithfully for many years.
Torben, Gareth, Liam,
Raylong said, his voice growing weaker. Thank you for your loyalty, your friendship, and your guidance. I know that you will continue to serve Hawklight well.
The men bowed their heads, their faces etched with sorrow.
We will, your majesty,
Torvin said, his voice thick with emotion. Raylong closed his eyes, his breathing growing more shallow.
My time is near, he whispered. Remember, unity, compassion, Hawklight.
He took one final breath, and then silence. King Raylong of Hawklight was gone. The chamber erupted in a chorus of sobs and lamentations. Rufflin clung to Raylong's lifeless hand, her heart breaking with grief. Eowyn and Sindra embraced each other, their tears flowing freely. Elmsworth stood frozen before his easel, his brush still poised in the air, his final masterpiece unfinished. In the days that followed, Hawklight mourned the loss of its beloved king. A massive funeral was held, attended by dignitaries and representatives from across the land. The streets of Hawklight were lined with weeping citizens, their hearts heavy with sorrow. As Raylong's body was laid to rest in the royal crypt, a massive statue was unveiled in the city square. It depicted Raylong in his youth, a strong and handsome warrior, his eyes filled with determination and hope. The statue was a symbol of Raylong's legacy, a reminder of his strength, his wisdom, and his unwavering love for his people. As the sun set over Hawklight, casting a golden glow on the statue of Raylong, Rufflin, Eowyn, and Sindra stood hand in hand, their hearts filled with grief, but also with hope. They knew that Raylong's spirit would live on, in their hearts, in their actions, and in the enduring legacy of Hawklight. The painter's final brushstroke had captured not only the king's likeness, but also the essence of his soul, a lasting testament to the life and legacy of Raylong, the beloved king of Hawklight. Chapter 118. The Nature of Time. Years had passed since the death of King Raylong, years that had brought both joy and sorrow, progress and conflict, to the world. The seasons had turned countless times, painting the landscape with vibrant hues of green, gold, red, and white. The stars had wheeled across the night sky, their silent dance a constant reminder of the vastness and mystery of the universe. Hawklight, under the joint rule of Eowyn and Sindra, had flourished. The siblings had honored their father's legacy, ruling with wisdom, justice, and compassion. They had fostered trade and diplomacy with neighboring kingdoms, strengthening alliances and promoting peace. They had invested in education and the arts, nurturing the creativity and innovation of their people. But the world outside Hawklight was a different story. The darkness that Raylong had fought against had not been vanquished. It had merely retreated, regrouped, and grown stronger. New threats had emerged, casting a shadow over the land. The northern kingdoms, once allies of Hawklight, had fallen under the sway of a tyrannical sorcerer who sought to conquer and enslave all who opposed him. The desert tribes, driven by desperation and greed, had launched raids on the borderlands, pillaging and plundering innocent villages. And in the depths of the ancient forests, a malevolent force was stirring, awakening long-dormant evils. Eowyn and Sindra were well aware of these dangers. They had received reports from their spies and scouts, detailing the growing unrest and the ominous signs. They knew that war was inevitable, that the peace they had worked so hard to maintain was about to be shattered. One evening, as the sun set over Hawklight, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple, Eowyn and Sindra met in the royal gardens, their faces etched with worry. "The situation is dire, Sindra," Eowyn said, his voice grim. "The sorcerer in the north is amassing his forces, the desert tribes are growing bolder, and the whispers from the ancient forests, they speak of a darkness unlike anything we've ever faced." Sindra nodded, her expression grave. "I know," she said. "I've been studying ancient texts. The prophecies speak of a time of great upheaval, when the balance between light and darkness will be tested." "Do you think this is it?" Eowyn asked, his eyes filled with concern. "Is this the war that our father warned us about?" Sindra hesitated, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "I don't know," she said, "but I do know that we must be prepared. We must strengthen our defenses, rally our allies, and prepare our people for the coming storm." "But how?" Eowyn asked, his voice filled with doubt. "We're just two people. How can we possibly stand against such overwhelming forces?" Sindra turned to Eowyn. "We're not just two people, Eowyn. We're the rulers of Hawklight. We have the strength of our people behind us, and we have the legacy of our father to guide us." She took Eowyn's hand, her grip firm and reassuring. We may not be able to stop the darkness from coming, but we can choose how we face it. We can choose to fight with courage, with honor, and with compassion. We can choose to stand together as one and show the world that the spirit of Hawklight will never be broken.
Arwen looked at Syndra, his heart filled with hope. She was right. They couldn't give in to despair. They had to fight, for the sake of their people, their kingdom, and their father's memory. "You're right, Syndra," he said. "We'll face this together. We'll do whatever it takes to protect Hawklight." Suddenly, a figure arrived. It paused, its gaze sweeping over Eowyn and Syndra.
"I've traveled far and wide, searching for allies, searching for hope, and now I've come to Hawklight, because I believe that you two are the key to stopping this darkness. You have the strength, the wisdom, and the compassion to lead the world into a new era of peace and prosperity."
Eowyn and Syndra stared at Ilara, their minds racing. They had never imagined that they would meet a legendary hero, let alone be asked to lead the world into a new era.
"We're honored by your words, Ilara," Eowyn said, his voice filled with humility. "But we're not sure we're up to the task. We're just two people trying to do our best." "You're more than that," Ilara said. "You're the children of Raylong. You have his blood flowing through your veins. You have his spirit guiding your actions, and you have the love and support of your people behind you."
She stepped closer to Eowyn and Syndra, her voice growing more urgent.
"The darkness is coming, and it's coming fast. We don't have much time to prepare. Will you stand with me? Will you fight for the light? Will you help me save the world?"
Eowyn and Syndra looked at each other, their hearts filled with a mixture of fear and determination. They knew that the decision they were about to make would change their lives forever. Finally, Syndra spoke, her voice clear and strong.
"We will. We will stand with you, Ilara. We will fight for the light, and we will do everything in our power to save the world."
Eowyn nodded in agreement, his eyes filled with resolve.
"We're with you, Ilara.
Let's get to work." Ilara smiled, a genuine smile that lit up her face.
"Then let us begin," she said, "for the fate of the world rests on our shoulders."
Chapter 119. The river flows to the sea. The war was over. The darkness had been vanquished, the sorcerer defeated, the desert tribes pacified, and the ancient evil laid to rest once more. The world was safe, for now, but the victory had come at a great cost. Many lives had been lost, many cities had been destroyed, and many hearts had been broken. Now, it was time for the survivors to return home, to rebuild their lives, and to heal their wounds. The great alliance that had been forged in the fires of war was beginning to dissolve, as each kingdom and nation prepared to go its own way. On the shores of Hawklight, a fleet of ships lay at anchor, ready to carry the heroes back to their respective lands. The air was thick with emotion, as friends and comrades bid each other farewell, unsure if they would ever meet again. Ilara stood on the docks, watching as the various groups prepared to depart. She felt a pang of sadness in her heart, as she realized that this chapter of her life was coming to an end. She had fought alongside these people, bled alongside them, and mourned alongside them. They were more than just allies. They were her family. Anya approached Ilara, her eyes filled with tears.
"I don't want to say goodbye,"
she said, her voice trembling.
"I'm going to miss you so much."
Ilara smiled and embraced Anya, her heart filled with affection.
"I'm going to miss you too,"
she said.
"But we'll see each other again, I promise. The world is a small place, and our paths are bound to cross again someday."
Anya nodded, wiping away her tears.
"I hope so. I don't know what I would have done without you during the war. You were my rock, my guide, my friend." "And you were mine," Ilara said, her voice filled with warmth. "You're a strong and courageous woman, Anya. You have a bright future ahead of you. Never forget that."
Anya smiled, her eyes sparkling with gratitude.
"Thank you, Ilara," she said. "Your words mean the world to me."
She paused, her gaze shifting to the ships in the harbor.
"I should go," she said. "My ship is about to set sail."
Ilara nodded, stepping back to allow Anya to pass.
"Farewell, Anya. May the winds be ever in your favor." "Farewell, Ilara," Anya said,
turning and walking towards her ship.
"And may the light guide your path."
Anya's ship was a sleek and elegant vessel, built in the style of the northern kingdoms. It was called the Ice Maiden, and its hull was painted a shimmering white, with intricate carvings of snowflakes and ice crystals adorning its prow. The ship was powered by a combination of sails and oars, and it was capable of navigating even the most treacherous waters. As Annie boarded the Ice Maiden, Elara turned her attention to another group of travelers who were preparing to depart on a different ship. These were the representatives of the desert tribes who were returning to their homeland after years of exile. Their ship was a sturdy and practical vessel, built for endurance rather than speed. It was called the Sand Wanderer, and its hull was painted a dull brown to blend in with the desert landscape. The ship was powered by sails alone, and it was capable of carrying a large cargo of goods and supplies. Elara approached the leader of the desert tribes, a wizened old man with piercing eyes and a weathered face.
"Farewell, Omar," Elara said, extending her hand. "May your journey be safe, and may your people find peace in their homeland."
Omar grasped Elara's hand, his grip surprisingly strong.
"Farewell, Elara," he said. "You have shown us kindness and compassion, even in the midst of war. We will not forget your generosity."
He paused, his gaze shifting to the horizon.
"The desert is a harsh mistress," he said, "but it is our home, and we will return to it with pride and determination."
Elara nodded, her heart filled with respect for the desert tribes.
"May your sands be fertile and your wells be full," she said, "and may the spirits of your ancestors guide your way."
"May it be so,"
Omar said, releasing Elara's hand and turning to board the Sand Wanderer. As the Sand Wanderer set sail, Elara turned her attention to the final group of travelers who were preparing to depart on the largest ship in the harbor. These were the representatives of Hoglite, who were returning home to rebuild their kingdom. Their ship was a magnificent vessel, built in the style of the ancient Eldorian Empire. It was called the Silver Dawn, and its hull was painted a shimmering silver, with intricate carvings of eagles and lions adorning its prow. The ship was powered by a combination of sails and magic, and it was capable of traversing vast distances in a matter of days. Awen and Sindra stood on the deck of the Silver Dawn, their faces filled with a mixture of sadness and hope. They had accomplished much during the war, but they knew that their greatest challenges still lay ahead. Elara approached Awen and Sindra, her heart filled with pride.
"Farewell, my friends," she said. "You have proven yourselves to be worthy rulers of Hoglite. I have no doubt that you will lead your people to a brighter future."
Awen and Sindra embraced Elara, their tears flowing freely.
"Thank you, Elara,"
Awen said.
"You have taught us so much. We will never forget your wisdom and your guidance." "We will always be grateful for your friendship,"
Sindra added.
"You're a true hero, Elara."
Elara smiled, her heart filled with warmth.
"I'm just a woman trying to do what's right," she said. "But I couldn't have done it without you. You're the true heroes of this story."
She paused, her gaze sweeping over the ships in the harbor.
"The river flows to the sea," she said, "and so must we all. Our paths may diverge for now, but they will surely converge again someday. Until then, may the light guide your way."
Awen and Sindra nodded, their eyes filled with hope.
"And may the light guide yours,"
Awen said. As the Silver Dawn set sail, Elara stood on the docks, watching as the ships disappeared into the horizon. She felt a sense of closure, a sense of peace. The war was over, and the world was healing. And it was time for her to move on, to find her own path, to follow the river to the sea. She turned and walked away from the harbor, her heart filled with hope for the future. She knew that the world would always face challenges, that darkness would always threaten to consume the light. But she also knew that there would always be heroes, people who were willing to stand up and fight for what was right. And as long as there were heroes, there was hope. As long as there was hope, the river would continue to flow to the sea, carrying the world towards a brighter tomorrow. Chapter 120. The Unwritten Epilogue. Years passed, like leaves carried on an endless stream. The world, once scarred by war, began to heal, the wounds slowly knitting together with the threads of peace and remembrance. Kingdoms rebuilt, alliances strengthened, and the stories of the heroes who had saved them all became legends, whispered around crackling fires on cold winter nights. Elara, the hero of the age, had vanished as quietly as she had arrived. Some said she wandered the land, a silent guardian watching over the realms. Others claimed she sought out new threats, ever vigilant against the encroaching darkness. But the truth was, Elara had simply sought a quiet place, a sanctuary where she could lay down her sword and finally find some measure of peace. She found it in a small, secluded village nestled beside a shimmering lake, far from the bustling cities and the clamor of politics. She lived a simple life, tending a small garden, fishing in the lake, and sharing stories with the villagers. She was no longer Elara, the hero. She was just Elara, the quiet old woman who lived by the lake. One day, a young woman arrived in the village, her face etched with determination. Her eyes filled a familiar fire. She was Anya, the former princess of the northern kingdoms, now a queen in her own right. She had heard whispers of a mysterious old woman living by the lake, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Elara. She had come to seek her out, to thank her for his service, and to ask for her counsel. She found her in her garden, tending to her roses, her hands gnarled and weathered, but her eyes still as sharp and blue as the summer sky.
Elara?
She asked, her voice trembling slightly. The old woman looked up, her face crimsoning into a warm smile.
Anya,
she said, her voice raspy but kind.
it's been a long time.
Anya rushed forward and embraced Elara, her heart swelling with emotion.
I've been searching for you for so long,
she said, her voice choked with tears.
I wanted to thank you for everything you did, for saving my kingdom, for saving the world.
Elara chuckled softly, patting Anya on the back.
You don't need to thank me, she said. We all did what we had to do. You, Awen, Syndra, all of you. You were all heroes in your own right.
Anya stepped back, her eyes searching Elara's face.
But you were the one who led us,
she said.
You were the one who showed us the way.
Elara shook her head, her smile fading slightly.
I just pointed the way. You were the ones who walked the path, and you walked it with courage, with compassion, and with grace.
She paused, her gaze shifting to the lake, its surface shimmering in the afternoon sun.
The world is a better place because of you, Anya. You and all others fought for peace and justice.
Anya looked at Elara, her heart filled with gratitude and admiration.
But the world still needs heroes,
she said.
There are still threats, still injustices, still darkness lurking in the shadow.
Elara nodded, her expression growing serious.
That's true, she said. The fight is never truly over, but the world doesn't need me anymore. It needs you. It needs leaders like you, who are willing to stand up for what's right, to fight for those who can't fight for themselves.
She took Anya's hand, her grip firm and reassuring.
You have the strength, the wisdom, and the compassion to make a difference. Don't ever forget that.
Anya looked at Elara, her eyes filled with renewed determination.
I won't,
she said.
I promise you, I won't.
Elara's gaze shifted to the horizon.
Sometimes I feel so weary, Anya,
she confessed, her voice barely a whisper.
I carry the weight of so many memories, so many losses. My parents, my friends, dear Toby. So many friends who fell along the way. Each face, each name, a burning ember in my heart.
A wave of grief washed over her, a tidal surge of sorrow that threatened to engulf her completely. She remembered her father's gentle smile, Toby's unwavering loyalty, the laughter and camaraderie shared with comrades now lost to the ravages of war.
The world asks so much, she continued, and sometimes I feel like I have nothing left to give.
Her legs trembled beneath her, unable to bear the weight of her sorrow any longer. She stumbled, her vision blurring, the world tilting precariously on its axis.
Elara!
Anya gasped, reaching out for her, her fingers grasping at air. And then, darkness. Elara collapsed to the ground, her body limp and lifeless, her eyes staring blankly at the sky. The roses she had so admired lay scattered around her, their vibrant petals stained with the tears of a queen who had carried the weight of the world on her shoulders for far too long. A hush fell over the garden, as if even the wind held its breath in mourning. Dust motes danced in the sunlight, swirling around Elara's still form, a final silent ballad of sorrow. Slowly, gently, a fine layer of dust settled over her, a shroud of earth embracing a queen who had finally found her rest. Anya stood frozen, her heart shattered into a million pieces. She had seen so much death in her long life, but this was different. This was the death of hope, the extinguishing of a light that had burned so brightly for so long. She knelt beside Elara, her weathered hand gently closing her unseeing eyes. She whispered a silent prayer, a lament for a life cut short, a tribute to a queen who had given everything for her people. The sun began to set, casting long, mirthful shadows across the garden.
The lake shimmered in the fading light, reflecting the sorrow that filled Anya's heart. She knew that Alara's death would be mourned throughout the land, that her legacy would live on in the hearts of those she had touched. But she also knew that her death was a reminder of the fragility of life, the ever-present threat of darkness, and the enduring need for heroes to rise and fight for what is right. She stood up, her shoulders slumped with grief, her heart heavy with sorrow. She looked out at the lake, at the mountains in the distance, at the world that Alara had fought so hard to protect. "The river flows to the sea," she whispered, her voice barely audible, "and so must we all." She turned and walked away from the garden, leaving Alara to rest among the roses. She knew that her story was not truly over, that her spirit would live on in the hearts of those who remembered her. But she also knew that the unwritten epilogue of her life would forever be tinged with sadness, a reminder of the sacrifices made, the battles fought, and the lives lost in the long and arduous struggle for peace. And as the darkness gathered, Anya knew that the world would never be the same without Alara, the queen who had carried the weight of the world on her shoulders, and who had finally found her rest among the roses. The end.